The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Good morning, Ms. Bridget.
May it please the Commission. Commissioners, today you will be hearing evidence from Commissioner Gwen Cherney, the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner. This morning there will be a short adjournment and then the evidence of Commissioner Cherney will resume. After the lunch adjournment there will be a panel of Lieutenant Colonel Damien Spendelov and Brigadier John Mackenzie AM.
Thank you.
That panel will then continue all afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Fordham, I owe you an apology. We did start at 8:30. It pains me to say it, but you were right, I was wrong.
That's okay, Commissioner. Fortunately, the security staff are onto it.
Commissioners, as I just stated, the first witness today is Commissioner Gwen Cherney, the Family Veteran Advocate Commissioner and the Commissioner of the Repatriation Commission and a member of the Military Rehabilitation of the Compensation Commission. Commissioner Cherney will be giving evidence about her role as Family Veteran Advocate Commissioner, her views on some of the challenges and limitations of that role, and the Commissioner's views on what improvements could be made to increase the visibility and recognition of Defence and veteran families. The Royal Commission had heard evidence from the Defence Member and Family Support Branch of Defence, also known as DMFS, in Hearing Block 10 last month in Adelaide. Commissioners, you have also heard evidence in previous hearing blocks from a number of witnesses, including experts, witnesses with various lived experiences, service providers, about the importance of well-supported family during the lifetime of serving and ex-serving members. As was referred to by Counsel Assisting in Hearing Block 10, a family support scoping study undertaken last year that the Defence Member and Family Support Branch of Defence commissioned itself observed the following. The research is clear. ADF members perform better and serve longer when their family is happy, well and stable. Families can help maintain and improve morale during a person's military career and support serving members' preparedness and capacity to carry out missions. The Royal Commission has received many submissions that speak of the negative impacts on families of service life and life after discharge, and how these impacts often tear apart the fabric of family life. This Commission has in evidence the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare's 5th annual report monitoring deaths by suicide among serving and ex-serving ADF members. Relevantly, the report discusses the association between relationship breakdowns and suicidality and suicide of serving and ex-serving members. The report highlighted, strikingly, that about 41% of ADF males and 38% of ADF females who died by suicide were identified as having problems in spousal relationships. Commissioners, Commissioner Gwen Cherney, the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, is in the witness box and can now be sworn in.
Do you, Gwen Cherney, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Operator, please display DVA.9999.0073.0025. Commissioner, can you see on the screen there a statement that you produced in response to a notice issued to you by the Royal Commission on the 17th of June 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognise that as the first page of your statement?
Yes.
And the statement is dated 12th of July 2023, correct?
Yes.
And the statement is 50 pages long, and there are annexures, documents that are marked A to M. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And to the best of your knowledge and belief, are the contents of that statement true and correct?
Yes.
Operator, please display the tender bundle list. Commissioners, the list goes to 2 pages. I tender the documents on that list on the basis indicated.
Thank you. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of consecutive numbers.
Commissioner, at any point that you may like to have a break, or if there's a question that you don't understand or you would like me to repeat a question, please do let me know.
Thank you.
You are the inaugural Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And you were appointed on the 6th of August 2020 for a period of 5 years.
Yes.
And in your capacity as the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, you are also a Commissioner of the Repatriation Commission.
Yes, I am.
And that appointment to the Repatriation Commission, which was pursuant to the Veteran Entitlements Act 1986, took effect on the 6th of August 2020.
Yes, it did.
And you are also a member of the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Commission.
Yes.
And that appointment took effect, that appointment is pursuant to the Military Rehabilitation and Compensation Act 2004, and that took effect on the 2nd of March 2020.
Correct.
You hold a bachelor's degree in psychology and a master's degree in public administration from the Robert F. Wagner School of Public Service, New York University.
Yes.
You held a number of roles prior to your appointment as the Veteran Family Advocate relating to defence personnel, defence and veteran families, social work and community development at national and international levels. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you've provided a very long list of significant roles, which can be found at paragraph 11 of your statement. In the interest of time, I won't go through all of those, but to mention a few, you were the inaugural member of the Council of Women and Families United by Defence Service and sat on that council from 2018 to 2020.
Yes.
And from 2018 to 2009, you were an advisor for widows and families for the Department of Veterans Affairs.
What were the dates for that again?
2018 to 2019.
Correct.
And as of October 2020, you have been an ambassador for Invictus Australia.
Yes.
You previously gave evidence to this Royal Commission on the 17th of February 2022 in Sydney, and that evidence related to your lived experience. But today you're giving evidence in your capacity as the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner. Is that correct?
Both of those are correct, yes. Before
I proceed, I'll take a moment now to ask you to clarify the term veteran so that the terms that were used during this examination are clear. Can you tell the Commissioners the definition of veteran in terms of how you will be using it today?
Absolutely. When I speak about veterans, I will be talking about those who've served 24 hours of full-time service until their end of life.
Thank you. And when I refer to the term family during this examination, I'll be referring to families of serving and ex-serving defence members unless I state otherwise. I have a number of propositions that I would like to put to you. You can either say yes and no, or you can expand on those propositions. Do you agree with the proposition that a well-supported family can have a positive impact on the mental health of the serving or ex-serving member?
Yes.
Do you agree with the proposition that a well-supported family can act as a protective factor for the prevention of suicide and suicide behaviours?
Yes.
Do you agree with the proposition that an unsupported family can be a risk factor for suicide and suicide behaviours?
Yes, absolutely.
And do you agree with the proposition that the morale of the family can be linked to service people leaving the ADF? That is, the lower the morale, the higher chance a service person might leave.
Yes.
Can you tell the Commissioners why understanding and meeting the needs of families is integral in preventing poor mental health, suicide, and suicide behaviours amongst serving and ex-serving members?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, it's a long question. Apologies, Commissioner. Can you tell the Commissioners why understanding and meeting the needs of families is integral in preventing poor mental health, suicide, and suicide behaviours amongst serving and ex-serving members? It's a big question, Commissioner, I know, and you can take your time.
Just to make sure I understand the question, so I'm answering it properly, meeting the needs of families is integral in reducing the risk to suicide.
Correct, or poor mental health.
Or poor mental health. Contributing factors to suicide, as we've seen in the work that the Royal Commission has done, as well as in the work that I did from 2017 onward, and all the research that is out there shows us that families are a contributing factor, and the health and well-being of families is a contributing factor to poor mental health and suicidality. In the work that I do, when the family isn't okay, the serving member isn't okay, and vice versa. We know that families are now we now know and have evidence that families are experiencing secondary post-traumatic stress and intergenerational trauma. We know that from Vietnam veterans study. We know that from a number of more recent studies. There is a link between the well-being of the family, the well-being of the veteran, suicidality, and mental health.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have some questions about data on families and what is known and maybe what is not known. Do you know how many families there are in Australia who have a family member who is either serving or ex-serving member of the Australian Defence Force?
No.
I'll come back and ask you why in a moment, but I'm going to ask you a few more questions. Again, a yes or no if you like. Do you know how many families who have a family member who is a serving member?
We believe, I realize that's not a yes or no answer. We believe that's about 38,000 married members and 80,000 current serving have families. So there are at least 80,000 families in Australia who are current serving families.
When you say we believe, so who is we and how have you got that information?
So there's data that comes in to Defence and is reviewed. There are surveys completed within Defence, and that data is more accurate than the data we have for veteran families who are no longer serving.
And that takes me to the next question. Do you know how many families there are in Australia who have a family member who is a client of the Department of Veterans Affairs?
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Do you know how many families there are in Australia who have a family member who is a client of the Department of Veterans Affairs?
So that would be based on the number of clients at DVA, and that number escapes me at the moment, I'm sorry. Several hundred thousand.
Thank you, Commissioner, and feel free to take any questions on notice.
Thank you.
Do you know how many families there are in Australia who have a family member who is an ex-serving member of the Australian Defence Force, whether known to DVA or not?
So based on the census results, it would be 560,000.
That's how many are serving or ex-serving members, is that right?
that is identifying on the census as being a veteran family or having someone who served at some point.
That's right. But the question is,
Yep.
do you know how many families are in Australia of those serving and ex-serving members?
No, we do not.
So is it your view that that data needs to be captured better?
Yes.
Do you think that that could be done better in the census data?
Yes.
And do you think that that could be captured better by Defence?
Yes.
And do you think it can be captured better by DVA?
Yes.
Moving to a topic around the history of your role and the history of family advocate roles generally, are you familiar with the study conducted by Sue Hamilton, the then Assistant Secretary of the Office of the Status of Women in 1986?
Yes, I am.
And that study was commissioned by the Minister of Defence in 1985, Kim Beazley, and a report was subsequently published in 1986, and that's been known as the Hamilton Report, and I'll refer to it as the Hamilton Report. Commissioners, you heard some evidence in hearing block 10 about the Hamilton Report. The primary relevance of that report for today's examination relates to the history of how the Veteran Family Advocate role, Commissioner role came to be. As the Commission heard, the study which took place between 1985 and 1986 looked into the main problems facing spouses of service personnel and made a number of recommendations. One of the main recommendations was the establishment of an Australian Defence Families Information and Liaison Service, which was established after the report, and then after the Pratt Review in 1994, the Defence Community Organisation was established in 1996, and then in 2021, DCO was renamed as the Defence Member and Family Support. The Hamilton Report states that one of the functions of such a service would be the development of consultative arrangements to give spouses a say about decisions that affect them and an opportunity to influence decisions that directly affect their lives. The Hamilton Report called for the establishment of a national consultative group of service spouses to act as a source of advice on the implementation of the recommendations in that report. The report said this: the group should be appropriately balanced in representation by service, state or territory, and rank of serving spouses. That group was established in 1986, and in 1992, the name of the group was changed to the National Consultative Group of Service Families in recognition and representation of the broader ADF family. And then in 2002, the new name Defence Families Australia was launched by the group's patron at the time. And in 2021, the Defence Families Australia created a role called the Defence Families Advocate of Australia. Commissioner, are you familiar with that history?
Yes, I am.
And do you agree that I have given a correct overview of that history?
Yes.
And given that history, and noting that Defence Families Australia had been established for nearly 2 decades before your appointment, how did the role of Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner come about?
That's a good question.
And it's in paragraphs 26 to 29 of your statement, if that assists you, Commissioner.
Thank you. So the role, thank you for putting that up for me. The role came about after a function at Parliament House at the second Honouring Women and Families United by Defence Service dinner, where the chair of that committee who put that together, myself and one other individual, met with the Governor-General afterward, as he was intent on understanding what more could be done for current and former serving families. We had a discussion about what some of the possibilities were and what some of the priorities should be, and an advocate for families, for veteran families, was something that came up. We then went away worked on a potential proposal for what that would look like, where we thought it would sit, what we thought it would do, and the roles and functions of that advocate. And I believe, and put together a proposal. That proposal, I believe, went through Defence and DVA, and when the government at the time announced the National Commissioner for Defence and Veterans Suicide, they announced this role as well.
And when you say we, who prepared that proposal?
Myself, Renee Wilson, Rhonda Vansella helped with it, and we sent it to the Governor-General for his input as well.
And in that proposal that you prepared with I'll call them your colleagues at the time, where did you envisage that role would sit within government?
Prime Minister and Cabinet was our recommendation.
And would the effect of that mean that the role would be directly responsible to the Prime Minister?
Yes.
That's not what happened,
No.
is it? And I'll return to that in a moment. Operator, if you could please display paragraph 32 of the statement. And this refers to the basis for why you prepared that proposal. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. And you state that there was still an apparent trust deficit. What do you mean by that?
Then and now, there is a lack of trust between Defence and veteran families and the government entities that are there to support them, as well as the nonprofit ex-service or current service organizations that exist to support them.
What do you think is causing that trust deficit?
I think there are a number of things that cause that trust deficit. A lack of investment, a lack of accountability for organizations that are providing services and supports to show the evidence that they are actually providing the services they say they are to provide and that they are meant to provide. Communications, people don't know that they exist, and inconsistency in service provision. One family has an incredibly good experience and another has an absolutely terrible experience. And there's everything in between.
And is it the case that when a family has, and when I talk about a family, it could be any person in that family, and is it the case then that when that family has a negative experience that of the service or with Defence or with DVA or the broader community, that's what breaks that trust? Is that what you're saying, that that's what creates the trust deficit?
Yes, and then their experience is shared with others in the community who then believe that the organizations that exist to provide them support are not worthy of their trust.
And in that paragraph, you touched on communication. We'll return to that later. You say the voices of veteran families were struggling to be heard. Families all over the nation felt isolated, disconnected, and uninformed. Why is it that in 2019, when you drafted that proposal, families were still struggling to be heard, given that Sue Hamilton had written a report in 1986 talking about exactly that issue, not being able to be heard, not being able to get information, not being able to kind of get communications, low morale. Why is it that in 2009 that families were still struggling to be heard?
Lack of investment, lack of communication, and today families are still struggling to be heard.
Can you expand on what you mean by lack of investment?
The organization DMFS that you referred to earlier has had its budget cut while I have been in this role and while this Royal Commission has been in existence. I find that lack of investment and that cutting of that budget. I'm sorry, I've lost the actual question.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I was asking you about expanding on what you meant by investment, and you were saying that DMFS had their budget cut, and I think you were about to say what you thought about that.
So that lack of investment means that those services and supports which are already not meeting the needs of the community are less able to meet the needs of the community. That is a lack of investment. Defence Families Australia having to consistently advocate for a proper budget, for proper working entitlements, such as leave and hours that are actually paid based on the work hours that are required of them to do their jobs, means that there's a lack of investment. And that translates to a lack of support for families.
Do you agree that there is also a lack of commitment by Defence and DVA to put families first?
That's a big question. I believe that investment equals commitment. So in short, yes, but if I may expand on that.
Of course.
I believe that there may be individuals who support investment, but overall, those individuals have been unsuccessful in advocating, and therefore, in defense, we can only translate that lack of investment into a lack of commitment, and also a lack of understanding and acceptance of the importance of families and the role they play, which you articulated at the beginning of this testimony. In terms of DVA, I think there has been a massive shift in its commitment. And that has been only because I am up front and center in listening to those conversations every day about what that means. However, there's a lack of a legal framework for families. There's a lack of accountability measures. There's a lack of investment. And so while there may be a commitment to doing it and a push and pull of the legislation to make it go as far as they can, that being DVA, there is still a lack of ability to actually invest and hold themselves accountable to families.
And who is looking after the families that don't have a member who is a client of DVA and are not serving members? So the families that are outside of Defence and DVA, who are looking after those families?
No one? No. Actually, that's not true. Civil society or ex-service organizations, if they are connected to them. So in many cases, those families are looking after themselves.
Does that concern you?
Absolutely.
What concerns you about that?
There are a number of veteran families who are healthy and well and succeeding and don't need any services from anywhere. And there are a number who still show up on my radar that still do not know that DVA exists and can support them, that still do not know that they can put their hand up and get support from Legacy, or that other organizations exist for employment, education, child support in terms of what they provide to their children, mental health support, etc.
I'll be asking you some more questions about barriers, but I want to turn now to the purpose of your role as the Commissioner. Before I do that, can I ask you this? Why do you think, in your opinion, it has taken 34 years for your appointment to be made, and yours is the inaugural Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, correct?
Yes.
That's 34 years after the 1986 Hamilton Report, and 35 years for the position of Defence Families Advocate of Australia to be created. In your opinion, why do you think it has taken that long?
We don't want those positions. As a community, they cause trouble, they raise issues we don't want to hear about, and they take an investment that we don't want to make because we have to invest in other things like war fighting. And when they do tell us as in the big nation, they're things that are unpalatable. So supporting them, creating them, and then listening to them, and then investing in what they're raising is something that means we need to change our priorities, or we need to come up with solutions for problems that are really hard. And we would much rather train our men and women to go to war and then transition them out into gainful employment and let their families live in civil society and have those needs be met by the rest of society.
Just to clarify for the record, when you say we don't want those roles, who are you talking about, we?
Government.
Thank you. Can you tell the Commissioners the purpose of your role as the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner?
So the purpose of my role, I do realize that I just said government didn't want it, and then they established it, this role. And the purpose of my role is to provide advice to government on the needs of veteran families. That includes the entire lifespan of a veteran. I try to I try to ensure that the Defence Family Advocate and Defence Families Australia focuses on current serving families because they have resources to do so. There are some to do that work. And that number is smaller than the number of veteran families who are former serving that I need to turn my attention to. And the depth and breadth of issues that exist for veteran families who are no longer serving very much more than they do for current serving families. So the job is enormous. And that job is to hear about those gaps and barriers for families around services and supports, make sure that those are well known and well understood, and then feed that back into a system at a policy or strategic level to make sure the system provides better support for those families. So not only do I communicate with the community, I gather information, and I provide advice to government on the systems that need to change and why.
And do you advocate, I know you just touched on Defence Families Australia, and I will return to that they look after current serving defence families, but do you advocate on behalf of all veteran families of ex-serving members or just DVA, clients of DVA?
I advocate technically on behalf of both. I try to focus on former serving families.
How do you find the families who are not clients of DVA?
There's a number of ways that we find those families. Word of mouth, attending events and speaking, going to events throughout the community where they may not be members of DVA, but they are engaged with ESOs or well-being centers, et cetera. And otherwise, I don't know.
If you advocate on behalf of all the families, are there any practical limitations on what you can achieve given DVA's limited remit for families?
Yes.
What are those practical limitations?
As I said before, there's no legislative framework for families other than bereaved, financially dependent partners and children, as well as a very small percentage of those who receive income support. Therefore, there is no legislative framework to actually provide them with support, to invest in it and then hold the government accountable for that investment. If we don't know where our families are and who they are, for example, an education tick box for enrollment forms in schools across this nation for defense or veteran children, we don't know who we need to be servicing and where they are. The lack of information is practically one of the biggest challenges for providing the right services to people around this country.
What would that legislative framework look like?
I'm not exactly certain. Really, I know it needs to exist. I know we need the ability to actually provide services to parents, to carers, to people who do not reside with our serving members but are still family members and still intimately impact their lives. And we need a legislative framework that provides the ability for government to say they will care for them, and they will provide and should provide and are committed to providing services and supports to them.
Thank you. We might return to that when we look at some of the gaps. Is it the case that currently there are 2 national family advocate roles servicing defence and veteran families, yourself and the Defence Families Advocate of Australia? Is that correct? There are 2 national roles?
One is vacant, but yes, there are 2 roles.
If it was filled, there would be 2 roles.
Yes.
Operator, please display figure 1 on page .0028 of the Commissioner's statement. Thank you, Operator. This is a figure that you have in your statement to talk about the interaction between your role and the Defence Families Advocate of Australia role. Before I turn to that figure, can you tell the Commissioners how your role differs from the Defence Family Advocate of Australia role? And I know you touched on it a little bit before, but if you could just go into a little bit more detail about how your roles differ.
Sure. So I think the strength of the roles is that we both do sit near defence. I know I recommended that my role would be in Prime Minister and Cabinet, but I do think there is a real strength in it sitting very close to DVA and the Defence Family Advocate role sitting within, somehow connected to defence. It allows both positions to interact daily, to understand the current and future projections, intentions, policy proposals, et cetera, that will influence the future and the current state and the future state of families within both organizations. We both advocate to the minister. We both work with our respective secretaries. The DFA will interact with CDF. I also have contact with the CDF and the minister, obviously. And the differences are that the Defence Family Advocate has a deputy as well as 8 delegates around the nation. Even though they are part-time, the structure is in place to actually support the work of the Defense Family Advocate. My role, I have myself, there are DVA deputy commissioners, but they do not specifically focus on families. They have additional responsibilities in their daily roles, so they wear 2 hats. They are usually in charge of a claims area or income support, as well as a number of other responsibilities in managing individuals in their state, as well as providing support to the ex-service community.
Can you now explain this diagram?
Sure.
So the first one is public policy, and then you've got specialised services and other services. Can you explain that diagram for the commissioners, please? Oh, and transition down the bottom, sorry.
Sure. I was trying to get at where and how the life cycle of a veteran family interacts with different things. For policy, the DFA begins at the beginning. The Defense Family Advocate's time begins at the enlistment or prior to, all the way through to the end of transition, and then tapers off. My role tapers in. To properly describe my role, I try to keep an eye on the issues that are happening within defense. For example, I will advocate, and have done since day one, that Defense Families Australia is grossly underfunded. And if they are not properly funded, then my role and what DVA has to do is much more challenging. So I will often advocate for defense issues around housing, health, all of these things, so that DVA, when our veterans are former serving and they come under the purview of DVA, they are better off. So that is how I look at my role and that dotted line coming up to when they're transitioning, so that where those arrows overlap is the transition point, and the VFA will take that from beginning of transition all the way to the end of life for that family. In terms of specialized services, defense has a discrete interaction, which is more and more tapering, but it still feels like a cliff to the community in terms of when that defense support stops. DVA starts from the day of enlistment. They're eligible for white cards after 24 hours of service, and that goes again until the end of life. Defense Veteran Support Services should span the entire life cycle of these families.
And then other services, what is the blue?
Other services, so that would be other government departments, state entitlements for when you move around the country. Certain veterans are, have benefits and things like that in different states. There are other services that exist outside of defense and DVA for veteran families from different organizations. I'm trying not to name them specifically.
But that's okay. And the question is about the interaction between the DFA and your role. So in terms of the blue going right across, does that mean that the Defence Family Advocate of Australia and yourself both advocate with regards to other services?
Yes. So for example, when I was talking about the education tick box, we have both advocated for that. We have both advocated for national requirements for teachers so that they do not have to change their professional, accreditation in each state. So we will advocate across the entire lifespan, yes.
Thank you. And do you have a view as to whether there should be 2 national family advocate roles?
Absolutely.
What's the basis of that answer?
I believe that having someone focus on current serving families and the needs, the incredible amount of needs that current serving families have, the unique nature of those, is specific to one role. And I believe there needs to be a structure that exists underneath that role. I also believe a formalized relationship between the VFA and the DFA is required if we are to get this right in the future. It cannot be based on personalities. I've been incredibly lucky to have two conveners, a defense family advocate that I have great relationships with. That will not always be the case in our future. And in order for these two to advocate together and have a powerful voice that convinces government it's not just one singular voice, but there are two voices who gather an enormous amount of information from families, helps move the ball down the field. It helps provide secondary opinions when one advocate has a good personal relationship and another one doesn't. There is also a different perspective of a current serving family and a former serving family, and what those current serving families won't be able to see or understand when they're former serving families, be them bereaved, be them ex-partners, be them parents. All of that, you cannot perceive what that will look like until you have gone through that process. And yet, that amount of work and the issues that come up for those families would not allow for enough time and energy and advocacy hours for current serving families.
Is it the case that Defence Families Australia is currently in caretaker arrangements?
Yes, it is.
Are you aware of what those caretaker arrangements are?
Yes, I am.
Caretaker arrangements, and commissioners, there is a document in the tender bundle list that has now been accepted into evidence from Defence Families Australia listing what those caretaker arrangements are. Commissioner, the caretaker arrangements indicate that Defence Families Australia are not able to provide their services at full capacity.
That is correct.
How does this impact on Defence families?
Enormously. Defence Families Australia is already underfunded. They already do not meet the expectations of families because they are only part-time, and the community does not know that. And so they end up providing an enormous amount of work, volunteering their time and hours. And now we're asking them to do that at a reduced rate, which, when you look at the geographic locations that each one of them covers, to have someone based in northern Queensland and most of their work ends up being in Townsville, how do they ever have the time and energy with a 2 or 3 day week to get to Cairns? How is that realistic? And so how do those families get those needs met? They don't. They don't get to tell their stories unless they email, they call, or they go themselves to meet with those individuals. And now we've reduced that capacity of that organization while they are in caretaker, and so the families' needs are not being met right now.
What's your understanding as to why it's in caretaker arrangements?
My understanding of why it's in caretaker is because the former defense family advocate went on maternity leave, and the submission to the minister was delayed, and therefore government has not recruited for that role.
What do you think that says about Defence's commitment to families?
To me, that says to the families, and what I hear from them consistently, is that it just reinforces the message that families do not matter.
at paragraph 14 of your statement, you speak there about some of your roles, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. I would like to go to a few, if time permitting. You talk about being more family inclusive. It says identifying ways in which DVA can become more family inclusive, adopting family sensitive, needs-based practices. So starting with DVA, is it your view that DVA are currently not family inclusive?
I think DVA is working to be more family inclusive. I do not think that all practices at DVA are family inclusive. And I think we are still working on a culture of how to make DVA's policies, services, in direct engagement with veterans more family inclusive.
So how do you think they can become more family inclusive?
Talk to families.
So are you saying that they're not talking to families?
When a veteran service officer is engaging with a veteran, I cannot guarantee that they are asking that veteran to speak to their family or have the training to understand how to convince a veteran to bring their family in when they're going through their claims process, or even have an understanding of how important inclusion of families is. There are many parts of DVA that are more family inclusive, and there are others where we're still not getting it right.
And the Commission has heard evidence from some experts as to the importance and significance of families. But why do you think it would be important for DVA to include the family, speak to them and hear from them? Why do you think that is important?
It just feels like a no-brainer to me. If we're not including the families, we're not providing, veterans are not islands. They do not exist in a vacuum. They are in a family support network somehow. And if something is impacting them, it is impacting the family and vice versa, as I've said before. If we are not engaging with families, we are not getting the best outcomes for our veterans. And we simply, until we do that, and until we do it well, we will not get the best outcomes for our families.
Is it the case that families hold a lot of information?
Families fill out paperwork. Families pick up the pieces when veterans go into crisis. Families do a lot of the work and hold an enormous amount of information. Yes, they hold an information such as, his back goes out every time it rains and he uses a chair to walk from the bedroom to the bathroom, but he forgets that, and he's forgotten that when he's sitting down with his claims advocate, and therefore they forgot to put that piece of the claim in. Or, he's forgotten this or that, whereas families do hold that information, as do two brains are better than one when you're applying for things, when you're understanding things, when you're sitting there getting information about what is accepted or rejected, and we are not including families in that conversation, then we are not taking a trauma-informed approach to what is a very confronting experience for our veterans to prove their health and well-being or their injuries from something that they experienced in defense, to then have to take that into consideration and get information or be questioned on it can be traumatic. You've already established that. So to not include a support person in there with them to process that, to help them parse through afterward what was actually said and what actions need to be taken, is a gross disservice to our veterans.
And from a suicide prevention point of view, How can families help in that regard when DVA are engaging with the veteran?
Families are our first point of call. Families know when a veteran isn't okay. Families provide that immediate wraparound service. They are able to do the work when a veteran isn't able to pick up the phone and get an appointment with a psychiatrist and then a GP referral and then get into and work through DVA's processes to get into a mental health facility should they need that. And if we're not engaging families until later on and we're not doing that up front proactively, then we end up engaging with families in crisis, which is not an ideal time to engage with families in crisis. So why wouldn't we provide them with information, with a holistic approach to say, what is it that you need, where everyone's informed, where everyone's included, and we'll get better outcomes so that the people who can do the work sitting around that veteran are able to do that work while that veteran is in crisis.
So if it's a no-brainer, what is stopping DVA, or what is the barrier for DVA to be engaging with families and engaging with them early?
I want to say it's a legislative framework. Government departments don't invest in things well unless they're held accountable, and it's in their budgets, and they have to hold government accountable to invest in it. It's a cultural shift. It's a convincing people that families won't just keep asking for more, but actually need this. It's not a handout. It is something that they need to provide better services, and we'll have better outcomes, and they'll have less churn through our systems, which churn leads to worse outcomes. I'm not sure I've answered your question, but investment, legislative framework, communication, and training are all things that are required to get people on board to invest in families.
Is there a policy within DVA that says they have to engage with families and they have to engage with them early?
No.
Sorry to interject. I just have one question, and we'd agreed with council assisting. There will be some interjections today. Is the problem, Ms. Churn, a need for a fundamental change in charter of DVA so that families are recognised and included in their work, rather than at the moment it feels like their whole focus is on the actual veteran to the exclusion of the families? Is that the change that you think we need?
That is the change that I think we need.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Have you heard DVA using the reason for not engaging with families that it's a privacy issue?
Yes, is the short answer. But there is an attempt at all levels for those who are invested in families to find ways of getting around that, or of investing in things like simplifying the authority to act form and making it a singular authority to act form instead of 5 different authority to act forms, depending on what part of the department you're engaging with, be it claims, income support, bereavement, etc., so that they can better engage with families. So the intent and commitment is there, but it hasn't.
Is there an option of an opt-out type of system in DVA?
I don't know.
Do you have a view about opt-out?
It sounds easier than it actually is. I think. It would be lovely to say opt-out, but when I think about that, and I think about a number of family circumstances, I think we need to look at who the veteran wants. So if we're not, I think it goes back to that definition of family. First, we have to define family, then we have to have the veteran identify that family, and then have an opt-out. But if you don't have those first two things correct, then the opt-out doesn't work.
The Commission heard evidence from Major Stothart last month, who gave evidence with respect to defence member and family support in terms of how families are defined, and he was asked by counsel assisting whether it was important about the definition of families, and he responded, and these are his words, incredibly important. Do you agree that the definition of families is important in the way that they are defined?
Absolutely.
And why is it? I know you've touched on it, but why is it so important?
Because all of our systems and supports are set up for nuclear families. For this very brief moment in time where we had 2 partners and 2.2 children, and our systems and supports are set up for that family structure. That isn't the reality of our families. It wasn't for centuries. Then it became that way. We set up all these support structures, and now we actually need to go, well, this doesn't work for our families anymore. I'm the mother of a veteran. I have received very little communication for my son because I don't reside with him. That should not be a requirement because he identifies me as his next of kin. Why would I not receive communications? Why would he wouldn't dare opt out of communications to me. In all seriousness, if we do not define families differently, we will not get to the families we need to get to. So the definition is incredibly important, and simply saying it is those in residence with us is not sufficient.
And so where do you find DVA's definition of families, and where are some of the problems within DVA in how they define families?
DVA's definition of families is wholly and partially dependent financially. I don't know very many families who are wholly dependent on a veteran anymore. So the definition needs to change, and there is work to change that.
And do you know whether DVA's definition aligns with how Defence defined families, or is there a misalignment there?
I do believe Defence's definition has recently been amended, and that would be who the member has in residence with them, to include parents or carers, etc. But DVA's does not. You can have DVA's is simply based on financial dependence.
So is the effect of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is the effect of that while someone is serving within Defence, that a family member might be classified as a family under their definition, and then the Defence member and the family leave Defence, and then they become a client of DVA, that person who was deemed a family member within Defence may not be deemed a Defence member with DVA. Is that right? Family. Thank you.
In theory, yes.
And what about definitions that are used for families like open arms?
So I was going to make a note and then I forgot. Yes. So in open arms, it is more fluid. I do believe almost 50%, if not more than 50%, of Open Arms clients are families. And that includes parents, children, ex-partners, and partners of veterans. So I do believe there is an intent that if a family is in need of services through Open Arms, that Open Arms provide that. That Open Arms provide that service to the family. There are some restrictions, and I know that many times there's the intent to get around those restrictions. But when it is written in policy and you get the wrong person on the intake line, people will also follow the policy. So our policy doesn't always match up with our intent.
And you said before that DVA are working on the issue around definitions of families. Can you give the commissioners some examples of what DVA are actually doing in that respect?
So the legislative reform work that is currently going on, and my statement and your question to me about what I'm doing on the legislative reform raised some questions for us. So thank you for that. And we will be doing a co-design workshop with a number of organizations and individuals in the community to look at what the community wants the definition of families to be. So we will do that in two phases. One, we will look at the actual legislation and say, how should we change the words wholly and partially dependent? And what should it actually be reflected in the current legislation, the way it sits, so that it comes into this century's language. And then the second piece will be, well, what does that actually mean and where do we want to go? So not just in the harmonization process, but in the future, which individuals actually need support from DVA? How do we define families, and what does the community want prioritized by government, by DVA, in terms of who they define as their family member and how they receive services?
You've been in this role since 2020. It's now 2023. How long do families need to wait for that legislative framework to be changed so that they can be recognised by DVA?
So I object to that. This witness can't answer that question.
I pressed the question.
Well, I'm not sure that she can.
I'll reframe.
How long do they need to wait? It's a bit open-ended.
Yeah, I'll reframe
She
the
might
question.
be able to predict when change might happen. I'm not sure. But
Yeah, I'll reframe the question. Thank you, Commissioner. Do you have any idea on how long that might take?
If we properly ask the right people and get a consensus, and then get government to agree to that consensus, that's one thing. But there are financial implications. The reality is there are financial implications to redefining families and an enormous cost. So how palatable that is to government and how much that will be supported is a question. And families need to be redefined. But that will come at an enormous cost, potentially. And if it doesn't, we need to have some great statisticians show us why not, so that we can get that support sooner. Because an enormous cost will take more time, will be not supported by a number of people who have competing priorities around real issues around this country, and convincing governments and convincing finance that defense families are unique, are disadvantaged, and deserve to be prioritized is hard when we're looking at housing crisis. I'm not saying we don't do it. I'm just saying it's hard.
Thank you. And what about carers? How are carers defined in the legislation, and what is DBA? I know there's two questions, but what is DBA doing about carers?
Not enough. We have a carers gateway that carers use. Carers are not well enough recognized. There are not enough support services for carers. There are not enough pathways for carers into support, education, employment, healthcare. We do not take into consideration the physical impact that caring for a veteran takes on our carers. For, if you look at Vietnam veteran families, 30, 40, some 50 years of caring has an impact on that carer. And currently, they don't receive any support, any health care, anything until their veteran dies. And should they have a marriage breakdown or experience family and domestic violence in the last couple of years of their lives, and that veteran goes and remarries, that carer of 30 and 40 years receives nothing. So that is a whole nother group of individuals and a cohort that need to be looked at, advocated for, and provided services and supports, and currently they are not getting enough.
Thank you. One of the other roles that you state at paragraph 14E is the role of representing families' interests by giving voice to their stories and the important role they play in veterans' wellbeing. And you would have heard me say earlier that that was a key recommendation in the Hamilton report, that a consultative group is formed so that the voices of families are heard and that they have some kind of influence on policy. How do you, in your role as the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner, ascertain the interests of families? How do you go about doing that?
In a number of ways. Over the course of the 3 years, I have met and spoken with more than 22,000 individuals, and that is inclusive of veterans, families, children, service providers, researchers, research institutions, etc. And I go out into the community, I travel around the country, I meet with them on bases, I meet with them off bases. I do public speaking events. I receive emails, text messages, phone calls, Facebook messages, LinkedIn messages, etc., of families telling me what their issues are and asking them to be addressed.
And do you undertake any research or an annual survey of families?
No, I do not.
Does DBA do that?
They do a client satisfaction survey, and that's it.
But that's not a survey to ascertain the needs of families.
That's correct.
So how can DBA meet the needs of families if they're not ascertaining the needs of families?
So I'd like to speak to your question about a survey. There was a survey completed in response to this government's request for a Defence and DVA family strategy. And there was a family survey that was put out last year. More than 5,000 individuals responded to that survey. It was the first survey that was done in my time or that I've known about, specifically asking families what their needs were. Surveys are limited. There was a very small portion of widows that responded to that. And for a number of reasons, be that communications or the means with which they were provided the survey. To answer your second question about how do they ascertain the needs of families, through what they see through Defense's publications and surveys and scoping reports, through their work individually with families, when they are working with veterans on claims, whether they get phone calls, the van officers, their work in the communities, their work through Open Arms, the surveys that Open Arms does, etc.
The scoping study and the surveys that Defence do are about defence families of people who are serving.
That's correct.
So there is no surveys that DVA does on an annual basis or a regular basis to ascertain the needs of ex-serving veteran families. If I put that, apologies if that was a bit clunky there, but they've never done a survey for families who have a member who is ex-serving.
Correct. Not to my knowledge. I'm just picking in the recesses of my brain here. They have done a number of research studies, which I would be remiss to not mention, that do provide them with survey results and things, but they do not do an annual regular survey to families. And I believe the restrictions and the communications we receive from the community are that surveys are insufficient, people don't fill them out, so they have a number of reasons why they don't do them, and why they are imperfect, but there is no regular one that families receive for former serving families.
And I'm not suggesting that that would be the only way that DVA could ascertain the needs of families, be one way. What could be other ways that DVA could go about to ascertain the needs of families?
So there is an annual Female Veterans and Families Forum. There was, that is brought together. They are individuals who represent different organizations and a number of key individuals within the community. That is done through the TED team at DVA. It is once a year, it is 2 days. Sometimes they convene it at other times to convene and understand what families' needs are, how their needs, get their views on different policies and things like that. The Council for Women and Families United by Defence Service was a very good way for DVA and Defence to hear what the needs of the families were. There is now, under the new secretary, a branch that will look at veteran and family engagement, and they are doing a stakeholder strategy. And the intent of that is to do real engagement with veteran families, to hear from them, to hear the lived experience, to co-design future programs and services. So there is a real investment in, one, making that framework look right, and then two, investing in those consultations. While they aren't formal, there are engagements and consultations that happen with families. And in my role, I have done a great deal of work to pull the policy people in, to make sure there is an avenue for other relevant stakeholders within the department to join me in my consultations with the community, so that we can get the right people in DVA the information they need to provide better services and supports for families.
And the advisory council that you mentioned, that is no longer, is it?
That's correct.
So what happened with that?
So that was an initiative of the former government. It came out of Honouring Women United by Defence Service, and yes, it was great to have two events where families felt seen, recognised, and acknowledged for the first time ever, for many of them in Australia. But that was not the intent, was to hold an annual dinner. The intent was to actually see something come of it. And so the council was formed from that. That council was not reinstated. It was a 2-year council, and it was not reinstated under a former minister. And I don't know if it was the value of it or the human resources required to support it, but it has not been reinstated or continued.
Is it your view that it should be reinstated?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because similarly to the National Advisory Committee for Open Arms, if you can bring a group of lived experience experts along the journey with you, you are able to get policy and program advice. They are able to go out in the community and get different points of view that you or one individual or DVA are not going to be able to get, because different people access different individuals. So for example, people who trust me may not trust other people within the department, or they may not trust the Defense Family Advocate, for example. And that's why we have choice and different people in our community who bring up the issues and are there for us to engage with. So to have a group of individuals who bring expertise, who bring different opinions, who bring different perspectives and lenses to the table to talk about family issues, and then they did an enormous amount of work as well on family and domestic violence, on issues that were raised by the department where they said, is this a good idea, is this a bad idea? And they would go out and canvass that in their own communities with their own networks. And that provided different perspectives to the department, which is important. And right now we're not getting that in the same way. It's informal, or I'm running those sessions myself.
Part of your role is to provide advice to DVA and the Minister for Veterans Affairs, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
How do you provide advice, and I don't want you to tell me the advice, but how do you provide advice to the Minister?
It's usually verbal or via email, and often through advisors.
Are there formal arrangements in place?
No.
Do you think there should be formal arrangements in place for you to provide that advice?
Yes.
Why are there not formal arrangements in place?
Each minister has conducted that differently. It's up to their discretion.
And are there formal arrangements in place for you to provide advice to the Secretary of DVA?
Yes.
What are those formal arrangements?
I have a regular fortnightly catch-up with her. I also sit on the Military Rehabilitation and Commission and the Repatriation Commission, where I provide formal advice. I sit on a Secretary's Weekly Update, where I provide that input and advice, Executive Leadership Group, Executive Management Board, and a number of other steering groups where I can provide that advice.
And you, in your role, one of your roles is to develop and foster the relationship with the Department of Defence. How do you foster that relationship with the Department of Defence?
Again, that varies. It's meetings that I'm on with, so there's a number of steering groups and committees that I sit on, as well as informal relationships with Lieutenant General Natasha Fox, Wade Stothart. I sit on a number of steering groups and provide advice for them there. There's a defense liaison officer who I engage with regularly on different issues. I go around to various bases and meet with COs or liaison officers, chaplains, etc. So it's a variety of ways.
Do you have access to the Chief of Defence Force?
Yes, I do.
In what way do you have access?
I can have meetings when required with the Chief of Defence Force.
And the Minister for Defence?
No, I have not had any meetings with the Minister of Defence.
Would you like to have meetings with the Minister for Defence? Is there any benefit?
I do think there's benefit. I think there's benefit to, and potentially I could have meetings with anyone in government. Should I I think I think there's an enormous amount of benefit in making sure every member of government is across every veteran and family issue, so that when things come through government, they understand why it's important and why they should say yes and why they should make it a priority.
What do you think are the main challenges relating to Defence's understanding and recognition of families' needs and interests?
Can you repeat the question,
Yeah.
please?
What do you think are the main challenges for Defence in understanding and recognising the needs and interests of families?
Culture. I think there is a deep-seated culture that families are add-ons, that the defense member is the priority, that they are the employee and employer, and families have signed up to this, and most of our families are okay. And families need to be provided with services so they can take care of themselves, versus a cultural shift to proactive, real investment in families, recognizing that what is required of defense families is unique and directly impacts the security of this nation. Families are not asking for handouts. They are asking for pathways and support to care.
And what needs to happen, in your opinion, to strengthen Defence's recognition of families' needs and their interests?
Can you repeat that one more time? I just want to make sure I actually answer the question.
What needs to happen? So you've identified the challenges, but what needs to happen to strengthen Defence's recognition of families' needs and their interests?
I don't know. I really feel like I'm banging my head against the wall.
Can you talk a little bit about the banging of your head against the wall? Do you want to take a moment? You can take a moment. Have you got some water there, Commissioner? Please take your time.
Ms. Jern, no one's in a rush. Please take your time. Have a drink of water as well. We appreciate how difficult this is, but we also value greatly your views.
Commissioner, would you like to have a short adjournment?
Please.
I seek a short adjournment. Commissioners?
We'll just have an early break for morning tea. Thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Ms. Bridget.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Cherney, before the adjournment, you had mentioned that you feel like you are hitting your head against a brick wall Would you like to tell the commissioners what are some of the things that you're finding that you have to, that you are hitting your head against a brick wall and the frustrations that might cause you? You might want to turn your microphone on, Commissioner.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think since starting this role, I've learned that, especially in the first 2 years, if I wasn't in the room, families didn't get talked about. If I wasn't on a meeting or my face wasn't in a little box on GovTeams, it was veterans, 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 veterans. And families just did not get a look in. There are slowly, I try to encourage myself and go, it's iterative, just one step, one thing each day. But that gets really tiring. We still haven't had what I do hope comes out of this commission, which is massive structural, generational change. These are not small, iterative changes that we need. When you are not in attendance at something and you realize that families don't get talked about, it makes you wonder, why? Is your voice actually being heard or listened to? Is there a real resistance that you don't understand? Do they undermine you or think that you're not credible? It really makes you wonder, what is it about the point that we keep trying to bring up, that families matter, that they're not getting? And it's discouraging. Is it meant to be discouraging? And then in the last 18 months, I've started to see what I think are these little pockets of hope. And they are not enough, but they are there. And they are people using language that the moms, myself, other families have said. They are using our words. They are asking our opinions. They are valuing them and creating lived experience frameworks within DVA that allow people other than me and other than a handful of veterans in the senior executive, real voice, real roles, real influence, authority, a place at the decision-making table, and an ability to move up within the bureaucracy at every level. They are starting to value lived experience and putting that in. That makes me really hopeful. Does it answer today's problems? No. Does it solve what current families are going through? No. So every morning I wake up and it's like, one, which rock do I pick up and see the mess underneath it? Or two, do I just run straight into this brick wall and hope that the stick actually provides an outcome? My role is independent, and that means nothing. I have no authority, I have no money to spend, I have to influence and persuade. That is my job. So I need to convince people every day that families matter. Hope they listen and hope they respond. How do you make a role like this have authority? Other than with a consistent, embarrassing stick, I'm not sure how. And I don't actually think that that motivates people to change. I take a very different approach and I try to speak to their hearts and convince them that what I am saying matters because of my experiences. Some people I influence and some people dismiss me. That brick wall is families matter. Families are at the center. Families are even at the center of our well-being wheel. Where is the real investment? One of the achievements I made in the last couple of years was we had 1.5 full-time people working on family policy at DVA. We now have 8. That is a start. That is a massive shift in families are important. We actually need to have people who are doing this full-time who aren't doing that as add-ons to their other work. That's the kind of investment I'm talking about. That's the kind of investment that I am not seeing yet in defense. You tell me, there's this great tagline they've been using, you enlist the veteran, you keep the family. Show me. Show me you mean that. When the survey from 2022 still says what it says. Show me. 30% of families can't get information. The majority of families feel worse off. Families have worse employment benefit outcomes. Like, we're not getting this right. And acknowledgement that we are not getting this right and that families are not just whinging would be a great start.
Is that how families are perceived sometimes?
I think there are still people within defense and DVA who think that, yes. There are others who don't think that. But there are others who think if we give families something, they're just going to want more. So let's be careful about what we give them because we want them to stand on their own and have self-agency, and we just want to keep enabling that self-agency. There's not like, and I describe it as defense has a lean-out approach. We help families to help themselves, theoretically, and DVA has a more and more lean-in approach. How do we help families help themselves and gain that self-agency, keep that self-agency, but enhance their well-being with support wrapped around them? Those are two very different ways of looking at it. Those are two sometimes can be conflicting ways of looking at it, but they're not even clear, defense isn't even clear on what they will and won't provide. And so they keep raising expectations of families and then families are let down. So either tell us you're not going to do anything or you're going to do very little and you're not really going to invest in us. And I say that as a defense family. Or actually invest in us. But the talk, enough talk.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner, you said before that you're hoping for some structural reform as a result of this Royal Commission. Can you tell the Commissioners what you mean by that and what would be perhaps some recommendations or a recommendation you would make around structural reform?
We need frameworks that hold government to accountable. I know I sound like a broken record, but until we have a legal framework that makes sure defense and DVA provide supports and services to families, you're just gonna have a bunch of worker bees who are working their tails off to try and make this happen with resistance and poor investment.
Thank you. I'm going to move to a new topic now, which is about some of the challenges and the limitations of your role, and also focus on some solutions and what could be done better. In paragraph 14I, you talk about some of the other roles that you have, and I mentioned them earlier, the Commissioner of the Repatriation Commission and member of the Military Rehabilitation of the Compensation Commissioner. What does your role involve in those two roles? What does that involve? What do you have to do?
So my role in those two commissions is to protect the entitlements of veterans and families. We are responsible for the administration of the policies within DVA, and we are able to make individual assessments when there are families who have specific needs that fall outside of DVA's current legislative instruments, and make amendments to those in some cases. And we have seen the power of that commissions grow over the course of my time there. For example, if I may give an example, a unique case came to commissions saying there is a family whose child was eligible for a gold card between the age of 16 and 26. That individual has been diagnosed with a mental health condition and cannot go to school full-time. Under the current arrangements, that child would no longer be eligible for the gold card benefits. We changed it and changed the instrument to say, if that child has a mental health condition that is diagnosed, they remain, and an intent to go to school, even if they were only going part-time or were unable to go, they would still remain eligible for the gold card. That changed it for that child, but now that has changed it for every other child who falls into that category. And we have been able to find instances where the legislative instruments don't make any sense when it comes to, they look shiny, they look great, and then when you roll them out, this family and that family fall through the cracks, and they aren't getting the services and supports, and we have the power to change that. And more, the commissions are doing that.
When you talk about instruments, can you just explain that, what you mean by?
There's an instrument that says what the legislation allows for eligibility for a family to receive services and supports. And that piece of legislation can be changed in certain circumstances. I think I'm answering this correctly. In certain circumstances for specific cases, and there can be, we can make changes to that, and when we can, we are.
How much time did these roles take, say, during your week, or if you want to think about it from a month, how much time do those roles take compared to having to do the role as the veteran family advocate?
So these specific roles, I have, I believe it has flip-flopped between every 4 weeks, every 6 weeks. I'm not sure what the rate is at this moment. I think it's back to every 4 weeks. We have a commissions meeting, and you have papers that are prepared that take several hours to read. You have a meeting that is anywhere between 2 and 4 hours long for commissions, and then you have follow-up questions or advice that you will provide to the policy area or the service provision area when they are seeking to consult commission's input on pharmaceutical benefits or home care schemes or things like that, and changes that the department would like to make. So there's consultation, so an enormous amount of time on top of. And you saw a list of dozens of committees and subcommittees and steering groups and advisory groups and research boards that I sit on as well, which takes up an enormous amount of time too.
You may not know the answer to this, and please say if you don't know, that is fine, but why does the position of the Family Veteran Advocate Commissioner sit within the Repatriation Commission?
It has to, in some ways, I think. I know that originally I thought it needed to sit at PM&C, but again, when I am not in that room, the voice for families is not strong enough. We have a repatriation commissioner who is well and truly dedicated, and has the ones that I've worked with, well and truly dedicated to veterans issues, understands family issues, but is solely comes from the lens of being a veteran. And the family consideration took time for that, for the repatriation commissioner to argue for, to understand, to be able to have me not in the room and argue for those family issues. I don't think we have a lived experienced voice in that room of a non-military family, and one is required.
Is it not possible, though, that you could have a person sitting on that commission that is not the veteran family advocate? So someone with lived experience who might take that position and sit on that commission and do all the things that you are doing, but having then a separate role to the Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner so that that person could then do their job better, perhaps.
Perhaps. I think the insights that I get from what's coming through the department, where they want to go with policies, tweaks and changes to programs and services on that committee, and then having an actual say based on my daily work with families on the other steering groups and things that I sit on, advisory boards and consultations I do, provides better insight into that actual commissions and the outcomes from those.
You say at paragraphs 51 to 53 of your statement that it does in fact take you away from your work advocating for families, so it's like a trade-off. You'd use the term trade-off.
Everything in my role is a trade-off. If I'm focused on suicide prevention, I'm not focused on family and domestic violence. If I'm focused on children and mental health, I'm not focused on transition. There is a lot of trade-offs. If I'm focused on policy, I'm not out consulting. If I'm out consulting and communicating, working with the community, I'm not working with the education scheme and the changes that are going on there. Everything in my job is a trade-off. There are 1,000 priorities. Everything is urgent and important. So how the art of this position is trying to manage those things, prioritize appropriately, and then respond to what the community is asking.
And in those paragraphs about the trade-off, where you refer to it, you are specifically referring to it within the context of the staffing issue and in the context of competing priorities for you in that role. Is it fair for me to put this to you, and say if it's not, but wouldn't you have more time to do your family advocacy work in the roles that we saw at paragraph 14 if you weren't having to if you didn't have to have those other roles on the Repatriation Commission and the Military Compensation Commission?
Then where's the authority and the decision-making power in this role?
Which role?
In the veteran family advocate role. If I'm not sitting on those two things, that is the only thing that gives me authority and decision-making power, really.
And that's because of the way that it was set up.
Yes. Families need to have a say in the room. And I do believe that this is an option and a viable option for how to do that. I think that the issue I was bringing up with the staffing is that having individuals or other people throughout the nation who could do local engagement would actually be a better model, so that this one could focus on the national, getting fed in information, and be able to focus on those national issues.
And I will ask you some questions about your proposed model, but it's the case, isn't it, that in your role within the Repatriation Commission and the Compensation Commission, that you're subject to the overall direction of the Secretary of DBA?
In her role as the president of the commissions.
In her role as the president
Correct.
of the commission. Who are you directly responsible to?
The president of the commissions and the minister.
And that is the DBA secretary.
Yes.
Do you think that that has a potential to impede or limit your independence as role of Veteran Family Advocate Commissioner?
Yes, and In years past, I did believe that it could be a flawed model. I still think it could be. That has not been my experience with the past two secretaries, and I have been able to maintain my independence and my voice. But I do think it is a risk, absolutely.
And you mentioned before about not being reliant on personalities.
Yep.
Could it be the case that you're just doing an exceptional job in it, but the actual formal structures are not there to create that independence?
Yes, and. Yes, the formal structures are a risk, and can you repeat the question just so I make sure I answer it?
That's
Yep.
okay. It was probably it wasn't probably a perfect question on my part. You mentioned earlier that we can't rely just on personalities. You know, people who might be really good and then they go, but the structures aren't in place to make sure that things happen in a particular way. And I'm just asking you about this because the structure here is that I asked you who your immediate supervisor is or who you're accountable to, and it is the president of the Repatriation Commission, who happens to be the DVA secretary.
Yes. So again, I will answer that. Yes, I think there's a risk, especially if the secretaries aren't who they were and didn't support this role as they have. I also think the independence of this role is sometimes arbitrary. Whether I am independent or stuck deep in DVA, if I can't persuade and I can't convince people of the importance and I'm not given a bit of authority, it doesn't matter if I'm independent or not. I can't walk around with a stick and expect people to sit in meetings with me and work with me all the time and really try to understand from a defensive point of view why families are important. It takes that persuasion and influence as well as the occasional stick, and some people don't think I wield that enough, and I will take that. But I think the independence of this role is important to a point, and then you just have to be able to persuade and influence. But that authority and place at the decision-making table of this particular role on the Repatriation Commission is important, while I do think the secretary/president being the reporting line is an absolute risk.
And you and your staff within the Office of the Veteran Family Advocate Commission is based within a DVA office, is that right?
That is correct.
And DVA funds your salary,
Yes.
is that correct? They fund the salary of your staff
Yes.
and supplies and travel, is that correct? And you and your staff utilise the information and communications technology and corporate services of DVA, is that correct?
Yes.
So does DVA have access to your emails?
Yes.
Do you think being located within DVA, having access to their IT systems, them having access to your emails, and then paying the salary of your salary and the staff, that has the potential to impede or hinder the independence of your role?
Yes, but I think it's a trade-off. If I sit completely separate, and I grapple with this as well, if I sit completely separately from the department, I don't have that daily access. I don't have that trust that I can establish or the ability to pass people in the hallway or sit on random meetings or get invited to things in a way that is more integrated, which means I'm part of more of the co-design, more of the iterative process of programs and services that we're trying to develop for families, simply because I am co-located.
You also give evidence in paragraph 19 of your statement that at times your staff have been called upon to support other administrative functions of DVA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so isn't that another trade-off?
Yes.
And is there a resourcing or staffing issue within the office?
Within my office?
Yes, within your office?
There has been, not at the moment, yes.
You speak of, at paragraphs 48 and 50, of some of the challenges and limitations regarding veteran family policy. Can you tell the commissioners what you mean by that?
I'm just reading, if I may.
Please, take your time.
This was the legislative framework that I was talking about, and the fact that families at present, if they are not widowed or dependent children, do not have discrete policy written for them. It is in relation to the veteran.
And is there any policies at DVA at the moment relating to families?
Yes, there would be.
Do you know what they are?
I'm happy to take that on notice.
That's fine, Commissioner. In your statement, you propose a national network of deputy advocates to support the role, your role and the role of Defence Families Australia. If you had a wish list of what these roles and the model would look like, could you tell commissioners what you think it should look like?
I lose a lot of sleep over this, actually, because I don't think the current model is working, and I don't know if that's Defence Family Advocates being under-resourced. I think there are actually a couple of options that could be looked at for a ideal advocacy model across the country. One is that the DFA, the Defence Family Advocate, and the Veteran Family Advocate are co-located, which has its positives and negatives. As we said, it would need its own system, it would need its own resources, its own funding budget, et cetera, et cetera. It would sit outside and could much more easily, in both defense and DVA, not be engaged with on a regular basis. It could be co-located, sometimes shared staffing between the two offices, where these two individuals have, even if it's the 8, but properly funded individuals around the country, delegates who work full-time, are paid full-time with benefits and superannuation and proper leave, and they are then able to advocate for both defense and veteran families. Again, not ideal, because they would both be full-time, potentially full-time roles, but I do recognize restrictions around funding, and so I'm trying to make a realistic recommendation here, which isn't a pie-in-the-sky recommendation, which is that they could be some shared resources around comms, around web pages, and other things. Ideally, Defence Family Australia delegates would be fully funded and work full-time, or 4 days a week, or whatever is appropriate, and they in their contracts. And there would be veteran family advocates at each state level. There are individuals working around this country in that capacity as volunteers already. They advocate and write to ministers, they write to state premiers, they write to veterans ministers in all of the states, they sit on advisory councils for veterans, and they're already doing this work. Veteran families do this work anyway, voluntarily. So why would we pay them for it? Because our work is valuable and deserves to be compensated for.
Do you have a view about an independent National Defence and Veteran Family Advocacy Service?
Can you repeat that?
Do you have a view about having an independent National Defence and Veteran Family Advocacy Service?
I think it goes back to what I said before. There are positives and negatives to that. You know, if we want to, if ministers and CDF and secretaries want to engage with that entity, you'd have to have the right authority, you'd have to have the right framework around it to make those relationships and that engagement formal. I think a comment I would like to make on the current flaws of the structure that we have is you can support something, but if you don't have individuals in those roles, then are you really supporting it? So there are ways to get around the current framework we have if you really don't want to support it, is what I'm saying. And I would imagine there are ways to get out around interacting with an independent one, although I do think it is worthy of consideration.
And the Commission has evidence from Defence Families Australia about the current challenges that they're facing, yet they are within Defence. So are there not risks and challenges of being within a system that may not support that work?
Absolutely. I know I haven't given you an easy task. Sorry.
Thank you, Commissioner. You state at paragraph 77 that the Australian Defence Veterans Covenant does not adequately recognise and acknowledge veteran families, including the specific impacts of military service on their lives and well-being and their unique needs. In what ways do you think it doesn't adequately recognise families?
Look, it's recently come to my attention that veterans don't feel the covenant means very much. And we say we support you, but here are all the barriers to that support. So if veterans feel that way about the Defence Veteran Covenant, how do families feel? Again, it is that add-on. It is that, oh yeah, you're important and we need to mention you and we do want to invest in you, but we don't have the resources or we don't have the money or we just don't have the time. And again, it's a example of, oh, we're making progress, but not yet. Oh, we're thinking about it, but not yet. And I think an actual, it's a place to start.
So is it the wording of the covenant, or is it how the covenant is or is not put into practice?
Both.
So you would support a redrafting of that covenant?
Absolutely.
You talk about, or you speak about in your statement about communication channels with families, and you raise it as one of the barriers or gaps for families about information, and Sue Hamilton spoke about that in her report. You say that the communication channels with families are not fully effective. Is that still, you maintain that evidence today?
Yes, ma'am.
How is it, with the vast technologies to communicate with families, such as social media, the internet, emails, texting, and the list goes on, that communication channels with families is still not fully effective?
Last Friday, I got a web page. I've been in this role for 3 years. It finally went live. My staff have been working on it with our service provider for 8 months, actively, and advocating for it before that. It was always fully supported by the department that I would have one.
Has the delay been because you've been reliant on their IT systems?
and the service provision, yes. If that is that hard, what inferences can we make around other communication channels for veteran families? Privacy is, as I make in my statement, privacy is often used as a reason. Families still do not know what DMFS is. Families still do not know that Open Arms exists and can support them. Families still don't know that Legacy can support them and other organizations like that. So I know there are a number of organizations and investments around the country in a number of states who have taken on a national catalogs to be available for families. How many families actually know about those, would use them? I know one of them has had 7,000 users in the last, since November of last year. That doesn't come anywhere near the 560,000 veteran families that we are trying to. I mean, you can't have a communication strategy that doesn't have a national campaign to actually engage families.
And I will ask you about strategies in a moment, but have you had an opportunity to read or hear the evidence of DMFS in the last hearing block in Adelaide?
Yes.
And what comments would you like to make? Do you have any comments you would like to make on any of the evidence that they gave to the Royal Commission?
It's a big question. I'm just trying not to go over.
I can ask you specific questions.
That would be
if you
much
like.
more
That
helpful.
probably
Thank
will
you.
Assist you.
Yes, thank you.
They gave some evidence about gaps in services around childcare. You identified childcare as a need, is that correct in your statement?
Yes, I do.
And what are your views about childcare and what are the issues that Defence need to grapple with?
DMFS's approach to families is still a flawed approach. In my opinion, it is demand-driven. So where there is not demand, there is not service provision. So if you're not providing services that families want, you're not going to get demand, so you're not going. So the demand-driven model is flawed. There is also families are doing okay from a number of representatives within Defence that don't think much more is required. There is also what feels like, from a family perspective, and I say this from my own experience and from what others that I have communicated with me in the last month since that testimony, there is a feeling that there is a dismissiveness around it's a national need, so therefore we don't have to worry about it because it's a civilian national issue. So if it's a defense issue, well, that just falls in line with a national issue. I don't subscribe to that thinking at all. Defense families are asked an enormous amount. They are doubly isolated, they are moved around, they are required to do things that other civilian families are not, and their lives are affected. We have to do a better job of providing things like childcare to those families. The 300 kilometers that one family must travel to get a childcare placement is not a viable solution. The wait lists are not appropriate lengths. The reasoning behind those wait lists aren't good enough. If I am getting a placement 2 days a week, if a family is getting a placement 2 days a week, and they're in a wait list for the other 1 to 3 days that they need, and we think that that need has been met because they're actually in a daycare center, they can't work a full-time job. That is an unreasonable expectation of a military family. If they need 5, if there's a wait list that's longer than a couple dozen people long, there is a need. And if defense in these remote deserts where there is a child care desert is what it's been described as, where 60% of our bases are, then we actually have to fill that need. So there is a requirement that is not being met. I'm not sure, I feel like I've rambled on that question. Apologies.
No apologies at all, Commissioner. You did answer the question. That is absolutely fine. Just going to the DMFS evidence in that last hearing block, with respect to communication with families, do you think that DMFS take a proactive approach to engaging with families?
No.
And do you think they provide information to families at various different times of the life cycle of the service member?
No.
And do you think that is important to do that?
Yes.
Is it important because if you get information when you don't need it, you don't absorb it?
Well, if you get information is it important? Can you repeat your question? I want to answer your question.
Is it important for families to get information at the various different stages in the life cycle of a defence member? So rather than just get it at a introductory stall for a welcome to families or when they're transitioning, but to be getting information constantly as that defence member progresses stage to another stage. They go on a deployment, they come back, they get relocated, they get a different posting.
Yes. If we're not, families need to be getting information from day one. We have an excellent opportunity where they are a fantastic audience, a captive audience, if you will, at march out ceremonies and graduations. I have seen hundreds of families attend those, and not nearly enough information is given to those families about the services and supports they will need. Families are treated from the beginning as though they might need services. The reality is there are very few families who will not need services along the way. So the new family guide should be handed out as a beginner's Bible. This is what you will need as an introduction. Put it on your bookshelf, make sure you look at it at every different stage. They might take it in, they'll be too excited about the graduation, etc. At every single stage, we should be engaging with families because their needs will change, their life circumstances will change, their partners will change, their children will grow up and move away, their health will change. All of these life events that you described will occur over the course of many of their time as a defense family. And if they don't have access to that information, or they don't feel comfortable, or they're not getting the right information from a helpline, or don't want to call a helpline, then we are not doing enough to provide them with the information they need to be successful. We have a duty and a moral obligation to families that we are not living up to.
Do you see any benefit or do you have a view on a defence family having a contact person in DMFS and that contact person remains their contact person during the duration of their service life?
I wish it was that easy. I don't see that being viable. I do think we need more funding within and more investment in DMFS. I think we need to figure out where defense families want to be met instead of a passive approach of this is what we provide and families can come to us, and when they don't, there's no need, versus this is what families are requesting and then showing up, providing them that care, providing them that support in a proactive way, and actually being flexible and agile to meet their needs. This is the second time I've done that in the last couple of minutes where I've lost the question. I'm sorry.
It's fine. You've answered the question, Commissioner. If you want to come back to it, you can. In terms of your contact with DMFS, what relationship do you have with them, and do you find that what advocacy do you do with DMFS?
I have regular contact with DMFS, with their Director General. I have met with the incoming one right after the Taipan incident, and since then. And I have engagement with DMFS on the ground when I travel around or have engagements. They are invited to all of my consultations and engagements with the community when I'm in their areas, as well as other meetings that I might attend that they're at, and steering groups that they're invited to or I'm invited to.
And do you think, just from your experiences and your contact with DMFS staff, including their social workers or their family officers, has your observations been that they are empowered within Defence to make changes for families or to advocate for them?
Sometimes yes and sometimes no. I think they're incredibly stifled. I think there are really well-intentioned, hardworking individuals who have not been supported. I think they have made an enormous effort in advocating for families when they support the issue and feel that they can do something. And I have seen incredibly empathetic, proactive individuals be so stifled that they come off to a community as cold and unempathetic. And I wonder what the culture is that would do that to a human that I've worked with for almost a decade now.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have two more questions and then I will then yield to the commissioners. What do you see as the main needs or issues for, and there are three, and I can break them down individually, but I'll just let you know what the three are. The main needs for Defence families and or carers, the main needs for DVA families, DVA client families and carers, and the main needs of families or carers of ex-serving members who do not access DVA. So the families that are out there that DVA do not know about, that Defence do not know about. What do you see are the main needs? And feel free to break it down that way, or feel free to just answer that in terms of what you see as the main needs for families.
There was a recent survey for Defence families that I didn't fill out because I didn't see myself as a Defence family or someone who should provide information to that survey. And it was really enlightening to me this morning when I was reflecting on, if I don't see myself as a part of this community, as the mother of a veteran who does not reside with him, then who does? And a really strong advocate, widow in our community, said once, if I do not see myself as a part of this community, I will not think I can receive services or supports, and I certainly will not speak up for myself in this community. So one is recognition. Recognition that we exist, that we matter, that there is a moral obligation to support us, not provide us with employment, provide us with employment pathways to grease the wheels, to, as Sandy Loxton and Sharon says, reduce the barriers, reduce the amount and height of hurdles that exist for our families, so that we can actually live productive lives, which is what we want to do anyway. So recognition, investment in programs and services that actually support us, communications, real, true communications that get out to families, that don't say we can send 2 magazines to your house every year, but we can't communicate with you otherwise because we'll be breaking privacy. Actual investment in engagement, not saying things culturally like, hope you're not gonna get your mom involved again this time, where there is a real cultural issue and dismissiveness around engaging families. Like, why is it that a child who is suicidal, who's gone into a mental health facility, who is worried about their future, who is concerned about their position, can't have a support person who might be a mother and have that be valued by our defense command? It's insulting, dismissive, counterproductive, and frankly, life-threatening. Because that young man will then go, can't get my family involved, can't tell my family can't be across this stuff, or I can tell them, but they can't actually communicate and advocate for me. So I'll go back. Recognition, communications, investment, and culture change.
And in the Annexure M, you also spoke about health. Would you like to make any comments about health and needs or barriers and gaps in health?
For families specifically?
Yes.
Yeah. We are finally working, again, an achievement I've made is to actually have a real action plan that sits underneath the family strategy that will come out from Defense and DVA. And that action plan and my intent is to have programs and services and policy changes that are prioritized, that show government what the community has said is important to them. That action plan includes things about health. I explained earlier how the health of carers is incredibly impacted. They have they often give up their jobs. They can't get private health insurance because they can't afford it. Their mental and physical health is affected by their caring role, and yet we take no responsibility for them and provide them no support other than what any other civilian would get. And we think that that is acceptable.
Is partner employment an important issue?
Yes. If we were able to provide more pathways for partners, learn from our international partners on the fact that they invested in veteran employment for the last 10 years and have seen very little change in outcomes. There is an entire community of underemployed veteran partners. Children should not be forgotten. They have limited networks, changing of location, limited visibility of careers. If we are not doing both partner and child employment pathways, we are missing a real opportunity here. But on the other side of that, if we're providing partners with pathways for employment, Defense has to do a better job of ensuring that that employment is valued, their time is valued and enabled in a way that also doesn't break down families because people are choosing career and my life over national security and supporting my partner who's in defense. So something seriously needs to shift in the way that we support partners who are employed and the pathways that are provided for them.
And do you think there is a greater need for counselling services for children of defence and veterans?
Absolutely.
And do you think there is a need for more specialist relationship counselling for defence families?
Yes.
And do you think there should be an increase in the number of social workers within DMFS?
Yes.
And do you think there should be an increase in the counselling allowance provided to families?
Yes.
And do you think that there needs to be more accessible resources to assist families with the pressures of postings and relocations?
Yes.
The Commission heard evidence from Defence about the development of the Defence Mental Health and Wellbeing Strategy. Were you provided with an opportunity to have any input into that strategy?
Yes. I sit on the steering committee.
And is it the case that there is a Defence and DVA family strategy on foot? What is that called?
The final name I'm not sure on.
Oh, that's okay.
Current recommendation is Defense and DVA Family Wellbeing Strategy. I was working on the first DVA Family Strategy when this government announced an election commitment to a joint Defense and DVA Family Strategy.
And is that different to Family Services and Support Strategy, or are they?
That might be the same.
They might be
that
the
is the
same.
same. I believe that is the same, yes.
But currently there's no strategy within Defence or DVA that is being published for a family strategy.
There is no current strategy within Defence and DVA for families. That is correct.
Why is this strategy taking so long to be developed and published?
So it was announced at the election last year that there would be a Defence and DVA joint strategy. We went out in the last half of last year on consultations let me rephrase. I went out last year and was supported in consultations with DVA, so veteran families, former serving families, and some current serving families, to be engaged in consultations for that strategy. A draft strategy has gone to the minister, and that's as much as I can tell you.
In developing that strategy, were there any differences between DVA's approach to the strategy and Defence's approach to the family strategy?
Yes, that goes back to what I was saying about that lean in, lean out approach previously, whereas Defence takes a less proactive approach. And in terms of development of that strategy, the approaches were more of a passive lean out approach versus DVA's lean in proactive approach to families.
Has that caused some of the delay?
Yes, ma'am.
And do strategies and action plans have budgets?
Strategies do not. Action plans ultimately would provide some insight to government around potential budget measures in the future, yes. But cannot create requirements of budget expenditure for government.
In a 2017 report called Review into the Suicide and Self-Harm Prevention Services available to current and former serving ADF members and families, and it's okay if you don't know that report because it wasn't on the tender bundle and you don't need to know what's in the report. So the recommendation 5 said that ADF and DVA should rethink the strategy and range of initiatives to support families. A family engagement and support strategy should be co-designed with families and focus on known stress points for families. That recommendation was in 2017. It's now 2023, and there is still no family engagement support strategy or no family strategy at all. Is that right?
That is correct.
Does that concern you?
Yes, it does.
And you talk in your statement about family-centric model. What do you mean by that, and why is it important?
So at the moment, we have a veteran-centric model where families are in the center of that circle, but it is not a family-centric model. We're not looking at the veteran in relation to its family and how the impact of a service or support is on that family, not nearly holistically enough. It is unclear when families as a whole are getting services from different agencies within the Commonwealth or within the state. It is siloed. It is not, there is disjointed care for the family, and that's what I'm talking about, is the ability to share across relevant departments who are caring for the same individuals, so we as a collective get better outcomes instead of the family having to do the work in NDIA and the work in Veterans Affairs and the work in aged care, et cetera. It should be wrapped around them so they're getting better outcomes.
Thank you, Commissioner. And my final question is this. You have referred to some matters that DVA are not doing or could do better: investment, engaging with families early, ascertaining family needs, getting families involved in care plans, if you like. You didn't use that word, but that, involved in care plans. Is there anything else, any other examples that you can tell the commissioners that DVA are not doing that you think they should be doing to support families?
Postvention.
Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. It is the number one thing I have been advocating for, next to child mental health and parent support. Postvention, every single one of our defense and veteran families have been touched by suicide. We are a community who is ripe for postvention engagement, bereavement support, healing, psychosocial education around grief and trauma and post-traumatic growth, which we always forget to talk about. And we still aren't doing it. We have consultations set up that will be set up in October this year, finally, to actually talk about what that postvention framework will look like. There's work being done around the country through organizations like Mesha and Standby and Roses in the Ocean and Feel the Magic, and all these different organizations are trying to say, how do we do this better? And because of many reasons, we're just not there yet. And it feels like that is the crux of my role. We're just not there yet. It's just out of reach. That support for families, for parents is just out of reach. There's really great intention. We're just not doing it yet.
And are you finding as a result of that families who have lost a family member to suicide or experiencing suicide behaviours, that they are unable to get some kind of resolve within themselves or some kind of closure to move through the grief process? Have you experienced that with families that you've met?
Yes.
And do you think that's because there is a lack of postvention?
I think families deserve an investment in postvention. I think that is because there is no postvention here for defense and veteran families. And whether families choose to participate in that or not, the lack of its existence shows a lack of commitment and recognition that defense contributed to a death, and families, again, aren't invested in and aren't supported afterward. And that is what families feel and experience. And if we're not investing in postvention, they're not going to feel recognized. They're not going to feel supported. They're not going to heal. Or if they do, it's on their own back. And the work they did and the fact that they got lucky with a fantastic counselor and a great support network. Not that government actually said, we see you, we know that we contributed to this, we are taking responsibility, and we are investing in the care and support of you to heal and move forward with your life.
Thank you, Commissioner. And do you have any final comments or any particular recommendations that you would like to make to the Commissioners?
I think for the most part I've said them. I think we are forgetting our aging cohort, our Vietnam veterans whose will to live is waning, their partners whose will to live is waning. We are not investing in them. We do not see them. Not nearly enough advocacy is happening for them. And when it is happening, not nearly enough is being done for them. We have parents, carers, children, sisters who are still invisible in our community. And I can talk until I'm blue in the face about all of them, but until every part of this ecosystem of support that is supposed to exist for families starts recognizing them, talking to them, and actually investing in programs and support services for them, that includes every ESO out there, then it's just rhetoric. And we will continue to suffer, and we will continue to fray the fabric of the Australian society.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Cherney. Commissioners, I have no further questions at this stage.
Thank you. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you for your evidence today. It's very, very powerful. I have lots of questions. I just want to start, and I appreciate that it's not your role necessarily, but I guess in a way you're being a voice for the Defence Family Advocate who's not here, because the role is vacant and they're in a caretaker kind of position. But you made a couple of references to the time allocation for the staff in the Defence Family Advocate's office, but also to issues of leave and conditions like superannuation. Could you perhaps clarify for me exactly what you were referring to there, because that's not something I'm aware of, I guess.
The Defence Family Advocate and the delegates have no leave entitlements. Their superannuation is lower than other civil servants. There's no maternity leave for our Defence Family Advocates and delegates.
So how is it that they have no leave or no maternity leave? Are they not?
They're contracted.
They're contracted.
And they are able to claim 5 hours of work a few days a week. So I believe it's up to 15 hours a week and sometimes 20.
So you spoke earlier about the representative in Townsville who might need to go to Cairns, for example. Some of those hours would be taken up travelling to Cairns and back to Townsville.
Correct.
Right, okay. And you said the submission to replace the current advocate had been delayed. Can you just give us a sense of how long that delay was? So are we talking about a week or two, or are we talking about longer?
I believe it was longer.
In terms of your staff, we heard the Defence Family Advocate has the 8 representatives, and I'm assuming that's for the 8 states and territories. But you don't have that many staff as the Veteran Family Advocate. How many do you have?
I have an executive assistant, an executive officer, and 1 advisor who works 4 days a week.
Okay. And in terms of FTE, are they all full-time?
Sorry.
Are they all full-time?
My executive assistant and my executive officer are full-time, and my advisor is 4 days a week.
Right. Okay, and in the model that Ms Bridget was talking about earlier, if the Defence Family Advocate and the Veterans Family Advocate were kind of co-located, and there was a discussion about 8 staff, I just want to clarify in my own head, would that mean that one representative in each state and territory could effectively cover defence and veterans if they were, say, for example, full-time? Is that, I just wasn't clear.
It is a potential model that the delegates could do 2.5 days a week per se on defence and current serving, and 2.5 days a week as veteran former serving families, so and split their time so that it is a shared resource, but perhaps an economical way of actually employing them full-time and having them address the needs of families coherently.
Okay, thank you. And you did say very early on in relation to the Defence Family Advocate and the Veterans Family Advocate that governments don't want the roles. And I think we have heard the many things that you said in terms of how they, there is some support for the roles, but obviously not fully. But I just wondered, it's a strong statement to say government don't want the roles. I'm just wondering what's brought you to that viewpoint.
Filling the positions. Like the repatriation commissioner, there's a delay. We knew from December of last year that he was leaving. That role has still not been filled full-time. I don't think that there is an individual or a government that does or does not want these roles. I think these roles are confronting and challenging for government, and we walk around asking for more support and more money all the time. That is not palatable to anyone, be it an APS 6, a Band 3, a minister. It is a challenging role to look at all the time and go, we don't have any money for X. Like, our focus is on something else. And yet there is a desire to hear. There is a desire for that voice. So I don't think it is they don't want us. It's what we're asking for is challenging to them, to be a fairer statement.
Okay. Can you remind me, if you're aware, were families and the need to invest in families, was that in the Defence Strategic Review?
Sorry, I smiled because it is something that is a pet peeve of mine, that we use rhetoric, but we did not include families. They're perhaps listed once in the Defence Strategic Review.
Can I ask, were you consulted as part of that review? Okay.
Do you know that Defence Families Australia was consulted and that none of their advice made it into the report?
Okay. Can I ask, you said earlier about, and I think you were just saying now, that if families were to be given what they require, you said there's an enormous cost potentially to that.
Yep.
I guess the question I have, because, there's not an unlimited budget and decisions do need to be made, but I mean, is it a kind of an all or nothing? Or could there be a really incremental approach to getting to where we need to get to?
Haven't we been doing that long enough, Commissioner, with all due respect?
Okay, yep. I guess one of the other questions you mentioned about for families, and one of the challenges is the movement around the country, and the states and territories have different arrangements for a whole host of things, whether it's employment or services they offer or what have you. We heard yesterday, I think it was, from the Premier of Victoria, who spoke very eloquently about the need to support veterans better. I just wondered whether you had a sense around do you engage with state and territory governments, you or the Defence Family Advocate, and do you have a sense of how state and territory collaboration, could be improved?
Yes. So I do engage, to answer, there's a couple of questions in there. I do engage with the state and territory governments. Mm-hmm. Just last week, we had a Commonwealth State and Territories meeting with the advisors to the veteran ministers in each state. They were all in Sydney. It was a lovely event where they come together and share exactly what's happening and what they're doing. Mm-hmm. The discrepancies of benefits and concessions that exist, the ability to move teachers from one state to another. There's some really great work being done on employment. There's some great work in a number of areas. There is still a lack of ability to get some of the things that are required to facilitate defense life across this nation from getting across the line in states and territories. We have an example of a prioritization for a police family member to move from New South Wales to another state. And yes, she needs to be interviewed and considered and should get a job, and she simply does not. So where is our national investment at the local, state, and national level to facilitate defense lives and capability?
So I think you've answered my next question. So you get to go to those CSTC meetings as the Veteran Family Advocate.
Yes, I do.
Does the Defence Family Advocate ordinarily attend as well?
I believe so. I cannot answer that question. I can take that on notice.
Okay. You mentioned that there's I think you said that there's a lived experience framework being developed in DVA.
Yes, there is.
Can you talk about that?
Yes, I can. It's quite exciting. There is a lived experience framework that is based on the lived experience peers that existed within Open Arms, and DVA has decided to support an investment in a lived experience employment structure and framework within the department. There will be training opportunities and recruitment, training, value, leave, support services wrapped around them, as well as progression opportunities for those individuals. And DVA is leading this in the Commonwealth.
Excellent. Mm-hmm. Okay. One of the other questions I asked, you talked about your role on the commissions, the Repatriation Commission, and you talked about one of the things you're able to do is look at the instruments and make amendments if required. Something that was said to me recently is that, and it was with reference to DVA, was that sometimes DVA policies don't actually reflect the legislation and presumably the instruments. Is that something you've encountered?
I've encountered additional policies that aren't required by the legislation. So a hurdle or a requirement of the family or the veteran not required by the legislation.
Right. Okay, thank you. And you also said that you thought there would be value in having a non-military family member on the...
Sorry, I misspoke. What I meant was we have so when we talk about veterans, they're also families. They're members of a family, so their fathers, their daughters, their sons, etc. So they bring a lived experience of what it means to be a family member. Oftentimes they were family members. They were children of a veteran, and now they're the current veteran. So they all bring lived experience. So in our, when I had the former senior executive of DVA that I was working with, there were a number of veterans who also brought their own lived experience of being a family member of dual serving families, etc. We need a non-uniformed family member in the room, myself or another equivalent. That's what I was referring to.
Okay,
Apologies.
Thank you. That helps me to understand. I'm aware that the UK developed a family strategy a couple of years ago following a consultation process, I think some research and then a consultation process. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I couldn't pull it up in my brain at the moment. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
No, that's
but I
fine.
am familiar with it.
I just wondered in terms of, reflecting, and it's perhaps not a fair question, so I won't necessarily go there. I was just going to kind of compare and contrast with the current family strategy, but it's not published yet either, so I won't go there. You talked about your desire and intent, I guess, to just have an action plan along with the strategy that's currently in development, the family strategy. Will there be, from your understanding, will there be accountability measures along with that action plan and that strategy?
That is the intent.
Okay. And you said that you're on the steering committee for the Defence and Veteran Mental Health and Wellbeing strategy that's also currently in development.
Yes.
Do you have any understanding whether that is actually going to look at family mental health and wellbeing, or is the family mental health and wellbeing what's within the family strategy? I'm just wondering what's the intersection between the two.
That's a great question. I think that is still being developed, but the intention and the advice is that the well-being of the family is included in that strategy.
Okay. And just a couple of last questions. One is you talked about the Veterans Covenant and the need for better wording, better implementation. Can you tell me what you would like to see included in an amended Veterans Covenant to better reference families?
A recognition and a commitment to services, programs, and supports.
And then just lastly, finally got to the end of my list. We were informed during our visit to the US that they actually have a statutory independent military family readiness council. So it's perhaps a slightly strange title for those not necessarily familiar with their language, but they have a concept of the golden triangle of soldier readiness, and so the triangle of soldier readiness is the soldier in the centre, and the 3 points of the triangle are the family, next of kin, the friends, and then the commanders or leaders. And hence the Family Military Readiness Council, I guess, draws on that concept. But it is statutory, it is independent, it reports to the Secretary and to the Congress. Your role in the Defence Family Advocate role doesn't quite... you're statutory and independent.
Correct.
And you have appointments with the Secretary.
Yes.
And you can meet with the Minister perhaps, but often through advisors or verbally. Would there be any benefit in having something, in your opinion, something like the Military Family Readiness Council with those things actually prescribed in legislation, the public reporting to the Secretary and to the Parliament?
I'm always a fan of accountability. I think that my role doesn't have enough accountability, and more reporting or more robust accountability in anything like you're describing or even my role would be beneficial.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner, for your evidence. The question I have is prompted by a statement you made about the childcare desert in 60% of our bases, so it might fall a bit outside your normal expertise of veteran family advocacy, but my recollection is that when we were in one of our largest base cities, Townsville, we were told that I think members were given an allowance to use commercial childcare there, which you'd expect to be available in Townsville. So do I infer that the bases that don't have childcare support are probably in smaller towns around the country?
This is an area outside of my expertise, and I would hate to give improper evidence. I would be happy to take that on notice and get that information for you, though.
The other thing I was thinking about, if that were the case, do you know whether there's any idea or possibility of military spouses or partners being able to be employed in the provision of childcare in such bases where there is a desert of childcare?
And I think that goes to the employment pathways, creative ways of approaching solutions. I know that there was some childcare workers, I believe, put into DHA housing in Tyndall to provide childcare to families, to be able to provide childcare to families in that location, given the complexity and challenges in such a remote location. But I think in general, we need to be looking at all the ways: employment, childcare, employment in jobs that aren't also pigeonholing families into just childcare, nurses, teachers, because it's easy. What are the actual employment aspirations and career aspirations of our families, respecting those, recognizing those, and then helping to facilitate them in real ways.
Yes.
And,
thank you.
yep, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have two issues, and to some extent we've discussed them already, but the covenant. I think we probably share your view that it has not been effective, and in fact most stakeholders would not be aware of it or what they're supposed to do under it. One of the things we've looked at is the UK, where they've either legislated recently or they're about to legislate the covenant so that it is enforceable in many ways through legislation. I'm trying to pin down what we may look at recommending in relation to the covenant. No doubt it could be a very useful and helpful tool for everyone to guide everyone in what support they're supposed to provide. Would you see legislation, I know you and we're going to talk about accountability next, that's the second issue, but would you see the covenant being enforceable perhaps through legislation as a realistic way to improve things? Or can you think of another way apart from legislation? I know you've thought about
I'm trying to think of another way. Like DVA is one of the most legislated areas of our government, perhaps outside of New South Wales. I mean, I think the advice I would be given at this moment, if I were allowed to ask to phone a friend, would be that that's beyond my expertise. But in my personal opinion, if that is the only way to hold people accountable and to force investment, then that might be the best way to go about it. Apologies that it's a lack of luster answer.
Understood. It was probably an unfair question. Accountability, you've mentioned it quite a few times, and I think we would all agree there definitely is a need for more enforceable accountability. So with that in mind, it's one of the things we've been struggling with. So you talked about DVA accountability and to some extent Defence, ADF accountability. what would you like to see in place, specified, probably in legislation again, unless you can tell me it ought to be in another way? Annual reporting, transparent information being given to the public. All of those are helpful, but more specifically, what would you like to see introduced by way of accountability to hold government departments to account?
Look, I think following the Royal Commission, there has to be something to sink, for the community to sink its teeth into. There has to be some sort of independent review, annual report that isn't able to be amended, withheld, or changed, that is available for the community to see this is where we were supposed to be and this is what's actually happening.
Okay, thank you. And just for everyone's benefit, that wasn't a Dorothy Dixer, but we were, and I think we're on the record as looking at an entity that may be created at the conclusion of the Royal Commission that would implement our recommendations and then forevermore watch this space and report publicly, hopefully holding government departments and ministers, I have to say, to account for action or lack of action. But I'll thank you at the end, but Mr. Fordham, do you have any questions?
No, thank you.
Ms. Bridget, are there any matters arising?
No matters arising, Commissioners, and Commissioner Cherney can be released from her summons.
Thank you again. You are released from your summons today. I just want to commend you not only for your evidence today, for your courage in speaking up, but for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no other issues, we'll adjourn for lunch.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide will now adjourn for lunch. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veterans Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Rigotti?
Commissioners, you have heard evidence throughout this and previous hearing blocks about the experience of defence members, families and others who are affected by the conduct of inquiries and instigations, inquiries instigated by the Office of the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force. That office has various roles and functions, some of which have a particular focus or relationship, I should say, to mental health and wellbeing of members and their families, and in particular have a particular relationship to suicide and suicide prevention among the serving defence cohort. This afternoon's witnesses are two senior officers within the Office of the Inspector General of the ADF who are responsible for conducting inquiries into defence member deaths. Their work involves a determination of whether the member's death appears to have arisen out of or in the course of their service in the ADF and in connection with deaths by apparent or actual suicide. Might there be an oath or affirmation?
Do you, Damien Spendelove, swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Do you, John Mackenzie, solemnly declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, may I start with you? You are presently the acting...
Excuse me, sorry, Mr. Rigotti. Do we have appearances to be announced or are they not?
Yes, my apologies.
Commissioners, I believe they've been announced at the beginning of the hearing, but I'm Ms Maud and here with Ms Wright for the Commonwealth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. In due course, I'll tender some documents, but I'll just introduce the witnesses, if I may, initially. And I'll return now, Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, to you. Is it the case that you're currently the Acting Director of Select Incident Review, which is a directorate that is part of the IGADF?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you could tell the Commission, when did you assume that position?
I assumed the Acting Director on or about the 12th of June.
Thank you. And just before we continue, might I ask you to bring your microphone just a little bit closer, because I'm having a little bit of trouble, I confess. Thank you, I'm grateful. And in 2022, is it the case that you were posted originally to the Deputy Director of the Select Incident Review Directorate of the IGADF?
Yes, that's correct.
And whenabouts was that in 2022?
That would have been on or about the 3rd of March.
Thank you. Prior to that, you've been a career ADF legal officer, and you joined the ADF in the RAAF legal service in 1997, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And then you transferred to the Australian Army Legal Corps in 1999, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it the case that you've had appointments as a senior legal officer at the CDF Commissions of Inquiry Directorate in 2012?
Yes.
And also as the Senior Legal Officer at Army Headquarters from 2015 to 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
You have also had operational deployments, as we understand, to East Timor in 2003, is that right?
Yes.
Iraq in 2006?
Yes.
And further Afghanistan in 2011?
Yes.
Thank you. You're joined by Brigadier John Mackenzie. Brigadier Mackenzie, you are presently a part-time Assistant Inspector General of at the IGADF, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. And you've held this position since April 2018, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, Brigadier, your defence career has spanned a number of decades. Is it the case that you commenced full-time service with the Australian Defence Force in 1984?
Yes,
And you continued in that full-time role until 2018?
that's correct.
And that included command of the 1st Armoured Regiment and staff appointments and instructional roles in Australia and the United Kingdom.
That's correct.
Thank you. And you have also been deployed operationally, including deployments to Timor-Leste in 1999 and 2001 to 2002, is that right?
Correct.
And you're deployed to Afghanistan from 2009 to 2010?
Yes,
And finally, you were deployed to the Middle East from 2016 to 2017, is that correct?
that's correct.
Thank you, I'm grateful. Commissioners, there is a tender bundle of documents in connection with this session that might be displayed. Commissioners, you'll see there that there are numerous redactions to the tender list itself. And there's an indication that quite a number of the documents on this tender list are confidential. We will be coming to display some of those documents, not all of them, in which case they will be displayed to the witnesses and to the Commission and to my friends privately, not displayed to the public. If I may tender those documents in the manner in which they're described.
Thank you, Ms. Rivagotti. They'll be accepted on that basis then and allocated the next lot of numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. I might direct this first suite of questions to you, Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, and it's regarding the directorate which you're responsible. So that is the Directorate of Select Incident Review, is that right?
Yes.
And tell me, is that one of the 6 directorates that manages the functions of the IGADF?
Yes.
And the role of the Directorate of Select Incident Review, is that to conduct a select incident review inquiry into the death of an ADF member?
Yes.
And that is the case where the death appears to have arisen out of or in the course of the member's service in the ADF, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, consistent with Section 5A.
Yes, thank you. And we'll come to the detail of the legislation and also to a little more detail as to the role and the functions of the Directorate. But I might in fact start with the legislation, you're having gone there. To understand these matters, we start with the Defence Act 1903, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Because that indicates that the IGADF is a statutory office created by and invested with certain functions under that Act, that's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
And in particular, if you go to Part 8B of that Act, it sets out in various divisions the role, the establishment of the functions and certain administrative provisions in respect of the IGADF, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Of the relevant provisions, and I trust these can be displayed, and I'll just make an inquiry about that. I will make an inquiry as to whether it's possible to display the relevant sections of the Act, but I'll start with 110A, which sets out the objective purpose of the Act, and then following there on, most importantly, as 110C, it sets out the functions of the Inspector General ADF. And are you each familiar with those functions?
Yes. Yes.
Whilst it's being brought up on screen, and in the event that it isn't, I'll just go through briefly what those functions are. Namely, to inquire into or investigate matters concerning the military justice system, to conduct performance reviews of the military justice system, including internal audits, at the times and the manner of the Inspector General the ADF considers appropriate, to advise on matters concerning the military justice system, including making recommendations for improvements, and then there are various others, including, most importantly, if directed by a minister to do so, to inquire into, investigate a matter concerning the Defence Force, and also, if directed by the Chief of the Defence Force, similarly to make an inquiry, and significantly under 110C, such functions as are prescribed by the regulations, and there are other provisions there. Going then to the regulations, and they are the regulations concerning the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force Regulation 2016. That regulation sets out the functions of the Inspector General of the ADF, is that correct?
Yes.
It does. And most importantly, that regulation pertains to paragraph 100C1G of the Act, to which I just took you. And at Regulation 5, it provides that the Inspector General of the ADF has the function to inquire into the death of a member of the Defence Force, whether relevant death appears to have arisen out of or in the course of the member's service in the Defence Force. And those inquiries are really the heart of the work that you undertake, is it not? Are they not in your directorate?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioners, just by way of reference, there is a background paper that has been provided by the Inspector General ADF, which it sets out some more detail in this respect, and that is IGD.999.002.0003 at 0014 to 0016. Within the regulations,
Is that part of the bundle?
It is part of the
the
bundle.
hearing book? There doesn't seem to be a hyperlink to it from the exhibit list, that's all.
Yes, thank you. It is indeed part of the bundle, and it's identified at item 1
Thanks.
thereof. Under the regulations, and you'll see there at, I should say, we have a reference now at 229, and the following page operator will set out the detail there about the relevant provisions of the Defence Act and the regulations. But under the regulations, in addition to the item to which I've just taken you to, namely 5A, there are certain, in Part 4, certain powers and procedures and reporting obligations. That's right, isn't it? In respect of the conduct of an inquiry?
Yes.
Thank you. And some we won't go through all of them because they're detailed, but some powers commissioners warrant particular note, and I should refer there to section 17, which provides for a general procedure of the inquiry. So that is to say the mechanics of how the inquiry is to be conducted. Is that right? And I don't think, I'm afraid, that Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, that you'll be assisted by the document that is shown on the screen. So I might ask that to be taken down and just observe simply that under that regulation, in conducting an inquiry, it's to be conducted in such a manner as the Inspector General of the ADF considers appropriate, having regard to the subject matter of the inquiry. And additionally, of course, the IGADF in making that inquiry is not bound by the rules of evidence. Separately from that, there is section 23 of the regulations, and that sets out certain information gathering powers in connection with the inquiry. And into the death of an ADF member. Now, the nature of those powers, I take it to request documents, are they not, from various sources?
Yes, that's correct.
To interview witnesses?
Yes.
And to take statements and the like in an information gathering process?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Now, having gone through that architecture to set up the inquiry within the Directorate and within the Inspector General of the ADF, you are staffed by various inquiry officers and inquiry assistants and assistant inspectors, are you not?
Yes.
And they sit within the Directorate, which we've mentioned. Going to that Directorate, is that one of 6 directorates that sits within IGADF?
Sorry, I'm just going through them in my head, but not having been asked that question for some time, yes.
Thank you. And of those directorates, they include commissioners, the Directorate of Military Redress and Review, and we will be hearing for them later in this hearing session. And further, the Directorate of Inquiries and Investigations, and we expect to hear from representatives of that directorate as well. Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, the Directorate of Select Incident Review, which is your directorate, was that established on the 1st of July 2014?
Yes.
And that was established, was it not, when the Chief of Defence Force Commission of Inquiry Directorate was disbanded?
That's correct.
Might you tell the Commissioners a little bit about the history of its establishment? It was the case, was it not, that it did not originally form part of the IGADF as originally established, but was later added to it. Could you speak to that?
Yes, certainly. Look, my knowledge of these matters are principally because of a previous posting that I had, which I think you mentioned at the outset, and that was as a senior legal officer at the then Chief of Defence Force Commissions of Inquiry Directorate. It had a very similar role to inquire into the deaths of service members that appeared to be service-related. So the duration of that posting was 2012, so I'm not specifically aware of the machinations as to, I guess you could say it's translation into the IGADF jurisdiction, but after I think a Chiefs of Service Committee decision, the decision was made to transfer both the resources and, in effect, the jurisdiction of the previous CDF Commissions of Inquiry Directorate to the IGADF, which was established, as you've said, on the 1st of July in 2014.
Yes, thank you. And as to those previous inquiries, we understand that they were done under the Defence Inquiries Regulation, were they not?
That's correct.
And the nature of those inquiries, were they a little different from the inquiries you presently undertake? And if so, might you be able to explain in what way?
Look, the inquiries were similar in the respect of, as I said, the CDF Commissions of Inquiry Directorate was set up to inquire into the deaths of service members. The Defence Inquiry Regulations under which the CDF Commissions of Inquiry Directorate was set up to support was quite different because it required, in effect, mandatory conduct of inquiries into suicides unless the Minister waived that requirement to do so. There was a similar statutory framework in the Defence Inquiry Regulation that does resemble what's currently in Section 5A of the IGADF regulation, but in many respects the inquiries were similar and involved similar inquiry procedures and a similar object and purpose of the inquiries, which was to ascertain the facts and circumstances of a service member's death and to make appropriate recommendations, if it was service-related, to prevent a recurrence.
Thank you. And to the extent there where you mentioned that under the previous inquiry system, there was a mandatory requirement to inquire into deaths by suicide. In saying that, are you saying that there was no requirement of a service nexus under the old system that has subsequently been introduced? What?
And look, I'm just I'm trying to go back to my memory because it's a very long time since I've looked at that provision from my tenure in 2012. But yes, it was a similar legislative framework which involved what's essentially a causal and temporal test, which is now reflected in Section 5A of the IGADF regulation.
Thank you. And Commissioners, we can take you to the legislation in due course to address that topic if need be. But turning now to the Directorate as presently established, we've spoken briefly about the staffing, but might I ask you to elaborate on staffing within the Directorate, both by reference to numbers, qualifications, competence? Just if you could describe the Directorate, please.
Yes, certainly. So we have 8 permanent members. So you have a Director's position, the Deputy Director's position. We also have a Lieutenant Colonel equivalent position who is a generalist officer. That's also a tri-service position. So while it's currently occupied by a Lieutenant Colonel, in accordance with posting cycles, that can be occupied by on a tri-service basis. We also have an EL1 legal officer. We have 2 ADF legal officers at the major equivalent rank, and we have 2 administrative personnel at the APS 6 and APS 4 levels respectively. So that adds up to 8. So while those are the full-time members, we're also rely very heavily on reserve officers who assist the Directorate in conducting inquiries.
I see, and is that where we see Brigadier Mackenzie? Is this where you participate in the inquiries?
That's correct.
And you're being a part-time assistant inspector, is that right?
That's correct.
And tell me, how many part-time assistant inspectors are there? Or reservists assisting?
So I'm not certain about that number within the OIGADF, and we don't have a specific complement of reserve officer numbers that are dedicated to the Directorate of Select Incident Review. We identify people to assist with the inquiries on an as-required basis.
Thank you. And of those who work in the Directorate, I just address the question of the qualifications, and in particular, I'm curious to know, are there any psychologists or mental health professionals in your Directorate?
So we don't have a psychologist on staff within the Directorate. I mentioned a Lieutenant Colonel in the position in the Directorate who is a nursing officer who has been posted into the Directorate. So he has has a health professional background. It's a generalist position, but he, in answer to your question, we have a nursing officer on staff in that Lieutenant Colonel position.
Yes, and in further answer, there are no psychologists or mental health professionals.
That's correct.
I'll explore with you the significance, if any, of anything arising out of that in due course.
Yes.
But in order to frame that, could we start firstly with the manner in which inquiries are undertaken within the Directorate, particularly having regard to the death reviews and by suicide? If in that context, operator, might I have the following document displayed? This is the guidance manual to give you some indication for standing operating practices. That's IGD.007.002.001. This is a document from when it's brought up from November 2022 and it's version 2. Are you familiar with that document?
Yes, I am.
And Brigadier Mackenzie, no doubt you're familiar with that document.
Yes, I am.
Yeah, thank you. This sets out the current guidance in respect of undertaking inquiries.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And you'll see there, if I can go now to page 3003 of that document. At the top under, and if you could focus please, operator, on paragraph 6 and 7. And really in particular, 7, that sets out the 4 process phases of an inquiry, being a preliminary phase, an assessment phase, an inquiry phase and a case closure phase. This particular guidance manual addresses these phases in detail, but I'd be grateful, please, if you would explain to the commissioners and to the public how the process, how those various phases of an inquiry operate.
Yes. Look, at the outset, I should indicate that while those 4 processes were articulated at that time, the processes have evolved, so they have changed. While those 4 processes are contained in section 7 that you see there largely reflect how we approach non-suicide matters, the suicide matters have different phase names now to reflect a more evolved process which we've been working on.
Thank you, and I'll come to what those names are, but might I ask you first, is there another guidance manual that has been published to capture those matters in respect of suicide death inquiries? The evolution of the process?
No, not that I'm aware of. We have, what we have done internally to be able to articulate that more evolved process is to come up with a revised process map. So this guidance manual should, I think, have in one of the annexes a process map. At the end, that process map has been recrafted to better reflect for suicide matters what those phases are. So they haven't been published, so to speak, but they have internally been revised.
Yes, thank you. And I might ask, operator, please, if you could go to, in the first instance in this document, 0014. You might wish to indicate, Lieutenant Curter, whether this is the process map to which you are referring and whether it captures the update to which you are referring, because it doesn't seem to me that it does, but I might be mistaken about that.
So the screen I'm looking at doesn't have a process map. We're still on.
Right, it doesn't. 0014 will assist you.
Yes, look, I see the process map now. That, I think, is still the enclosure to, as it's indicated there, the 29th of November 2022 version.
Yes.
So there is an updated version of that process map.
Thank you. In due course, we will request that, but I might, in those circumstances, Lieutenant Colonel, ask you to first confirm that is this the process map that, or the approach that is taken in respect of deaths that are not suicide deaths?
It's still largely relevant to the non-suicide deaths, yes.
Turning now to the suicide deaths, would you be able then to describe the process to the Commission and explain in what way it differs from what we see here?
Yes. So what you see in front of you there, Commissioners, is the four phases that were in operation, which was a preliminary phase, an assessment phase, an inquiry phase and a case closure phase. How that's been revised is that we now have still the 4 phases, but they have been retitled. The first phase is still a preliminary phase. The second phase is now titled an inquiry and report writing phase. The third phase is titled a review phase, and the fourth phase is still titled, as it's indicated there, a case closure phase. I can go into each of those phases in more detail at your insistence.
Yes, I'd be grateful, particularly given that there has been a change or a development, if I can put it like that, if you can address each of them now.
Yes.
In seriatim, thank you.
All right, so starting with the preliminary phase, so that will be activated when we receive a fatal CAS or a fatal casualty notification from ADF headquarters. So the main effort of the preliminary phase is initial information gathering and document gathering. So you referred, Council, earlier to Section 23 powers, so we will use a Section 23 notice, certainly for external agencies such as the Department of Veterans Affairs and Open Arms, if the member has accessed services through Open Arms. Importantly also with external agencies, in all cases during the preliminary phase, we will make requests, usually under a Section 23 notice, in liaison with the state and territory coroners to obtain, importantly, from then the police investigation report and the police statements, but also the coroner's findings. Internally, we will also issue a Section 23 notice to Joint Health Command. They will provide us with the person's full medical records, and they will also provide us with a report on the person's medical history. Internally, we will also go to the service headquarters to get a full copy of a member's personnel file and any other files that the service headquarters might be in possession of. So the preliminary phase, as I said, is an information gathering aspect where we go to both internal and external agencies to gather as many documents as possible to be able to assist the Directorate to conduct our own scoping as to what nature of inquiry will be required, and also an appropriate inquiry team to assign to the matter.
Thank you. And if I can just pause there, when you say what nature of inquiry might be appropriate, could you elaborate, please, for the Commissioners, what you mean by nature of inquiry?
Yes. What I mean by that is with our current process, because we will conduct a comprehensive inquiry under formal issued directions to an inquiry team for all deaths by suicide that has occurred since I've been in the Directorate. So that will be for all service members from service category 2, or put in another way, for someone who is an inactive reservist, all the way up the spectrum of service categories up to service category 7. So to elaborate, when I say the nature of the inquiry, while we conduct formal inquiries under written directions into all deaths by suspected suicide, by nature of inquiry I mean it starts to give us an indication from all that documentation regarding the complexities, the lines of inquiry, and who might be, what investigation or inquiry teams will be appropriate to be able to conduct that inquiry.
Thank you. Now, I interrupted, and I'll let you continue, please, into addressing in respect of each of those categories. And operator, the witness might be assisted by that document, I might say.
Sorry, that process map's disappeared.
Yes, operator, if that process map could be brought back up, thank you.
So if I move now to the second phase,
yes,
which is now retitled as the inquiry and report writing phase. So during that phase, when we have completed the initial document gathering, we will issue the formal written directions to an inquiry team, 2 assistant IGs who are appointed to conduct the inquiry. As a management practice, I have included dates in the directions. So when the directions are signed, as a management practice, I'll include a date 4 months hence for the provision of a draft report. So that's formally written into the directions. Those directions will also specify issues to which the inquiry team is to turn its mind. So those will be whether there are any acts or omissions on the part of the ADF or Defence that may have contributed to the member's death. Inquiry teams will also be specifically directed to address whether there were any the existence of any suicide risk factors. They'll also be specifically directed in the directions to consider whether there are any policy or ADF or Defence policy or procedural issues that may have contributed to a member's death. The directions will also specifically direct the inquiry team to engage with the next of kin for the purpose of assisting them with those lines of inquiry. So in that inquiry and report writing phase, as I said, the inquiry team will conduct the inquiry, and the conclusion of that phase will be when they have produced the draft report, which will be written into the directions as to the date that that's expected to arrive.
Yes. And then finally, there's the case closure phase.
So there's a review phase, which is the third one. I can
Yes, if you address that,
go
please.
into that
Yes.
one. So when the draft report has come in, it will go into the review phase. That will mean that at the directorate level, you'll have the deputy director and the director will review the report for its completeness and to make sure that it's addressed what was specified in the directions. If there is a requirement that's identified at the director or the deputy director level that more work is required, that will go back to the inquiry team to conduct that remedial action. If, however, the report is largely fit for purpose, we will then submit it for higher review within the office of the IGADF to the deputy IGADF and to the IGADF. They will then clear the report subject to any amendments or refinements they may require. They will then clear the report as being ready for engagement with the next of kin, or if there are potentially affected persons issues, those aspects of the report will also be cleared at the IGADF and the deputy IGADF level before moving on to the next phase.
Thank you. And then what happens thereafter?
So still in the review phase, once the report has been cleared, and just for the purposes of moving through this phase, I'll put any potentially affected persons issues aside for the moment. So if we're not dealing with potentially affected person issues,
Yes.
we will proceed to engage then with the next of kin.
Thank you. But just by way of explanation, though, when you refer to potentially affected persons issues, could you explain, please, what you mean by that?
Certainly. So by that I mean if in the report there are if in the draft report there are adverse comments or adverse findings against any service member or any person or any organisation, those are the aspects that we referred to as potentially adversely affected persons.
Thank you. Thank you. And I'll let you continue now to discussion of the process.
So I should add as well that during the inquiry and report writing phase, as I indicated with the directions, the inquiry team is directed to engage with the next of kin, so they will have been already interviewed, usually the inquiry team will choose to engage with them very early in the inquiry process, and usually as the first witnesses, so to speak. So the next of kin will have already been engaged during the inquiry phase before the draft report is produced. As I said, after it's been cleared by the IGADF for engagement with the next of kin, that's when it goes back to the inquiry team to engage with the next of kin in relation to the draft report to get their input to the draft report, along with the Defence Counsel Services legal officer, who will have already been liaising with the next of kin during the inquiry phase and also again during this phase, during the review phase.
Thank you. And then what happens in the process? What happens thereafter?
So once the inquiry team has engaged with the next of kin and with the DCS legal officer, who is an important conduit of information for not only IGADF processes but also the DCS legal officer is appointed to represent the reputational interests of the service member who has passed. So that DCS legal officer is an important conduit with the next of kin. Once the inquiry team has engaged with the next of kin and has met them in person in relation to the report, the DCS legal officer will also be in person, but sometimes may not be available and may attend that meeting by mobile phone. Once the inquiry team has engaged with the next of kin, they will take any input that the next of kin has had to that report during that meeting, and they'll consider that as to whether any refinements are made to the report. The next of kin is invited to put any further written representations they may wish to make through the DCS legal officer, and the DCS legal officer is invited to make a written submission regarding the draft inquiry report also. So once that written submission is received, the report is reviewed again to see what aspects of the report may need to be refined. And once those draft refinements have been incorporated into the report, it goes back through the higher approval process that I mentioned in relation to when the draft report was submitted to the Directorate.
Thank you. And does that complete the process?
It does. The important part is that once it's submitted back to the IGADF, he will consider any advice provided at the Directorate level, and so he will sign. So the IGADF signs all suicide reports. So after we've submitted advice and also including advice as to what process has occurred, it will be open to him to sign the report then and transmit that to the CDF.
Thank you. Now, there are another number of important elements that came out of that, commissioners relating to, for example, engagement with the families and next of kin, then engagement too with external bodies such as coroners, timeframes, and then also recommendations. We will address them in due course, but I'd be grateful, Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, before we come to looking at that in detail, because I still want to understand how the process works and how it differs from the previous process, because is it safe to say that prior to the implementation of this process, there was a slightly different approach to deaths in service, in particular by suicide? Is that correct?
So my understanding is there was a different process before I arrived, which broadly speaking from my review of files and including reports on the tender list that the Royal Commission has provided, there was a different process where there did appear to be an initial assessment phase directed at the test of arising out of the arising out of or in the course of a member's service. And then subsequent to that assessment, that would then determine the future course of what actions were taken in response to the death. So would you like me to go into how our process now differs?
Yes, sir.
So as I think I briefly alluded to before, the assessment phase, as you see represented there, has been largely superseded since I've been at the Directorate, in that, as I said, all deaths by suspected suicide are now fully inquired into under written directions. So that's where that assessment phase has been largely superseded. And it's not necessary to have a separate, in inverted commas, assessment phase before proceeding immediately to a full and comprehensive inquiry. After the preliminary phase and the initial document gathering from those agencies that I mentioned, there's enough information there under current processes to be able to proceed immediately to appoint an inquiry team to conduct an inquiry in all cases.
Thank you. Tom, and what was the reason behind the change in process?
When I arrived at the Directorate in March of last year, as a Deputy Director, I was just following what I understood to be the higher intent. That was certainly, I understand, or as it was communicated to me by the Director at the time. But I understand that was the IGADF's intent, was that that all matters, that all deaths by suspected suicide would follow that approach of having a formal inquiry under written directions in all cases.
Thank you. And in that connection, operator, might I display a document that is a confidential document, so it is just to be displayed only to the witnesses, the Commission, and to my friends, and that is IGD.0010.0001.0240. This document is an IGADF monthly update from November 2021. Are you familiar with this document? You may need to see it once it's brought up. And when it is shown, you will see that it is a briefing note from the Inspector General ADF to the Chief of Defence Force. It's from November 2021, and in due course I will take you to paragraph 7 of that document, which pertains to a new format for the preliminary assessment of deaths. I won't read the paragraph out, it's been confidential, but I'd ask you to have regard to it and tell me whether it conforms with the matters you've just been discussing. And to assist you, operator, again, it's IGD.0010.0001.0240. And it goes over the page, operator, to .0241. Thank you, operator. If you can see there, in particular, might help the witness if they see the whole of the relevant paragraph 7. So you'll just see that the beginning of that appears on the previous page to give them an opportunity fairly to read that paragraph.
Is that paragraph 8, Council?
It's paragraph 7, so perhaps if the document could be moved the other way, so you can see the beginning of paragraph 7. There we go, that's perfect, thank you. And then
Yes, I've seen those.
You've seen
two
that.
lines.
And then if you can move down to see the balance of that paragraph, please, operator. And you'll see there the last sentence of that paragraph.
So I've read that paragraph. It's a document that precedes my time considerably. The first, we were provided by documents from the Royal Commission today, and I tried to scan those before giving evidence. So the first time I would have seen that is just prior to this hearing.
Certainly, and I don't wish to catch you off guard with the document in any way, but just having regard there to the last sentence that you see, does that conform generally with what the evidence you have just given about the approach to be taken to reports into more complex matters, including suicides?
I think it generally conforms. From my experience in the Directorate, though, since March last year, where it indicates, I quote, more complex matters, including suicides, will continue to be the subject of inquiry to address any service nexus. It's probably those last few words that I would say has not necessarily conformed with my experience in the Directorate.
So this is now the question of service nexus.
Yes.
You're addressing. I understand. Thank you very much, and thank you, operator. You no longer need to display that document. So with that in mind, I want to understand how the current process fits in within the regulation to which I took you earlier, and namely Regulation 5A of the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force regulations, which provides that the IDF has the power to inquire into and investigate deaths of members of the ADF that appear to have arisen out of or in the course of the member's service. So that's the context I want you to, in which I'm going to ask a question. And the question is this: how do you know about service nexus? Because it appears there to be a threshold question. You might conduct an inquiry and find there is no service nexus, having conducted a full inquiry. How do you see your current process as fitting in within the existing regulation? So
I think you're correct, Council, with your proposition that it's difficult to know in a suspected suicide case whether a threshold test is met very early in the piece, and I think that's an important point. So the Regulation 5A test has a broad causal and temporal test, and because it's a jurisdictional test, as a Directorate we don't read it in a strict or technical sense. We pragmatically interpret it to allow us to, since I've been at the Directorate, conduct inquiries into all deaths of service members, as I said, from Service Category 2 to Service Category 7. For my own part, as far as the Section 5A causal and temporal test is applied, I'm struggling to think of when you have a death by suspected suicide when the temporal test is able to be met, so it has very little relevance from that perspective. And the way, for my part, that the causal test is relevant is that deaths by suspected suicide are obviously involve very complex and multidimensional factors, which after an initial information gathering of documents is very difficult to apply in the early stages. So the way I think I would rationalise it as the Deputy Director is that the person's service status as a service category 2 to service category 7 member is enough for us to at least meet a jurisdictional threshold that the person's service may have contributed to the person's death by suicide. And that's the way we pragmatically, I think, are applying that limb of the test, because, as I said, the temporal test is difficult to sensibly apply when you're talking about a death by suspected suicide from a jurisdictional perspective, and we're pragmatically applying it and in the sense of the causal test based on the person's service status. Noting, as I said, that it's very difficult from initial information gathering from external and internal agencies to be able to make that sort of assessment with something that is a complex and multi-dimensional assessment.
Yes, thank you. And tell me, Brigadier Mackenzie, is that the approach you're taking when you are undertaking this reporting process?
So it's not normally required for me to be part of the assessment of whether the Section 5A requirement is met. The approach that we're asked to take in the inquiries is to go looking for the causal factors and understand the circumstances. So I think there's no presumption at the outset. It's now expected that we'll go looking for those things. And as I said, I'm, as an assistant IGADF and conducting the inquiries, don't normally get involved in the conversation about whether that threshold has been met.
I understand. On the topic of the threshold, it might be of assistance, particularly when we talk about causal tests and temporal tests. If I might display, please, operator, IGD.007.00.002.001. This is the guidance manual, operator, that you displayed earlier from November 2022. And in particular, if I could ask you to go to page 0007 at paragraph 16. Now, what is set out here, and we brought up in due course, endeavours to explain the various words that you'll see there here. If operator, you can focus on B down to D. Appears as that features in the regulation, and then to have arisen out of the member's service and to have arisen in the course of the member's service. So to assist the commissioners, I'll just jump over appears for the moment. If you go to C, to arisen out of the member's service, that's the causal test to which you're referring. So if there's that relevant connection. And then to have arisen in the course of the member's service, that's the temporal test, so the connection to service test. And they're the two aspects of the nexus that you're looking at. Insofar as, is it correct to say from what each of you have said there that there is a presumption now that there is the relevant connection when you are looking at these deaths?
Look, I appreciate that it might be a play on words, but not necessarily a presumption. But as I said, with the causal test, it's a pragmatic way of saying that because of the complex and multidimensional factors behind a suicide, we have to pragmatically be satisfied that a person's just the mere fact that a person's service may have contributed or been a contributing factor to their death by suicide, then that's enough to establish the causal test.
Thank you. And is that brought in when you have regard to the reference to appears, so whether it appears to you in undertaking the report that there is such a connection?
Well, as I said, the appears limb of that test does start to fall away in relevance when, as I said, we're trying to pragmatically interpret it in a way that permits us to conduct formal inquiries into all deaths by suicide of service members.
I understand, thank you. And of course, this does differ from the approach, as you indicated, that you've taken in the past. And in that connection, I should mention that of the some 78 IGADF reports into deaths of service members, where the death has been found to have been by suicide that have been produced to this commission, some 55 odd of those, so some 70%, were only assessment reports. This is under the previous approach. And in most cases, that was determined on the basis that there was no service nexus. So what we will now see, I take it, is a more detailed and complex reporting in respect of these matters. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's a fair proposition.
Thank you. And it's the case that is so, and I might take you, again, confidentially to some previous reports to explain perhaps some of the issues that arose in the reporting process. It's the case that is so because, as you say, service nexus and suicide, I should say, is not necessarily a straightforward matter to determine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes. So might I take you, please, confidentially, and this is to a report into the circumstances of death in service of a named member. It is not to be displayed to the public, only displayed confidentially to the witnesses. It's IGD.0007.00326. This is a report, Commissioners, and you may each be aware of this. This is a report to which I referred you, Commissioners, to which you referred in hearing block 9. It has in fact been redacted, but nonetheless, the relevant information is displayed. Could I take you, please, could I take each of the witnesses to the finding at the bottom of the penultimate page? So that's at 0332. And that finding is that the member's death does not appear to have risen out of or in connection, or sorry, I withdraw that, or in the course of the member's service. And then, so you can see that there? Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. And then over the following page, there is a recommendation, presumably consequent upon that finding. Would that be the case?
Yes, I can see the finding and recommendation.
Yeah, and the recommendation that no further inquiry into the circumstances of the member's death is required. Consequent, is it the case that there was a failure to find the relevant nexus?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with this document, but I accept that there's that finding and the recommendation that you've indicated.
Having regard to that, might I take you to paragraph 23 of this document? Give you an opportunity to read that.
Yes, I've read that.
Yes. So you'll see there that was it is recorded that the Commander of Joint Health Command certainly clearly recorded a connection between the member's transition from the relevant service to the mental health concern there identified.
Yes, so the Chief of Joint Health has indicated that the member suffered a depressive illness triggered by circumstances while he was in the Air Force.
Yes, thank you, thank you. And it's no longer necessary to display that document. Thank you, operator. So having regard to that, it would seem though, although there was a finding that the death did not appear to have arisen out of or in connection with the service, you're having reviewed that, does it appear to you that in fact there was evidence to suggest there was such a connection?
Look, I don't think I've got enough information to answer that question. These reports are often very nuanced as to all the facts and circumstances that arose, and just showing me those 3 paragraphs is not enough information to go on. So I can't agree with that proposition unless I read the report.
Fine, I won't put that to you, but nonetheless, that was an assessment report, and to the extent that there was any discrepancy, and you don't need to accept that as a fact, but to the extent that there's any discrepancy between the facts that were identified in such a report and the ultimate finding, that there may in fact have been enough material to show a nexus, but it was ultimately found that there was no such nexus, is the newer process, the new approach intended to overcome problems of that nature?
Look, I don't think our new reports are specifically intended to overcome problems with, or perceived problems with a prior process that might have been in place. I think the way to respond to the question from my experience in the Directorate is the inquiries we currently conduct are directed at establishing the facts and circumstances surrounding a service member's death, the relevance of whether it's service related or not, without any reference to any technical tests, is to establish the facts and circumstances of a person's death, and to ascertain whether there are service-related factors, and if there are service-related factors, to make appropriate findings and recommendations to ensure that a recurrence doesn't occur of suicide risk factors.
Thank you. Commissioners, I'll observe that in respect of that point, it was only some that report, it was only some 6 pages long. I understand the witness hasn't had an opportunity properly to consider it, but they're fairly limited in the amount of detail that was contained in that report, it's being an assessment report. Might I refer you to another report? And in particular, operator, could I take you to IGD.0007.0008.0418? Thank you. Again, this is a report into the circumstances of death in service of a named member. And I appreciate that you are not the author of this document, and some of these documents may have preceded your current tenure. So it's not my intention to try and put anything to you in respect to material that you don't know. I just want to explore with you that the nature of the reporting process and how it's changed. So again, this is, I trust, only displayed to the commissioners and the witness and not the public. If you'll go, please, operator, to the findings at the end of the report and the recommendations. And you may have to go up, please. Thank you. I'll give you an opportunity to read those findings. You've had an opportunity to read that?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. So if I might summarise this, I'll take you also to page 0420. And you'll see there in the summary paragraph, at paragraph 3, and the reference there to the last line to the member's death, that it does not appear to have arisen out of or in the course of his service.
Yes.
Now, I should say that I will summarise again. I don't know, have you read this report in advance of this?
I have, but the qualification I would put is that I think this report, this report precedes my tenure, and I've been provided with several reports to read, so I read it. So if you're looking for observations on the face of the report, I can
Similarly,
possibly
Council,
assist.
I've read it, but only in preparation for this hearing.
Thank you. In that having said that, can I summarise the subject matter of the report? Mainly that it was identified that for this particular member, there was a finding of death by suicide.
Yes.
Thank you. There was a finding that there was no service nexus.
Yes.
Thank you. But there was a finding that there was no action or inaction of defence that contributed to the member's death. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. Yet the substance of the report does describe a marital breakdown and what might be said to be quite difficult family circumstances. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they are described in some detail.
Once again, with this report, I've had to read several of them. I'd probably prefer to look at other parts of the report.
Certainly. Well, I can take you then to the next page. And the relevant factual circumstances will assist you in the following pages thereafter.
Yes.
And yes, operator, if you can go to the following page, please. Paragraph 14 might assist you. And if you can go to the next page, operator. And I should say the page thereafter. The next page. At the top page, that paragraph there at paragraph 20. So just so you feel comfortable in my having put that proposition to you in respect of there being a marital breakdown and difficult family circumstances.
Yes.
And I won't, for the purposes of this examination, ask you to read the whole report in detail, but I'd ask you to at least accept this proposition, or you may recall from your having read it earlier, that there was no attempt made to explore whether any aspect of defence life contributed to the marital breakdown or to the family difficulties. So you can either accept that as a proposition or tell me you have read that on the face of the document. You understand that from the face of the document.
As I said, I'd really, because these reports, as I said, usually involve several competing considerations and are heavily nuanced. It's really something where I'd have to have more time to read the report.
Certainly.
Also, in indication to your question about whether service factors were considered, that's often apparent by the extent to which people may have been interviewed or not. I guess what I'm getting at there is that prior to my tenure, Some of these reports appear to have been done as desktop reviews. Others, however, appear to have been a hybrid, if you will, of some desktop assessment as well as interview of service members or other relevant witnesses, which I haven't been able to see in this report.
Thank you. And Tommy, is it the case now that you no longer conduct desktop reviews?
Not for deaths by suspected suicide. That's different for what I would call non-suicide cases, but for deaths by suspected suicide, no, we don't do desktop reviews, not during my tenure.
I see. And remind me, is it proposed that you did say that this new process is not yet formalised in any statement of procedure or other guidance document or policy document? Is it proposed that will happen?
Yes, it is.
Yes. And what is the timing that attends that? When should we expect such a document?
I don't have an answer to that question at the moment. As soon as practicable, we're aware that it is something that has to be codified into, if you will, into standard operating procedures. Yeah, I think that's the best indication I can give.
Thank you. And Commissioners, if I can just return to this document for your benefit, I don't want to put the witness in under any difficulty. He's not being utterly familiar with its having been the process behind it. But you'll recall, Commissioners, that this Commission has heard evidence, including this morning, about the impacts of defence life and defence service on family members. And also the Commission has received submissions about the impact upon defence members' abilities to find health care and other supports for children, particularly children with high or particular healthcare needs. The report, it certainly on the face of it, and I'm not asking the witness to confirm or deny this, but it indicates to counsel assisting to this commission that there's certainly silent in respect of any consideration as to whether defence life in any way contributed to the matters, the family difficulties that were indicated in that report. And that report was one of a number of reports to which I just referred earlier that were conducted pursuant to the previous approach. Is that correct?
Yes, that one is from late 2021, that report, from recollection of what was on the screen. So yeah, that predated my arrival at the Directorate.
Thank you. And now, might I take you to what's your, before I move to another topic, I'd ask each of you to consider this. Now you've seen, of course, the provisions of the regulations and how they stand. But do you have a view in any event whether you need in the regulation, whether it ought to be amended, whether it's necessary to have a reference to service nexus there, particularly if we're dealing with suspected suicides?
From my perspective, I think the regulation needs to be reviewed to more closely align with current practice. If the intention is that we conduct inquiries into deaths of all service members, I'll refine that, into all deaths by suspected suicide, then the regulation should say that.
Yes, thank you. And Brigadier Mackenzie, do you have a view that complements that or adds to that?
Yes, insofar as I think that it would also be helpful if some greater explanation was provided of what we're looking for in describing a service nexus. So in the matter that you had displayed to us previously, I didn't do the inquiry. I wasn't familiar with that until we actually prepared for this event. But your question about whether or not the impacts on family were looked at as part of a consideration of whether there was a service nexus to the death, I think it would need to be a broader view of service nexus than perhaps we currently take to catch that particular matter, if that helps. So I think it's fit for purpose as it is, but if it was to be amended, it might need to be broadened in order to capture some of the issues you're raising about broader impacts on families.
Yes, thank you. And just excuse me for a moment. And the question is, you've got this new process. If there's a suspected suicide, or it's clear that it was suicide, but what if it's not even detected? It's not necessarily obvious that the person has died by suicide or otherwise. How might that be managed? Do you have any comment in relation to that?
Sorry, I haven't been asked that question before, so I guess the extent of my consideration at present is in response to your last question, that is, I think there is scope for revision of the regulation to more closely reflect that all deaths by suspected suicide of serving members are to be inquired into, and I think that's as far as I can take it. I don't have a view. There are some complexities relating to deaths by suicide as opposed to deaths that are non-suicide, which I haven't turned my mind to.
Yes, thank you. Related to that topic, as you've indicated, the determination of suicide is often a complicated question. It's not necessarily straightforward, is it?
It can be a complex question, yes.
And I might, Commissioners, for your benefit, refer you to evidence that we heard much earlier on in this Royal Commission, namely on the 15th of February 2022, where we heard from the Honourable Jennifer Coate, AO, Mr Ian Freckleton, AO, QC, and Mr Hugh Dillon. Those experts shared their understanding of the coronial systems and functions in the various states and territories in Australia. And in particular, the evidence of Dr Freckleton, I should say, AOQC, and I'll give you a transcript reference at 12-1122, indicates that the extent that suicide remains a finding in Australia is often problematic because the facts surrounding a particular death do not always enable a straightforward determination of whether the person actually intended to kill themselves. And then I might also refer you to a document that is in evidence. I won't take the witnesses to it in any detail now, but by way of reference, it's STU.001.001.4239. And that is a paper entitled Determining a Suicide Under Australian Law by Stephanie Jowett, Belinda Carpenter and Gordon Tate. And that paper addresses the question of establishing suicide within the coronial system, and it observes that that the formulation is appropriate for the coronial jurisdiction. The elements for suicide to be established are a voluntary or deliberate act of the deceased, of which the intent behind the act was to end their own life, with further a conscious understanding at the moment of engagement in the act that such an act would necessarily result in death. And the authors further continued that while these elements are clearly present in many suicide cases, there are significant grey areas. And both those authors and the witnesses from whom you heard indicated, for example, such circumstances as single motor vehicle accidents, which are generally ought to be considered suspicious for suicide, and further deaths by toxicology, so drug overdoses and the like. So just want.
Is your concern, Ms Rubigotti, that sometimes there might be an overlooking of circumstances where there may be a service connection.
Yes, quite. And I wonder if...
Can you look at paragraph 31 of that report, first sentence?
And I apologise, Commissioner, when you say 31 of the report, which report are you referring? Might assist the operator?
IGD 0007 0008 0418. Do you have that up?
Yes, I trust the operator is bringing it up. I can't see it presently. And it was paragraph 30, was it, Commissioner?
Paragraph 31.
31, thank you.
First sentence.
And you're referring there to the particular posting?
Yes, which is a remote posting.
Indeed.
Would you agree with that? Can you see the paragraph I'm referring to?
Paragraph 31, Commissioner?
Yes. First sentence?
The posting to a remote locality, yes.
Would that not alert you to the possibility that there might be a service connection?
For me as an inquiry officer, not of itself, no.
What would? Or would that trigger you to ask further questions?
Would it trigger you to interview his wife?
Well, I don't know the circumstances of this inquiry.
I understand
I would expect that at some point his wife would have been interviewed and talked to as part of this inquiry. So I'm not sure I quite follow the question, Commissioner.
So I may be able to assist
yes,
the Commissioners. We have had a matter that is still open, so I won't go into it in any detail.
Yes.
But under our current processes where the matter is comprehensively inquired into, where you'll have all relevant service witnesses as well as partners and in some cases former partners, if there is an aspect relating to the remoteness of a posting, that will ordinarily come out in the course of conducting those interviews. And in the case...
It could be regarded as giving rise to a service connection?
It could be, is the way I would frame it, but once again, it's a pragmatic test that takes into account several competing factors.
Thanks.
Sorry, Commissioner, if I would say yes to that question, but I wouldn't presume that as an inquiry officer, that there was an impact. But yes, it would lead me down that path to follow that.
Thanks.
Thank you, I'm grateful. Just to indicate where we're going by way of timing, I'll just spend a couple of more minutes on the question of service nexus and another aspect of jurisdiction, in particular the jurisdiction relating to current members. So
that's fine. And then
give you an opportunity for questions,
Thank you.
Before we leave the topic of service nexus, can I just ask the witnesses to be shown IGD.0010.0001.0248. This is another of those noting briefs for CDF. I understand that this is not confidential. This is not confidential. I withdraw that. It is confidential, so operator, it is only to display to the witnesses and to the commissioners and to my friends. It is a briefing document from November 2022, and let me. Yes, that's correct. Thank you. And might I take you, please, to paragraph 8 of that document. And you'll see that there's a reference to a law firm having been engaged.
Yes,
but the purpose of determining or conducting jurisdictional assessments. You're aware of this matter?
Yes, yes.
And tell me, is the firm still currently engaged in that process?
Yes, it is. The qualifier I would make would be the firm is still retained, and I can't recall if I've seen this document before, but not for the purpose that's reflected there.
I see, thank you. And tell me, did they, has the firm nonetheless undertaken the assessments that are identified there, or did that not come to pass?
Look, I think the better way to reflect how the firm has been retained is that they have been conducting inquiries as inquiry teams, as they have appointments as assistant IGs, and they've been conducting inquiries under our current processes.
I understand. So it's not a question that a law firm is engaging in that original jurisdictional threshold analysis. Is that correct?
That's correct, because the paragraph you've put up there seems to reflect that their role is confined to jurisdictional assessments, which they're not.
I see. Okay, thank you. That's what the matter I wish to confirm, because it's the case, isn't it, and I think this conforms with what you've said earlier, that assessing matters of jurisdiction is a fairly nuanced matter, and it's not susceptible to determination in an overly legalistic way. Would you accept that?
Sorry, could you ask that question again, please, Counsel?
Yeah, certainly. So it's a case, consistently what you've said, that the assessment of jurisdiction and the the preparation of these reports, there is nuance in assessing nexus to service. Is that right?
Yes, there's certainly nuance in assessing just the isolated question of jurisdiction, but as I said, the relevance of the assessment of jurisdiction since I've been at the office of the IGADF has fallen away.
Thank you. And tell me, when is it the case that the law firm will continue in this process to assist you in the report preparation?
I'm not specifically aware of how much longer it's intended that they be retained. They have a limited number of cases that they could still conduct within the current budget, but I don't know whether the budget is to be extended.
Thank you. And just to pick up on something you said earlier when you talk about service, the service nexus have fallen away. That's the case only in respect of suicides, isn't it?
Yes, that's correct.
But there remains, does there not, a difficult question where it's not entirely obvious whether in fact the relevant member has died by suicide or has not?
Sorry, could you ask that question?
Yeah, certainly. That may work well in circumstances where it's pretty black and white.
Yes.
But it is a slightly more complicated situation, isn't it, where it's not so clear whether it's a death by suicide. And I gave you two examples, hence my referring the Commission to the evidence of the experts of single vehicle motor accidents and overdoses and the like, toxicology.
Yeah, that's correct. So for several non-suicide matters, it is clearer as to whether there is a service connection than suicide, which, as we've said, have complex and multi-dimensional factors involved.
So in the case, if you do get that comes before you the death of a member who has died by way of a single vehicle motor accident or a drug overdose, into which category do you put the consideration of those deaths?
It will depend upon, from the preliminary phase and the information gathering, whether it appears that there is a possibility that the person has intentionally taken their life. If we did have one matter where the coroner's report did not make a finding of suicide, however, we thought the circumstances were such that it could not be excluded that had occurred, so we treated it as a suspected suicide, and we inquired into it under the process that I've described.
Thank you. Might I move now to another matter of jurisdiction, and it's one that you have touched upon, and namely the fact that IGADF death reports of this nature are limited to members who have died while in service.
Yes.
And if you could remind the Commission, is that the causal, was it the causal connection?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And if I could ask you, please, Operator, to display the statement of procedure again, the guidance manual, that being IGD.0007.0002.0001. Thank you. Standard operating practices, I should say. And if I could take you, please, to paragraph 16A of that document that appears at 0007. Now, you have spoken, Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, a little earlier about the members who will be subject to an inquiry report and the relevant nexus. Does this reflect the evidence that you gave earlier about on the question of the causal connection, namely death in service?
Can I just have an opportunity just to read the...
Certainly.
Yes, I've read that. So, sorry, what was the question?
Thank you. So going back to the two aspects of the temporal connection and the causal connection, does this go to the temporal or the temporal connection or the temporal test? So whether or not the death was in service?
I think it's actually the causal connection.
Oh, I withdraw the causal connection.
So if it will assist, what I think that paragraph reflects is the process that I've described, in that the current process is that Select Incident Review will inquire into all deaths by suspected suicide of service members from Service Category 2 right up to Service Category 7, which covers the full spectrum from an inactive reservist right up to a full-time member. I think that's what that sub-paragraph says.
Thank you. So conformably with the provision of the regulation at 5A, where we are inquiring into the death of a member of the Defence Force. And in that regard, I might ask you this. That's a pretty hard line, a pretty hard cut-off, but nonetheless, we have members who transition, and we know that transition is a risk factor. And then how do you deal with the question of death in service for such members? Do you have a view? So do you have a view as to whether that cut-off is appropriate or whether there should be some additional time. Could you speak to that question, please?
So I think the way I'd respond to the question is we have had one matter where the member did die by suicide shortly after separating from the service. From recollection, it was a matter of weeks or potentially months. In that circumstance, the IGADF approached, I understand the IGADF approached the CDF and requested a direction, as the CDF's empowered to do under the residual provisions that you mentioned under the Defence Act.
Yes.
So I think the office and certainly the IGADF is cognisant that in those circumstances it is appropriate to enlarge the circumstances in which we'd inquire into the deaths of recently separated service members. As far as my own view goes, in principle, I can't see a reason why not. From a Deputy Director view, that's going to have some resource implications. But in answer to your question, in principle, I can't see a reason why not.
Yes, and do you think, considering the purpose, that these reports serve a number of purposes, and one of the purposes is to inform Defence and the Chief of Defence of relevant recommendations and issues and also systemic issues that arise in service. With that in mind, do you think, in your own opinion, think that is a worthwhile thing to do, to extend the period of time when we're looking at service members who may have died?
So it appears to be a logical extension to the present jurisdiction. If our current reports look at things such as inquiry officers being directed to inquire into whether the acts or omissions of the ADF or Defence have been a causal factor, and whether, for example, ADF policy or processes may have been deficient and require addressing, it seems to me to be a logical extension to the jurisdiction, but that's only obviously a personal view of a Deputy Director.
Certainly. And Brigadier Mackenzie, do you have a view on the matter?
So I guess similarly, I can see why it would be appropriate to inquire into a death of a person who had been out of any of these service categories for quite some time. I'm also thinking of the practicalities of conducting that inquiry and the ability for the inquiry team to actually gather the information and make those connections that might assist the organisation to learn from that event would be quite challenging. So the time frame and the circumstances, I guess my answer would be it would have to be an individual case where it would be appropriate. I can't see that it would necessarily work for every case.
And relevantly, time frame, of course, will form a significant role.
So I might add to that. I think the thrust of what Brigadier Mackenzie said is correct in that there would have to be a limitation on it. So, for example, a time limit of a set period of time after the person has separated from the service if there is a death by suicide that occurs in that set time frame.
Thank you. And Commissioners, the one inquiry to which Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove referred, that is the one occasion on which this particular power has been exercised in order to undertake an inquiry in respect of a recently transitioned member. I might pause there, noting the time, and provide you with an opportunity to ask any questions that you might have arising out of what's been said.
Thank you. We do have the 2-hour time limit, so we'll be pausing at 1:45, as I understand it. But we'll just get through some questions now. I just want to clarify, and perhaps you could help me with the order of proceedings. So somebody dies, it's either an apparent or suspected suicide. The state or territory coroner is involved. Does your office then wait for that coroner to conclude his matter before you start, or what happens, or do you do it concurrently, or how does that work?
So, under the processes since I've been at the Directorate, we do it concurrently. So, we don't wait for the coroner's report to come out. So these matters are very complex, so it will take the coroner some time to often come out with findings. Since I've been at the Directorate, once we've done the initial information gathering, that will often include things such as a toxicology report, post-mortem examination, or an autopsy if that's been conducted. The police statements will often come in slightly slower time, as will the coroner's investigation.
I'm familiar with the process, but I'm just curious about the timing of your involvement in relation to the coroner's activities.
Short answer is that we do it concurrently. So at the end of the information gathering period, since I've been at the Directorate, we don't wait for the coroner's findings before we proceed to identify before we identify inquiry teams and appoint them to do an inquiry.
And I think there's been mention a little bit earlier in relation to keeping or touching base or engaging with the next of kin. How does that work in terms of what you're doing and what the coroner's office is doing? Is there collaboration, cooperation, so people don't get asked the same question twice or be interviewed twice, or how does that work? Has any thought been given to that?
Look, I think at the moment that's not something that our processes have matured enough to address. So there's certainly communication with the coroners to request their documentation, but there's not liaison for the perspective of ascertaining whether they've already been interviewed and things like that.
But is there an obligation or a process for your office to inform the coroner that you are acting, you're doing something?
It's not, in inverted commas, an obligation. They will get our Section 23 notice early in the piece, so they will know that we've been inquiring into it. But we don't formally notify them for the purpose of making them aware that we're looking into it.
And in relation to the engagement with the next of kin, are there standard operating procedures or guidelines in place? How you do it? When you do it?
So the best SOPs we've got at the moment are the guidance manual, which has been referred to in evidence. That's the extent of it at the present time, Commissioner.
From your knowledge, and I'm not sure I have it here, does it go into timings, having to report or discuss or inform next of kin by a particular time or on a regular basis?
I don't think it goes into that detail from recollection.
Thank you. Is there consideration in it to a trauma-informed approach where someone's lost a loved one, how they may be interviewed, whether if you're going to interview them and they'll be distressed, making sure that they have support?
Yes, there is. So we select inquiry teams based on their ability to be able to be compassionate and engage with the next of kin in a sensitive manner.
Is it written down anywhere? Are there guidelines that demand that this happens? A trauma-informed approach when dealing with next of kin, to your knowledge?
So I'd answer yes, Commissioner. In my experience, and I understand it is the experience of other assistants, IJDF, is that we are required to go through, I think it's called the Compassionate Foundations course, which I did some time ago. We also get periodic engagement through the directorates about the approach to dealing with families, and we are informed with our engagements through Defence Member Family Services and the like. So I think the answer to your question is yes, Commissioner.
You can see it in paragraph 9, subparagraph G of that investigation manual, which is IGD.0007.002.001.
Sorry, could you just, what does it actually say?
It says, interviewing next of kin and family members, the importance of addressing family matters in a compassionate, sensitive and trauma-informed manner cannot be overstated. The involvement of the next of kin and family members is fundamental to DSIR processes. Is that what you're thinking of?
Yes, it is. Thank you. I'll just go back to the issue of timing, and I appreciate if you could perhaps take it on notice, Lieutenant Colonel. Is there any requirement for a particular timing in terms of how often people should be informed, the next of kin, in any of the literature or standard operating procedures?
Not that I'm aware of, Commissioner.
If you're able to check for us, then I'd be grateful.
Yes.
Commissioner, I will also need to check. My understanding is that we ought to be reporting monthly on the progress of the report
To the family?
to the people who we understand from the inquiry team might be affected by the process, including family. That I would need to find where that is actually written in the or whether it is just guidance. But that is what I understand ought to be our best practice.
I appreciate you understand that, but I'd be grateful if someone can confirm for us. The issue of jurisdiction, I know in the document we pulled up earlier about the individual who had suicided, it talked about the IGADF must provide the Chief of Defence Force with a report produced in the exercise of this function. So ultimately, obviously, your report will go to the Chief of Defence Force. It doesn't mention anything about sharing it with a coroner. Is that what would normally happen there? I mean, you might come up with findings and they may actually be different or in contradiction of what the state or territory coroner might think. How does that work out?
So, Commissioner, there's not a set procedure that in every case we will provide our report to the coroner, but what I've noticed since being at the Directorate is that there's an increased awareness of the IGADF's role and function in this area, and that they will often, whether it's be through having an awareness through our Section 23 notice or otherwise, will request a copy of our report. So we certainly provide our report on request to the coroners, but there's not a set process at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Just two other very quick issues. So is there a commencement date for the direction to investigate all deaths that may be suspected as suicides? I know that's the case now, but do you know when that commenced?
For my part, I don't know when that commenced. It was certainly in March last year when I arrived, was in operation, and I followed the higher guidance of my director and what I understood was the intent of the IGADF.
Okay, again, grateful if you can take it on notice and someone can let us know down the track. Prior to that process being firmed up as it has now, what do you understand the process was for selection of matters to be looked at and matters not to be looked at? Is there again a guideline, or what used to happen? What has happened?
If it will assist, Commissioner, I think the extent of my knowledge is the documents that have been provided to us by the Royal Commission to peruse prior to today. The observation that I would make is that it does appear that there was an initial assessment as to whether a death was caused by a service-related causal factor or not, and if it was found to not be service-related, in that assessment report, then that would be a criteria for usually another recommendation in the same report, which would say that no further action was required. But as I said, that's only an observation from a number of the documents that I've provided.
I'm sorry to load you up with homework, but again, if you can take it on notice and someone can tell us if there is a criteria that existed prior to the system being changed as to what cases were taken on and what cases were not taken. My final point is just in relation to, and I think Ms. Rubagotti covered it with you to some extent, the issue of marital breakdown and relationship breakdown and so on, and whether that has been caused by service. Would you agree with me that, as it stands, that's not something that the ADF has been delving into in cases of suicide?
Speaking only for the IGADF, from the commencement of my time in the Directorate, as I said, because of the comprehensiveness of the inquiries that we conduct, any factors that have affected a service person's relationship that may be service-related will ordinarily come out in the evidence.
What I'm getting at is, forgive me for being blunt, often the cause of the relationship breakdown is in fact service. But would you agree with me that that is not an issue that has been examined up until recently or now? The fact that the relationship breakdown, which is blamed for the suicide is blamed on it, can be, and in fact often is from our evidence, was caused by service. Is it something that is being considered today?
Prior to March of last year, in the reports that I've seen, the observation I would make is that no, that does not appear to have been a focus.
And today?
While relationships are not relationship factors are not specifically mentioned in the directions, they would be covered in the inquiry process. It would come out in interviews with family and other witnesses to the inquiry.
But it's not specifically singled out, I guess, in guidelines or standard operating procedures?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brown?
And I'm sorry, just before Commissioner Brown, before you commence, I thought it might be of some assistance just to note that, and also Commissioner, we will be touching upon issues addressing, for example, recommendations, engagement with next of kin, and there will be some further questions on trauma-informed approaches, and perhaps to engagement with coroners, although you have dealt with that in some detail, but I thought I'd note that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just start by asking, you talked about the written directions that are part of that initial phase. You talked about establishing lines of inquiry, looking at policies and procedures and the impact of those, acts and omissions, engaging with the direction to engage with the next of kin. My question is, do you need to do that? Is it not patently obvious in terms of, like, is that not what you would do when you were doing an inquiry? And I apologise if I'm seeming very naive, but it just seems to me that that's what you would do in an inquiry. So why do you need a phase to write those directions?
Not at all, Commissioner. So in my experience, those directions are of value. From my defence experience before arriving at the office of the IGADF, it's almost akin to terms of reference. We don't call it that, of course, but that's a very important document to be able to set aspects that inquiry teams must turn their mind to. And I have noticed that the difference in the quality of reports where you have specific written directions compared to ones that may not have. Also, although the directions have changed a bit since I've been at the Directorate, they also include inquiry procedures that must be adhered to as well.
But again, isn't that, I mean, that's written in the regulations, so I'm just really struggling to understand whether it's a level of unnecessary bureaucracy that just might take up more time before you get on with the real inquiry.
No, in my view, it's not a level of bureaucracy, and we have streamlined the directions to make sure it's a much shorter document and it cross-references inquiry SOPs. And the directions are very easily able to be drafted, at least the current ones, and very easily able to be signed and approved by an appropriate authority within IGADF. So that's not a source of any delay.
Okay, thank you. You said that as part of the review phase that reviewing the report, engaging with the next of kin, engaging with the DCS legal officer, who are an important conduit to the next of kin. I just wanted to put to you that earlier this week we heard evidence from a next of kin who is currently going through the inquiry phase who told us that they had been informed they would be contacted by a legal officer and has never had contact with the legal officer, but is awaiting kind of the conclusion of the inquiry and the report. It just seemed terribly incongruent with what you were saying is standard practice.
Yes, I'm aware of that matter, and it's been a lapse in our process. We've identified it and we're fixing it. It has a high priority in the Directorate at the moment to fix it.
Do you have lapses in other inquiries?
There have been, Commissioner, yes.
How many?
We did have a search, we did have a staff member do a search of our files to see if there were other ones where there had been a similar lapse, and from recollection, I think there's been approximately 5.
Over what period of time?
From recollection, it was open files, so it would be files that are open.
Okay, thank you. Can I, and I'm sorry if this seems incredibly pedantic, but it's a matter that I think matters. You referred to the case closure phase.
Yes.
Can I put to you that referring to people who've died by suicide as cases is dehumanising? And as I say, it's a pedantic matter, but I think an important matter that I would just bring to your attention and ask that you might give consideration to.
Certainly, Commissioner, for the purposes of today, we're being very guarded about how we refer to matters. It's my experience that when we're talking about matters in the office, we're talking about individuals. We refer to them by the individual's name, and we're obviously not permitted to do that here.
And it's primarily meant to be an internal document. It's not that process which describes a case closure phase is not meant to be disclosed to the family. But yeah, I appreciate what you say, Commissioner.
Commissioner Coldis was asking you about when the current, you described the current process that was in place when you started March 2022.
Yes.
You weren't sure entirely when that change occurred, but it was possibly before you arrived, so it wasn't as a result of your intervention. Do you know why it changed?
So that's correct, Commissioner. It wasn't because I arrived. I think it occurred at around about the same time or shortly prior. From my perspective, I think it's been consistent with and commensurate with the work of the Royal Commission.
Okay, well, I guess that's where I was going, is was it due to the Royal Commission?
From my perspective, I think it has been consistent with the work of the Royal Commission.
Given that, and you told us that there is a need to put it in writing and to codify it and put it in writing, but we're 2 years on into the Royal Commission and at least close to 18 months since you started, and it's still not in writing. How long do you think it might take to put such a change in writing?
The Directorate has at the moment some capacity issues and some staffing issues which are affecting our ability to be able to do that, which is why, unfortunately, when I was asked the question earlier, I wasn't able to give a firm indication. But I agree that it is a long time to have waited for these things to be crystallised into some detailed SOPs.
I mean, and again, forgive me if I'm seeming naive, but it doesn't seem like it's a particularly difficult change to write up. But maybe it is. And maybe my next question might help to add to that. You were questioned about a motor vehicle accident or an overdose where perhaps the intent is not clear, and you said it could potentially be picked up as a suspected suicide and that you might look at it then. Can I put another circumstance to you? One of the features of PTSD, or people suffering from PTSD, perhaps not knowing that that's what they're experiencing, but we see changes that might include increased alcohol use, for example, increased risk-taking. Now, that risk-taking may result in a death. Well, it may be perceived to be the result in a death. For example, if someone had a fall was on a balcony and had a fall, it might be perceived to be a fall, not a fall due to risk-taking, due to PTSD, due to their service. Would your initial inquiry be sufficient to ascertain a possible service link like that?
From my perspective, I appreciate that from initial document gathering during the preliminary phase, that would be a difficult call to make on that basis. However, we have had matters where, for instance, with drug overdose, where there may be, where it couldn't be excluded that it was a potential suicide. There is scope in those early stages to be able to make that assessment, so to speak, and to treat it as a suspected suicide.
And again, I appreciate that, but I think perhaps the awareness of motor vehicle accidents and overdoses as potentially unclear is perhaps a little bit more established, but other forms of death that may have a service-related nexus but aren't so immediately kind of even suspected suicides. I'm just wondering. Anyway, I'll move on. You talked about that initial inquiry phase. Are the families interviewed at all during that phase?
Yes, definitely. So you've got the preliminary phase and then the inquiry phase. So after the directions are signed, one of most inquiry teams will interview the family first.
Right.
So yes, they're interviewed at a very early stage. The initial contact with the family on average is 6 weeks after a date of death, when they will receive formal correspondence from the office explaining the IGADF role to inquire into the death and why, and also giving them contact details and directing them to where they can get support services. That's the initial formal correspondence. Once the directions are signed, that will be, and concurrently there will be the appointment of the DCS legal officer that I referred to. The DCS legal officer will usually be the person who initiates the personal communication and gives the family notice that the IGADF would like to speak to them, and its contact is managed in that way currently.
And sorry, you said the average is 6 weeks?
Yes. So
for contact with the family?
Yes, that's correct. So our baseline is that the correspondence should go out 6 weeks after the date of death. Sometimes there is a lag in that.
Because again, I think the evidence we heard earlier this week was 8 months. I spoke with someone last week, it was 3 years before they were contacted by IGADF for an inquiry.
Yes, which is a clear lapse in our process and is not up to our current, the standards that we expect within the Directorate.
Okay. You spoke about, and there was some discussion about those who have transitioned from service, and you said there was a case where IGADF approached the CDF about a recently separated service member. I guess one of the challenges that has been brought to the attention of this Royal Commission is that IGADF is not perceived as being independent. And I have to say, when you said IGADF went to CDF to essentially seek permission to look at a recently separated service member, it just raised for me, is the IGADF independent? If they have to ask CDF whether they can look at the death of a recently separated service member. I'm not sure whether you can comment on that or not, but it just stood out to me when you said that.
Well, Commissioner, I'm not sure. I can't comment on whether it's a formal request for permission or if it's as it was described. Sorry, I can't comment on that.
So part of the reason it would have been done that way is because that is the legislative requirement, is that outside of it being a serving ADF member, there is a residual jurisdiction for the minister or CDF to direct IGADF to inquire into certain matters, and that was the reason. But more broadly, I don't think that aspect compromises the independence from my perspective. From my perspective, since I've been at the Directorate, there's been nothing of that nature that's compromised our independence in substance or otherwise.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, and again relates to those who die by suicide after transitioning from service. Has the IGADF ever looked at the coroner's reports of ex-serving members who died by suicide to ascertain whether or not the coroner looks at the service nexus or the relationship to service? I guess, and again, I'm thinking here, we've had previous evidence that the coroners are actually only do inquests in fairly small percentage of deaths notified to them. They'll make a finding, but not necessarily do an inquest. And that means that they haven't had necessarily the opportunity to look at this issue of service nexus or connection to service. So I'm just wondering, has IGADF ever looked at the coroner's reports from that perspective, from those deaths? You may not be aware of them, but...
I'm not aware of that aspect having been looked at with coroner's reports, no, Commissioner.
Nor am I, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm conscious of the time. We're going to have a break now for transcription services, and then we'll come back in 15 minutes.
Yes, certainly.
Okay. Thank you. We'll adjourn for 15 minutes.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners. I believe my friend has a matter she wishes to raise.
Commissioners, just before my friend resumes, I just wanted to note that I have to leave at 4:30. I apologise, and I see from the revised schedule that the hearing will still be going. I'm just letting you know. I apologise. And Ms Wright will be here.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Sorry, Ms Ribagotti. I think Commissioner Douglas just wanted one question in between, and then we might...
Most certainly.
Could IGD.007.002.001 be brought up again, please, at pages 10 to 11, or 9 to 10, or 0010 to 0011? Lieutenant Colonel and Brigadier, some of the questions that Commissioner Brown asked you about traversed, I think, some of these procedures set out in this manual. And, for example, at paragraph 33B, you talk about the second of 4 occasions when it's appropriate to contact the next of kin and family, namely seeking to interview the next of kin as part of an IGADF inquiry into the circumstance of an ADF member's death. Now, I appreciate that there wouldn't be necessarily a particular sequence of questions, but at any stage would you expect the inquirer to ask the next of kin or perhaps a family member, was there anything about the circumstances of the deceased's death that related to his or her service? Would there be an open-ended question like that?
Yes, most certainly. So,
If you could just press the button.
yes, most certainly, Commissioner. So it's a comprehensive trauma-informed interview, but that's a primary role of the interview, is to get the next of kin's perspective on any potential service-related issues. So I would expect that in every instance they are asked that question.
Is there a script, or is it just the sort of instruction you'd give to your people conducting the inquiry?
So it wouldn't be a script. It would. The directions make it very clear that they're to focus on things such as suicide risk factors, acts or omissions by the ADF or defence that may have contributed. So we rely on the directions to point the inquiry teams in the direction of asking those questions.
Your inquiry teams, would they normally include people with experience in investigating causes of death, like police officers who might be also in the reserve? Or
we don't have, to my knowledge, we don't have a police officer who might be in the reserve as an assistant IG who we use on inquiries. No, but it's an issue where we're very careful to select appropriate assistant IGs, usually with many years of, upwards of 30 years of experience within the Defence Force, who are able to assess service-related circumstances. But in answer to your question about specific prior experience for inquiring into deaths, so to speak, I'd have to say no, but it's something which we can train people for and to get them experience during their time in the Directorate.
do you have any military police seconded to your area?
No, we don't.
Thanks.
Commissioner, can I offer I've only done 2 inquiries into death by suicide, and the last I was paired with a public prosecutor whose normal civilian role as a legal officer is a public prosecutor. But I think that's just to add to Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove's answer. I don't think there is a structure. I certainly don't get a script, and where possible we get paired with someone who has that sort of experience, but it's not uniform, it's not available for every inquiry team.
Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Might I now address a new topic, and namely expertise and the expertise that you have on staff? You've indicated to this Commission that the nature of the staffing within the Directorate, and just to confirm, as we understand it, there are no mental health experts within the staff. I will come to the significance of that in due course, but going back to the manual to which we've had regard throughout the course of this examination, it's certainly the case, isn't it, that separately from that, there is no mandatory requirement in that manual to obtain evidence from mental health expert. Is that the case?
From my recollection, no, that's not in the manual.
No. And in terms of obtaining input from a medical professional, a mental health expert, or a medical professional, it's really just in the nature of a review of the deceased member's medical and psychology files within JHC, and that's part of the preliminary stage. Is that your understanding?
Yes, I think there are 2 aspects to this, and that is, firstly, as you've alluded to, as a standard practice, we obtain a medical report from Joint Health Command, which will cover off on a service member's medical history and any accessing of mental health services. So yes, there is that aspect. I think the second aspect is if at any time during the inquiry it's seen that there's a need for expert evidence from an appropriately qualified medical practitioner, that can be obtained on an as-required basis.
Yes, and of course it's the case under the Defence Act, isn't it, that it provides for the engagement of consultants as may be required.
Yes.
And presumably Ashurst are engaged on that basis. But I want to suggest to you that expertise, including from mental health professionals, would be valuable in a number of respects. I'll put the propositions to you, both in the context of considering service nexus and considering death by suicide, more to the point, and then also in developing recommendations. Do you have a view on that?
Yes, look, I have turned my mind to this issue. So from my perspective, the reports that we receive from Joint Health Command are from an area from the strategic clinical assurance and ethics area of Joint Health Command. So they're separate to the garrison health provision of health services, which means they provide, as their name suggests, a level of independence and assurance within the Joint Health Command chain. So we've found that their reports, the summary of accessing a mental health services, also the summary of the medical history. I would expect also that inquiry teams would be separately looking at a person's health file as well to see if within the forensic exercise of the inquiry they see anything that requires access to a medical expert. But similar to my previous question, I do think there's inappropriate cases where inquiry teams do identify that there may be a need to get a separate and have the independence of a separate medical expert and their expert opinion, that is something that that would benefit the Directorate, yes. But as I said, there's already provision there to do so in appropriate cases on an as-required basis.
And tell me, has happened from time to time?
From recollection in my time, it has only occurred once, and it was in relation to, it wasn't a suicide matter, it was a non-suicide matter where the family had taken issue with certain conclusions made not only within the report but in the Joint Health Command report, and we decided to go out and get an independent medical advice on it and report on it.
Thank you. And to the extent that you refer to expertise being obtained from Joint Health Command, is it correct to say that that expertise is limited to the information within their remit and the reports that they are preparing in the course of their ordinary functions?
I'd accept that as a general proposition, yes.
And it's not the case that Joint Health Command are being brought in to provide some expertise in a holistic overview of all of the information that you have before you in order to assess nuanced aspects, nuanced matters relating to suicide or whether within or without service.
I think the purpose of their report and the value that their report adds is to be able to assess with an independence from the garrison health chain of command whether the support, that is the medical, the person's medical history and any mental health support was appropriate. I have found in some cases as well that Joint Health Command will have already identified that there might have been a policy or other issue and they've already taken remedial action in relation to it. So from that perspective, yeah, that's the value I see in the Joint Health Command report.
Yes, but it's a limited value in and I don't say that disparagingly, but a limited value in the sense of the information and the circumstances that it's addressing. It's not providing an overview, a holistic overview of the information that you have in order to undertake some of the assessments that the Directorate needs to undertake. Is that correct?
So I'd accept that it's confined to an on-the-face review of the medical file, which, as I said, if they've picked up on things that need to be remediated, in some cases I've seen they've already taken that remediation action. But yeah, I accept the aspect that they wouldn't be looking at it from the perspective of, for instance, issues that may be raised by the family or other witnesses. From that perspective, it's not targeted at certain issues that may have arisen during the course of the evidence. But that's something which, as I said, we would rely on the inquiry team to assess that.
Yes, thank you. And would the inquiry team be assisted by a mental health expert or a psychologist or a psychiatrist? I'd pose that question in this context, for example, where there might be issues of family relationships, various difficulties. The Commissioner Brown mentioned the possibility of post-traumatic stress disorder affecting a member. Would you be assisted by a mental health expert having regard to the complex circumstances that members often face?
Yes, look, in appropriate and complex circumstances, yes, I think as a general proposition, yes, we would be assisted.
And what about in all circumstances? Just as a matter of course, having a mental health professional on board to review the material?
Look, from my perspective, I'm not necessarily convinced, and from my time in the Directorate over 18 months, that every single matter requires a separate medical expert to review the file. However, having turned my mind to it previously, I do think there would be value in perhaps retaining a panel of appropriately qualified medical experts to be able to give advice on an as-required basis to our inquiries, yes.
So for example, when you say as required, an example might be getting behind the cause of a relationship breakdown, for example, or ascertaining the circumstances surrounding a single vehicle motor accident.
Yeah, in appropriate circumstances where those issues are raised and it requires a targeted assessment from a medical expert, yes, there would be value in having people with appropriate medical expertise to be able to separately review the file.
Thank you. And Brigadier Mackenzie, do you have anything that you might wish to add to that?
Just from the limited two matters that I've been involved in one case, the member had no engagement really with the health services. So in that, I can see that it's unlikely that a mental health professional would be able to discern anything more than we did in the inquiry, whereas in the other issue, the members' engagement with the mental health services would probably have benefited from some additional scrutiny. But our perspective in doing the inquiry is to establish whether or not the risk factors were present, how they were managed and the like. And I'm comfortable in terms of the directions we are given to establish that we were able to do that. But I would answer yes. It may be enhanced by the scrutiny of a mental health professional, but for the directions we're given at the moment, it's not always necessary.
I see. Thank you. I want to turn to another aspect of expertise, and that is expertise and engagement with families. And of course, you've had questioning from the commissioners in respect of trauma-informed approaches. And how the Directorate goes about engaging with families in the course of the process. Might I ask you this? When the family is interviewed, is there a psychologist involved?
No, there's not.
And so who is involved in interviewing the family?
So it will be the inquiry team will interview the family in person. As I said, the conduit of the initial contact will usually be the DCS legal officer. So the DCS legal officer will ordinarily, or is invited to be there as well, but in some circumstances the DCS legal officer has requested to be have access to the interview either virtually or by mobile phone.
Thank you. Now, among those who are undertaking the interviews, do they also include the lawyer consultants to whom you referred earlier, or are they not involved in the interview process?
Yes, so the law firm that we've retained and who have appointments as assistant IGs, they do conduct the interviews, yes.
And what first, what training is offered generally within the directorate, and has that training also been offered to the lawyers who are engaged in the interviewing process in connection with dealing with families, a trauma-informed approach to dealing with families, and other matters, perhaps even extending to post-vention? Can you comment on those issues?
So as Brigadier Mackenzie mentioned earlier, all the full-time members of the Directorate have completed the Compassionate Foundations course. Brigadier Mackenzie, as a reserve officer who does work for us, has also completed it. The completion of that course is, of course, encouraged, but I can't comment on exactly in every case whether all of our reservists have done it, but that has been the expectation.
And if I can just pause you there, so I take it the completion of that course is not mandatory?
The IGADF made it mandatory, certainly for all full-time members in the office. I'm unclear on the extent to which the reserve officers have done it.
I can't recall, I'm sorry.
But you have completed that course. What is in substance? What is the nature of the course in short form? If you can explain what it involves.
It's sometimes since I've done it, so if I get the actual content inaccurate, please accept my apologies. But it's in order to assist us to understand how to approach families who have experienced the trauma that they've been through, to make us aware of the language that we're using around death by suicide, to give us some tools in order to approach the people who have that lived experience, and how we ought to engage with them, to be sensitive of the fact that us engaging them is potentially going to cause further trauma. So I guess that's the essence of the engagement of the training.
Yes, thank you. And is that a training that's undertaken on a regular basis, or is it a one-off training upon your posting to the Directorate?
So that was a one-off event. And as I said, I can't recall whether the IG's made it mandatory for everybody, but I chose to undertake that because I was moving from doing other general inquiries to move to work for the Select Incident Review Team.
Yes, thank you. And I take it, just to pick up on something I asked earlier, Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove, you don't know whether the lawyers themselves have undertaken that training as a mandatory step in their engagement?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Do you consider, having regard to the nature of the material that they need to address and the circumstances of the family members that they need to encounter, that such training ought to be mandatory?
Yes, I think so.
And the same with reservists too?
Yes, I'd agree that, reserve officers in our office, it should be mandatory as well.
Thank you. If I can take you please to might I take you please to IGD.0010.0001.0106. This is another one of the confidential IGADF monthly updates to CDF, and this is dated May 2022. Tell me, Commissioners, is this document visible to you?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Oh, sorry.
Well, whilst that document is being brought up, might I ask this, is the training that's being offered the same training that is offered to officers within other directorates, within the Office of IGADF, or is it very specific training that is offered to you in your directorate, having regard to the engagement with the families that you must undertake?
So from recollection, when we did complete it last year, it was something that was required of all directorates. But having been a year ago, that's my best recollection that it was for all directorates.
I understand. So is there any additional overlay or additional training, a better way of saying it, for your directorate in particular?
No, there's not of the nature that you're talking about.
Thank you. Do you now see that document? And I trust it's shown just to the witnesses and to the commissioners and to my friend. Might I take you, please, to paragraph 3 of that document? You can see that there. And that is reference there to the education on trauma-informed approaches. And have you had an opportunity to read that?
Yes.
Yes.
You'll see there that the nature of the training that is indicated seems to be training in the nature of vicarious trauma training. Is that just an error of nomenclature in that document, or is it in fact vicarious trauma training that has been provided, by which training of, quite properly, of your staff to protect them from the material to which they're exposed? Or is there an additional type of training directed to family members?
Look, having seen that, no, the vicarious trauma training is a specific training also on offer, but I'm not sure whether it's directed specifically to family members who our directorate deals with.
I see. So, but just so I can, to assist the Commission in understanding the sort of the training that is being given within your directorate, is there vicarious trauma training?
Yes.
Yeah. Is there separately training to respond to and to assist and to engage with family members, next of kin, other interested persons in the course of an inquiry?
That separate targeted training you're talking about, no, I'm not aware of that, no.
And Brigadier Mackenzie, are you aware of that as a separate type of training?
If I'm thinking of the correct things, it is the Compassionate Foundations. There's another, and I've forgotten the name of the activity, I'm sorry, it's something like Blue Knot, to assist the participants in conversations, but I'm not aware of the vicarious training, trauma training. I don't think I've been offered or participated in that at all.
I see. And do you consider that that is something that is worthwhile as a mandatory type of training to be offered to all within your directorate, whether they be full-time employees, part-time employees, or consultants?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Thank you. Just pause for a moment.
Sorry, just while Council's having that discussion, I'm not clear from your answer, so perhaps if I could just clarify now. So you have the Compassionate Foundations, which I understood was about assisting or training staff to better deal with families, next of kin, etc. Is that the case?
Yes, it's not specifically, from recollection, having completed it a year ago, it's not specifically directed at families. It's directed at people who have been through dealing with people who have been through traumatic experiences more generally.
Okay, so but it's directed to assist the staff to be sensitive to whomever they're engaging with.
That's correct.
As I understand vicarious trauma training, it's, and this is where my confusion's coming in, but vicarious trauma training I would take would be training to assist the staff to protect themselves. So are you saying they're both and they're separate, vicarious trauma training and then compassionate training, or are they one and the same? I'm sorry, I'm just confused as to what's actually offered.
So from my perspective, there's the Compassionate Foundations training, and there is separate training exactly as you've described, Commissioner. So I don't know whether the term used there is the actual term used for the course, because I'll be honest, we've done several of these courses, whether it's actually titled the Vicarious Trauma Training or another label. As I said, we've done several of these courses.
But
that relate to staff resilience.
Right.
Yeah, staff resilience in circumstances such as in which we work.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner. Could I ask each of you to indicate your respective understandings based on the training that you have received to be a trauma-informed approach to engaging with families or next of kin, other relevant people in the course of undertaking the inquiry?
I'm happy to start.
Yes, certainly.
I would express that as whenever we're going to engage with a colleague, a supervisor, a family member, we don't start with any presumption that that person is not affected. We start with the presumption that they are affected by the fact that they've been exposed to the death by suicide. That in order to get what we need to answer the directions that we've been given, we need to approach questioning them, getting documents or getting things from them in a manner which doesn't exacerbate that as best as possible. It's an inexact piece of work, so it's not. There's no prescribed script for it. There's no firm guidance we're given, other than I would say that the really core of it is to engage that person with the understanding that they have just been through something traumatic, and what you are going to ask them to do may ask them to relive that trauma and may potentially exacerbate that trauma.
Thank you.
So from my perspective, and this is falling back on not only training within, training within IGADF, but my broader defence training. So trauma-informed approach is interwoven into several defence courses now. So my understanding, and I know there's different ways to define it, but from the courses that I've attended, there's two aspects that are emphasised, and that is firstly to do no further harm, and secondly to concentrate on the needs of a person who may have been exposed to a traumatic incident. So from our perspective, to do no further harm is to make sure that our processes are such that next of kin are interacted with in a compassionate and sensitive manner, to approach them respectfully and as early as possible, to describe what our role is and what our inquiry is directed at. This is just from my perspective, when you look at the aspect of concentrating on the second aspect of a trauma-informed approach, which is concentrating on the needs of a person who may have been exposed to a traumatic incident. I think what IGADF inquiries offer is, in that regard, the need to know. So the need to know what has happened to a loved one, and also the need to be heard as to what in the families, what the family sees as being the causal factors that has contributed to their death, but also, and this is just from my experience as the Deputy Director, as far as concentrating on their needs as well, where IGADF inquiries come in is to give them a level of assurance that it will be inquired into in an independent, impartial and a fair manner. So I've just tried to articulate what from not only my IGADF training but my defence training the aspects are, but how IGADF inquiries address that in the context of our inquiries.
Yes, thank you. Tell me, has there been any assessment or how do you understand whether the lawyer consultants are approaching the task in this way? Is there any assessment of the work that they are undertaking? How is that determined?
So we have a reserve colonel who is highly experienced. From recollection, I think he has about 40 years' experience in defence. So he, although he's not formally termed this way, the way I'd see him is as the project manager for interacting with that law firm. So he's the point of contact for the office with them. So he's assisting them with navigating defence, being able to answer requests for information, make contact with units and that sort of thing, something that someone with 40 years experience is well set up to do. So I guess you could say he's a real enabler to make sure that their inquiries are completed on time and that their reports are fit for purpose. So he will certainly have the ongoing engagement with them during the inquiry, the conduct of the inquiry. He will also look at the report when it comes in as well, but he will then send that report to the director, who separately reviews it. So that's where it enters into our process. So there's no divergence as far as the clearance processes go. It's just how it enters into our system.
Yes, thank you. And I understand the significance of that role, particularly in engaging and navigating, I suppose, the defence, not an easy task. But what is his expertise in assessing how they're engaging with families, the lawyers are engaging with families? And in fact, does he even know, is that information filtered back to him, how that process is being undertaken?
Yes, he certainly does. So he's a highly experienced officer, not only with his defence background, but he's been with the Office of the IGADF for many years. He's also a former director of inquiries and investigations. So he is well across the aspects we've just discussed about trauma-informed approaches, that sort of thing, the protocols that apply when you're engaging with witnesses and with family.
And are there documented and regular processes of reporting back from the law firm to defence on such matters?
Yes, it's comprehensively supervised. So I'm on the phone to that colonel almost daily. So I keep abreast of the progress of their matters daily, and he will provide regular updates as to the progress of their matters and any issues that have arisen that require resolution. But he will send emails through, I wouldn't say daily, but certainly very close to that. And he will copy me into emails that he sends to the law firm and ones that come back from the law firm.
I must say the concern that I wish to confront with you is this, that it does depend upon the law firm providing that information. There might be a concern that there is an engagement with a family member. It does not go well, and that information just is not filtered back. And it doesn't go well necessarily, not through any fault of the lawyer, but because they haven't necessarily been trained appropriately, if at all, to engage with family members. What is your view in respect of that?
So I don't accept, I think, the thrust of what you suggested there. The Colonel has formed a very collaborative relationship with them. We've been very happy with their work. So I haven't seen that the things that you've suggested there have affected the integrity of the process at all.
Okay, thank you. Can I take you now, please, to igd.gov.au, .0010.0001.018. This is another confidential briefing note, and I'll repeat that number, IGD.0010.0001.018. It's a confidential briefing note, being the IGADF monthly update from August 2022. Thank you, operator. I'm grateful. So I'll just dwell on that just for a moment so you can ascertain the nature of the document. And then if thereafter we could go to the following page, please, 0181, and paragraph 8 in particular.
Sorry to interrupt, but as far as I can see, this document's not in the tender bundle for these witnesses, so it may be necessary to ask them whether...
I'm grateful to my friend. If the document is not in the tender bundle, I can ask the questions without reference to the document. So, and we'll tender the document, I must say.
Okay, if there's no issues, we'll accept it into, it'll be allocated the next number then. You're tendering it now,
Yes, I tender the document.
and there's no issues that we know of.
But as I said, I can ask some questions without reference to this document, but I do tender it. So let me ask the questions.
Sorry, Mr. Rigotti, I think there's more.
We don't presently have the document, so if your instructors could provide it to us, that would be grateful. Thank you.
Right, well, perhaps we'll proceed as you suggested, which is to simply ask some questions about it and undertake to try and provide it to Ms. Maud.
I'll arrange for that to happen. But as I say, I can ask that the questions pertain to the presence of a welfare officer within IGADF. Would you be able to explain to the Commissioner that whether there is a welfare officer, the role of the welfare officer, there's more than one? A little bit about that, please.
Certainly. There's only one welfare officer who I'm aware of. So she's a wing commander in the Air Force Reserve. I understand she's a clinical psychologist in private practice, but she also is a reserve RAF officer who has fit in very well with our office. She was brought on, from recollection, very shortly after I arrived in the Directorate in March last year. So she has provided, from recollection, she comes to the office monthly, but she's certainly more accessible than that virtually. But she makes herself available to provide assistance to any member of the office, and it's not just Select Incident Review, but the other directorates as well. She's certainly, from my perspective, done a very good job, and staff freely consult with her as and when they need to.
And as to the various people to whom she provides welfare support, does she provide welfare support to witnesses and other people with whom you engage?
No, she doesn't. It's an internal, she is employed as an internal resource for staff welfare reasons.
And rightly so. So we certainly accept that it's important for your staff, having regard to the material they're reviewing, to have the assistance of a welfare officer. Separately, however, there's no such welfare officer to assist any witnesses in or others in the course of your engagement with them.
No, there's not.
Thank you. If I can move now to another topic. And I want to ask you some questions, if I may, in relation to the timing, how long it takes to complete these reports.
Yes.
and the steps involved. And we've certainly heard what you've said as to practice now and the endeavour to set in certain timeframes in reporting. But nonetheless, it's certainly the case in the past, and it seems it does persist, that there have been delays or lengthy times taken, if I can put it that way, in producing reports. Would you accept that?
Yes, I accept that.
And in that regard, might I show you, tell me, are you familiar with a report that came out of ADFHQ, being the Assurance Check Report of 2022-04?
Yes, I am.
Thank you. Might I ask for that report to be displayed? And that's DEF.0163.0001.00027. Whilst it's being brought up, I'll make the point that it can be made without reference to the report, and that is, and it's in evidence, because we heard this from Group Captain Dryden and Ms Hilda, who gave evidence in Perth, that the document shows that the average times for the wait times are really quite extensive, and in some cases it was 575 days. That's the average, 575 days, with some reports being much longer, in order to finalise the reporting process. Having regard to that, might I ask you to comment on the timeframes that are now indicated? Where are they mandated, or is it just now a matter of practice in your office, in your directorate, I should say, to ensure that reporting is undertaken in a timely fashion?
You're correct in that it's, as you've suggested, it's not mandated as such. After having had a look at, and I think it's in the tender bundle provided by the Royal Commission at the IGADF strategic plan. So the IGADF strategic plan, from recollection, does indicate a KPI of 9 months from the commencement of an inquiry until its completion for a suicide matter. So that's a KPI as such that I'm aware of, and I've made an indication of other management practices that have been adopted within the Directorate since I've been there.
Thank you. And I see the reports now come up. Might I go, please, to paragraphs 7 to 8 of that, just so you can see now the numbers to which I was referring, for your benefit. So that's on page 0031. And if you focus, please, on paragraphs 7 to 8. So you can each see there, no doubt, the very lengthy periods of time that are taken to resolve a number of these reports.
Yes.
Might I now take you, please, to a further document, and that is another of the confidential updates, the CDF, and in particular, by way of example, IGADF dot, so there's a IGD, I withdraw that, IGD.0016.0001.0001, IGD.0016.0001.0001. And that will come up in due course, and you're no doubt are aware of the substance of these various reports, because they do list the outstanding inquiry reports that where investigations are underway. Yes. And I do hope we can bring the document up, but if we can't, in any event, what the document shows, and you may recall this, that many, here we have it, and if we can go please to 0004 to 0006, again displayed confidentially. And here we have a list of the draft reports at various stages. So you'll see there some draft reports are in final stage for signature. Others are engaging in the family consultation is being engaged in. And then yet others, there are draft reports, and further down, if we go over to the next page, operator, you'll see that some reports are in that.
Are we able to enlarge the document?
Yes, certainly.
Document.
Perhaps we could just slow down a moment and go back for. Stop there. Thank you. To give the witness an opportunity.
There are names on that document which are being broadcast. Are they only being shown to us?
I hope they've not been broadcast because it is supposed to be displayed confidentiality.
Okay, thanks.
No. Pardon? No. It's not being displayed, is it? No. Only to the witnesses and to you, commissioners. You'll see that a number of the documents taking it, there are examples there from July 2021. There are other examples that are, in many cases, the inquiries are still taking a very long period of time, and some are outstanding for some 2 years or more. That's the case, isn't it? Thank you. We no longer need to show that document. I'll now go to another document, and that is the annual report for IGADF from 2021 to 2022, and that's EXP.0011.001.001. Now, the reason I'm taking you to this annual report, because among the issues, the subject of the report is the reporting processes of the various directorates, and not just limited to yours.
Yes.
So if I might go, for example, to pages 11 to 13 of that report. It's 11 to 13 down the bottom, I'm afraid. So page point 16, sorry, page 16, 0016, thank you. And you'll see at the footer, could we please, operator, focus on the final paragraph on page 0016. And this was reporting by the Directorate of Inquiries and Investigations. You'll see there that they've identified the number of inquiries that were finalised during the relevant period and the average time that was taken.
So I just wanted to clarify, Council, did you say that that paragraph relates to a Directorate of Inquiries and Investigations?
Yes, it does. So if I can just pull out, please, operator, for the benefit of the witness, and go to the preceding page. You'll see the reference there. So this is not your
Yes,
directorate.
thank you.
And then if we can go, please, to page .0028. Here we have the 0028. That's my fault, I've confused the operator. At the top of the page, thank you. And just before that, in fact, the preceding page, you'll see this is a reference to the Directorate of Redress and Review, Military Redress and Review. And then if you go over then to page, yes, thank you, operator, at 0028, there is a reference there At the bottom of that page, operator, if you could focus in on the chapeau and then the 3 last bullet points, you'll see there's a reference to the average time taken to finalise complaints and various matters relating to those complaints. Finally, operator, might I take you please to page 0024. And in fact, I might ask you just to go one page prior to that, 0023. So the benefit of the witness, you'll see there, this is your directorate. Going over the next page, operator, thank you. Service death inquiries at the bottom. You'll see the information that's contained there.
Yes.
Nothing is said about the time taken to complete inquiries into service deaths.
Sorry, could you say that question again?
I said you can see there that nothing is said about the time taken to complete inquiries into service deaths.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. And the reason why, isn't it? Because the time taken, it is inordinate, having regard to the reporting that's been underway.
I think the way I'd respond to the question is that the current averages that are contained in the ADF assurance report, strictly as a view of the Deputy Director, I think that's too long. And I think our structure and our processes need to be directed at bringing that time frame down.
Why is it taking so long? Are you able to give some indication? What's causing the delay?
So there are of course different views on this, but from a purely Deputy Director level, there are some systemic issues that are relevant to the Directorate. So I think I've touched on in my response to a few questions about staffing. So continuity of staffing has been an issue both within my tenure, but anecdotally I understand prior to my tenure. I appreciate that many workplaces have to shoulder staffing vacancies and a lack of continuity, but I think when you have a directorate that's inquiring into the deaths of service members, our workplace is less able to sustain staffing issues for a protracted period of time. So that's the first systemic issue that I see being relevant to the Directorate. And once again, this is strictly from my level as a Deputy Director. And you've touched on it in some of your questions. I do think it's necessary to establish performance targets and KPIs, but not only set them, but to stick to them as well, and to take appropriate remedial action when performance targets and KPIs are not met. The third systemic issue, and once again purely from my level as an observation, is that the assistant IGs who conduct our inquiries and who comprise our inquiry teams need to be managed as a capability. So they need to be recruited, retained, they need to be trained, and there needs to be continual training for them. And on that last point, there has at times been an issue with, from my perspective, the availability of reliable assistant IGs who can conduct these sorts of inquiries with the right skill set and who are available for the time that it takes to conduct these inquiries.
Thank you. The Commissioner is aware of one witness who has been informed by an officer of the IGADF that one further reason for the delay is the pressure that's been caused by this Royal Commission. Do you have a view in relation to that?
I am aware of that statement which was provided to us by the Royal Commission. I think it was inappropriate to communicate that to that person. Every workplace has its challenges, and supporting the work of the Royal Commission is part of our duties within the Directorate.
And relevantly too, the delays and the length of time that it's taken to complete some of these reports predated the commencement of this Royal Commission. That's true, isn't it?
Sorry, could you ask?
The lengthy times that have been taken to complete these reports existed prior to this Royal Commission and its requirements.
Look, I can only comment on my time in the Directorate, but certainly since March last year, when I've come on deck with the Directorate, there have been a number of inquiry reports that we inherited as a backlog. Yes.
Yes.
So, Council, if I may,
Yes, certainly.
I was conducting one of those inquiries. So the answer to your question is yes. It did predate the letters patent that commenced the Royal Commission. And in addition to the systemic issues that Colonel Spindler has raised, there were other issues that I understand that the IGADF and the Office of the IGADF were responding to previously, and that may be best put to other members of the office for the Afghan inquiry, the Office of the Special Investigator, the Interim National Commissioner for Prevention of Defence Suicide, and then the Royal Commission. But I would support what has been offered in terms of the systemic issues, and from a practical issue during this period of those conducting the inquiries, this is during the COVID period, access to people, ability to travel was part of it. Those sorts of things also contributed. And perhaps to illuminate further, I'm not, I hope you don't mind me sharing in the personal circumstances. In one of those inquiries, it was delayed by the fact that my mother went through a period of significant hospitalisation, transition to aged care, for which I was carrying a fair bit of the burden. Those things contribute. So I'm not shying away from the fact that these lengthy inquiries, we should be able to do them quicker. But there's both the systemic issues and the tactical, personal, which actually impact on the delivery.
Yes, we are certainly not taking any issue with those personal impacts under which certain officers might be subject, but we're interested in those systemic factors that bear upon the delay. Now, another matter I wish to address, and I went through it briefly when we looked at the annual report. Part of the process and in ensuring accountability, you've indicated for individual members and for the officers having KPIs,
yes,
and ensuring that they are met. But is another aspect of ensuring accountability is some degree of transparency in the reporting process.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
So to the extent that the annual report is silent on the length of time, the length of time that is required to do reporting in your directorate compared to other directorates, would you accept that there's certainly a failing of accountability there?
No, I wouldn't accept it's a failing of accountability. There is an aspect of, as a management metric within the directorate, we're not currently tracking our performance targets in terms of days to complete an inquiry, which is, I accept that it's an approach that ADF headquarters might take in its assurance report, but it's not something that we as a directorate routinely track as a management metric. Our metric is more related to the number of open cases at any one time. Yeah, so look, I don't see it as as a failing in accountability. It's that we've used a different metric within my directorate. I accept that the other directorates, with what you've shown in the annual reports, have used days as a metric, but it's not a metric which has been in existence in a management or other sense that we've been tracking since I came on board at the directorate.
Yes, thank you. Do you think you should be tracking that as an additional metric?
As an additional metric, but the average days to complete an inquiry is one metric, is one quantitative metric. The metrics that we use are the cases that are open at any given time. So I'll give you an example just by calendar years. So in 2021, before I arrived at the directorate, my understanding is that we completed 25 reports, 2 of which were suicides. In 2022, that rose to, I think we completed 34 cases with the completion of 8 suicides. And this year, just from January to August, we've completed, I think it's 36 inquiries just in that time, with 15 of those being suicides. I think one may have been signed yesterday to take that up to 37 inquiries, with 16 suicides having been completed this year. So that's, rightly or wrongly, the metric that we've been tracking within the directorate to track how our structure and processes are going. And as I've alluded to, we have increased the cases being cleared from a lot of work we've put into establishing and developing our structure and process since the beginning of last year.
Thank you.
Could I also offer,
Certainly.
if we were to pick a number of days, and I would accept the proposition that it ought to be shorter than it is now, that if we were to pick that number of days, I think it has to be accompanied with an assessment of the resources that would be available to get to those number of days.
Yes.
Without doing the 2 exercises, I think it would be pasting a KPI which would not be necessarily achievable.
Yes, thank you. And look, if I can just take you, please, if we could return to that annual report just to confirm some matters that you've said, I think conformably with what you've indicated. In particular, at pages 0026 of that report, 0026. Under performance, you'll see there that it notes the staffing deficiencies to which I think you've just referred.
Yes.
That conforms with what you've said, thank you. And might I address the consequences of delay, because it does have consequences. Would you accept that long delays can have adverse impacts on family members and friends of the deceased?
Yes, I would accept that.
Also, would you accept that it can have adverse impacts on the well-being and the mental health of other defence members who may have, for example, been implicated, whether in fact or allegedly, in some way in circumstances contributing to the deceased's death?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And do you accept also that to the extent that the reporting that comes out is designed to preferably make recommendations and identify systemic issues, that if they take 2.5 years or even 2 years to develop, it is difficult to affect systemic change in an organisation where there are often 2-year posting cycles?
Yes, I agree.
Yes, I would agree with that. I think there's perhaps an assumption in that that there is no pollination into the organisation until a report is delivered. I don't think that's actually correct. I think there is actually communication and conversation, which, while we might rely on the formal report to be delivered with the recommendations, I think there is an aspect of communication across the organisation to learn from the experiences.
And so we're interested to know a little bit further about that. So if in the course of the development of the report, if you identify there might be a series of recommendations ultimately that are produced, but a couple fall out pretty obviously early on, that is information that you filter back to the unit or to whomever that might be affected by the report. Is that correct?
So, and I'm drawing on my personal experience, that by the time we have framed a recommendation, the unit where the death took place are already moving on the things that we will then offer to the IGADF to add weight to. They're not necessarily waiting for us to deliver a report. They are also examining the outcomes to learn from and change.
Is that separately from the work you're doing, or is there some collaboration in order to achieve that?
Or in the case that I'm thinking of, the organisation was doing that in parallel, so it wasn't waiting for an IGADF report to initiate those changes. It was actually looking to those lessons and the changes in parallel with the development of the inquiry. Does that help?
No, it does. I'm grateful for that. There's a possibility, though. It seems then that there are two approaches, separate approaches to analysing and looking at the issues that have given rise to the particular to the death in question.
And yes, I'm sorry, it is a data set of one matter, but yes, the organisation and the IGADF were both looking at it in order to learn from it. And in that case, I don't think there was any or is any difference between the recommendation. I can see that there might be differences in the recommendations that are developed by an inquiry, in which case there may need to be a more formal process after the delivery of the inquiry report. But that's, as I said, not my experience. It's not waiting for the report to be formally delivered in order to try and learn.
No, but nonetheless, because they don't have necessarily the benefit of the recommendations until the report is finalised, that's true, isn't it? It may be that any processes that have been put in place might need to be adjusted yet again to take into account issues raised.
Not in the inquiry I'm thinking of, but yes, that's potentially true.
As a possibility, thank you. On the topic of recommendations, if I can move to that, please. Now, from the reports we have seen, some reports, but not all of them, make recommendations. Now, in what sort of circumstances might warrant recommendations? I know it's a broad question, but none that I'm hoping you can address it even in a broad way and we can narrow down.
So, once again, it gets back to the object and purpose of the inquiry and what's in the inquiry direction. So I think it's the second section in our report is the ADF management of suicide risk factors. So inquiry officers are focused on that from the written directions that they receive. In the course of the inquiry, if they see that suicide risk factors have been apparent and have not been properly managed, then those circumstances might be the source of appropriate recommendations to make sure that there isn't a recurrence. The next part of our report, which is also written into the directions, is ADF policies and procedures. So if there are seen to be deficiencies in policies and procedures, those are also usually the subject of recommendations. And I might add that those policies and procedures, if they're seen to have, if there have been policy issues that have been identified, they don't need to be, there doesn't need to be a finding that that was a causal factor contributing to the death for a recommendation to be made, that policy issue needs to be addressed, and that's within the broader function of the IGADF with a military justice oversight function. So it doesn't have to be strictly related to causal factors relating to a person's death. So that's to give you an indication of the subject areas which are already in our precedent report and written into the directions that inquiry officers are to follow.
Thank you. And when it comes to formulating recommendations, what is the process that attends that? Is it left to the report writer, or do you do that collaboratively? Perhaps Brigadier Mackenzie, you might be able to speak to that.
So the two inquiries that I've conducted, both of which have had some recommendations. The recommendation will drop out of what we gather in the inquiry. Obviously, the process it will inform us that there is something, whether it's a policy issue, and or in a case matter that I'm thinking of was the cultural issue. It then needs to be refined through the conversation in the review process, and then with the IGADF, because the IGADF will be the author of the report, to frame how that recommendation is made back to Defence. Because for an issue like a cultural issue, it's obviously quite a broad recommendation to make, and how that might be implemented, and where it might impact the organisation is a conversation that takes place internally before the IGADF actually authors the report.
Okay. And is there any internal review process or process for ensuring that relevant recommendations are picked up? So it's not just a one-off consideration of the issue, it goes to, say, another person to consider the decision?
It coincides with the review process that I articulated earlier, where the draft report will come in from the inquiry team. They will have put a draft recommendation in the report. It's considered in the first instance by the Deputy Director and or the Director for its fitness for purpose or any refinements that need to be made. It then goes to the Deputy IGADF and the IGADF for them to also review those draft recommendations and for them to clear that before it goes on to the next step.
Thank you. Now, you recall that I took you earlier to the 78 reports that the Commission has received, of which some 55 were assessment reports, and I know these are conducted prior to this new process. Now, in most cases, there was no service nexus found, or in most, there was only no service nexus was found, and in one case there was only one recommendation, and that recommendation was no further inquiry warranted. Has the process changed now because the inquiry that you're undertaking is different? It seems to be a more expansive process, that you won't have that situation where no recommendations are changed because there's no relevant service nexus. Can you address that issue?
Sorry, could I ask you just to restate?
Yeah, I certainly shall. Previously, when you had assessment reports, very often, because there was no service nexus, you didn't have a recommendation.
Yes.
And now you're undertaking a more involved inquiry process. Have you found from your experience and having undertaken studying those inquiries that it's resulting now in recommendations being identified?
Yes, I would agree with that statement in principle. So just to elaborate, the finding that we have been including in reports to date about whether there was a service relationship or there was a service-related causal factor to someone's passing is covered off at the moment in our reports for completeness at the end, but it's not something which is a precondition or a criteria for the way recommendations or findings are made, which may have been more of the case when there were assessments being conducted prior to inquiries or a recommendation for no further inquiry to be conducted. So I guess what I would say is, irrespective, with our current inquiries, irrespective of whether there is a service nexus to be found, there will still be recommendations. So, for example, where a finding is made that there wasn't a service-related causal factor, there will still be recommendations made where there are seen to be, for instance, policy deficiencies found or AXA omissions or issues of individual accountability as well.
Thank you. Might I take you, please, to a confidential report into the inquiry of a death of a member. That's IGD.0007.008.048. Just excuse me for a moment, Commissioners. Yeah, so this is in the tender list at 59A, IGD.0007.008.0408, displayed only to the witnesses, the commissioners and to my friends. If I can take you, please, to just give you an opportunity to consider the front of the report. And might I take you, please, to page 0416. And in particular, the last paragraph of that report, that page. So you'll see there that it was determined that the member's death by suicide was most likely as a result of certain identified mental health issues, which were aggravated by the member's deployment.
I'll just have a moment to
yes,
read
certainly.
Yes, I've read the paragraph.
Thank you. And if we can go to the following page, please. Thank you. Yes, just leave it there. Thank you. I'm grateful. You'll see there that there's a recommendation that there be no further inquiry into the circumstances of the member's death. And so no recommendations were made that go to the matters raised in that previous paragraph to which I directed you. And it would seem from that previous paragraph that there was certainly a finding that the death by suicide most likely resulted from mental health issues aggravated by the member's deployment. Would you accept that?
Yes, that's what the paragraph said.
Thank you. And the Commission has heard evidence that repeated deployment can be a risk factor for adverse mental health outcomes. So I want to suggest to you that the failure to make recommendations here or to engage in any further inquiry was a missed opportunity, at least on this occasion.
So this report long precedes my time at the Directorate. I
accept that.
2017 report. I think all I can offer is that it would be approached differently under our current process.
Thank you. If I can take you to one further report, and that is IGD.007.0009.0432. And whilst that's being brought up, can I move to the topic of implementation of recommendations? Are you able to indicate, and I'll come to the document in a moment, but just by way of introduction, what can you tell the commissioners about the way recommendations are considered and implemented, and your engagement with other stakeholders within defence in connection with implementation?
If you're talking about implementation, so that's after our report is finalised
Yes.
and provided, I'm not aware of us having further engagement after the report goes to ADF HQ, to the implementation area, to conduct that implementation. We certainly still have communications relating to, because under our current processes, which includes notifications to families, but from the implementation perspective, I'm not aware of further engagement from our office with ADF HQ on that.
I understand.
Councillor, nor am I. What I was referring to earlier was engagement with the unit as part of the inquiry process to establish what they had done in response to the member's death, not the formal process between the IGADF and Defence.
Yeah, I understand. Thank you. With this report, if I can go, please, to the recommendations. Let me take you to that, and in particular, if we can go to, in the first instance, to page 0507. Thank you. And if you can just, operator, go down to in fact, I'll let you read from paragraphs 241 to 243. You probably don't need, for this purpose, to concern yourself with the quotation at 243.
Could we have it enlarged just a little bit, please? Thank you.
And is it 243 that you wanted us to concentrate on?
Yes, if you could concentrate, please, on just 241 down to 243, and you don't need to worry about the quotation at 243. And then once you've read that, I'll take you to the next page.
Yes, I've read that.
Thank you. So, operator, if you could just go to the page at 244. Sorry, I'll withdraw that. 0508, paragraphs 244, down to the 245, and then down to the recommendation number 7.
Yes, I've read that.
Thank you. It certainly seems to the Commission that this recommendation is at the heart of suicide prevention, because it is essentially saying that what is referred to there as the annual suicide awareness training is not having a suitable impact. Would you agree with that?
That's what's reflected in the recommendation.
Yeah, and in particular for junior members, and then you have made that recommendation in order to make the suicide awareness training, to quote this, more meaningful to junior personnel?
Yes.
Certainly the Commission would embrace that. Having heard what you said earlier about implementation and not being routinely updated, is this something that you think you would benefit from in the formulation of your recommendations and in undertaking your work, in hearing about which recommendations are accepted and aren't accepted?
Look, I haven't turned my mind to that question previously. At this stage, the reports are provided to Defence. There's a responsible area within Defence who's responsible for taking carriage of the implementation of recommendations, but I certainly haven't seen them the last 18 months. Our inquiries having been affected by not being kept abreast of those things.
Do you know, in the case of this particular recommendation, whether or not it has been implemented?
I'm not aware of the extent of it, no.
Thank you. Commissioners, we might take a break at the moment, noting the time, and then thereafter I suggest that we return for questioning at the end, because we only have about 15 to 20 minutes left in the examination itself.
We'll adjourn for 10 minutes or so.
Yes, thank you.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide is now resumed. Please be seated.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, Mr. Rigotti.
Thank you. Earlier on, you were asked some questions by Commissioner Caldas in relation to coroners and your engagement with coroners. This Commission has issued a notice to give information to the Inspector General of the Australian Defence Force, and I'll give you the document reference. It's IGD.999.0001.0001. It is a document that has just been added to the tender list, so you wouldn't have had the benefit of it prior to my raising it with you. Nonetheless, when it's brought up, I'll take you to the relevant page and just give you an opportunity to read and comment on it in any way you consider appropriate. It's 0005 is a page. And if I would just ask you to focus there on the question at 10 and really 10.1 and 10.2, just the body of 10.2. Can this be displayed is this displayed on a confidential basis? Only to the witnesses and to the commissioners and to my friends.
Yes, I've
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Might I ask you to comment on two issues that arise from this, and namely whether or not there ought to be formal relationships or arrangements with the coroner. You'll see there that there is a concern that there might be some fettering of the independence of your directorate and then the coroner. Do you have a view on that?
From my experience in the directorate, in our interactions that we have had with other agencies, there seems to be an appetite for people to come up with MOUs and arrangements with us. I do think the setting in response to those agencies that it would fetter our independence is a sound approach. That's just from a personal perspective. But it's not just the coroner's relationship that's referred to in that paragraph. As I said, there are other agencies that do approach us and do suggest things such as MOUs, and I would agree in principle with what's reflected in that paragraph that that the IGADF it's extremely important to maintain independence and impartiality, and to that extent, that's the setting or the reason why we indicate to those agencies, not just to the coroner, that we're not prepared to enter into those sorts of arrangements.
Thank you. And Brigadier Mackenzie, do you have anything to add to that?
Just that I would support the observation in paragraph 10.1 that we are looking at it through a different lens to the coroner, and I think they should be complementary efforts. But yeah, I would agree that the potential to link formally may interfere with the perception or the reality of independence.
Thank you. And tell me, have you experienced any fetters on the exchange of information or the engagement with coroners in the course of undertaking your inquiries, whether there are any delays or anything that has a barrier to effective communication and engagement? And if so, might you identify them?
I wouldn't say that I could identify any barriers to engagement or communication. I think from our perspective, we're always wanting material from the coroner as soon as possible. We appreciate, though, that these things take time. But as far as barriers to communication, I don't think there are any that I've come across.
And no is the answer to your question. I've not experienced in the inquiries I've done any failure to communicate or unwillingness to communicate. Might be useful for you to appreciate that the team that Lieutenant Colonel Spendelove leads does that engagement on behalf of inquiry teams. And I think that's important that they do, because otherwise you would get numerous inquiry teams approaching these organisations, and the development of those relationships, even without, I think, MOUs, is actually an important conduit. There needs to be a connection there, which we might interfere with if each inquiry made its own approach.
Thank you. Commissioners, as to this document, I know it now forms part of the tender bundle, but I think it was added after I tendered those earlier documents, so I need to formally tender this document.
Thank you, Mr. Ribagotti. So it'll be accepted into evidence then and given the next number.
I'm grateful. Can I return to the topic of engagement with families and next of kin as an issue that the Commissioners addressed with you? And it certainly seems, and most particularly from the guidance manual we've looked at a number of times, that there is some documentation of processes and a desire regularly to engage with families. Nonetheless, it's certainly the case that this Commissioner has heard evidence and has received submissions that there are long delays without routine follow-up. And I'll draw your attention in particular to the evidence of a witness in this very hearing session, the evidence of the witness MB2, who gave evidence on Tuesday of this week. And she has a witness statement, WIT .0000.0012.0001. That doesn't need to be displayed. I'm just mentioning it for the benefit of the Commission and my friends. Are you aware of that evidence?
Yes, I am.
Now, in that case, the partner of the witness died by suicide in June 2021. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, look, I can't recall the specific date. Yeah.
So that's fine, but nonetheless, it's the case too that a report is yet to issue, whether in draft or in final form. That's correct, isn't it?
There is a draft report, but it is still being refined and it hasn't been issued yet.
Thank you. And in that regard, the relevant report is. I'll just mention the document references. I won't take you to them, but that report is identified in one of the updates, the monthly updates that we have seen, about the June and the July 2023 updates. But the fact that we are dealing here with a report from in respect of a member who died in 2021 yet again highlights how long the process is taking. You agree with that?
Yes, it's an indicator, yes.
And the evidence of the witness MB2, I suggest to you, conveys the impact of long delays and significantly only occasional updates and engagement with the family member along the way. Would you agree with that?
So, look, I have read the statement that was provided to us by the Royal Commission. So I guess my response to your question is it's not up to the standard that we expect in the Directorate, and there has been a delay in that matter, which we're working hard to address.
Thank you. I will say, out of fairness to you, that the witness indicated that when she was interviewed, to form the view that the interview was done well. But on the question of delay, do you think, just as we've seen regular updates from IGADF to CDF on the progression of reports, do you think that there'd be some benefit in order to allay the concerns of families and reduce some of the stress associated with this process of there being a monthly or some other form of regular update to families, even in simple form, in respect of the progress of the report that concerns their member?
Yes, I do think there's scope for that. So we do invest our inquiry teams with a large degree of discretion, including as to the regularity of communications with the family and the next of kin. But I do think there is scope to include in, whether it be SOPs or otherwise, something more concrete to ensure that there are regular updates. In my experience also, one thing that alleviates the necessity for several updates is to complete the draft report as soon as reasonably practicable. So, for example, where I've indicated that the standard inquiry directions will be 4 months for a draft report, that does alleviate to some extent having to provide several updates, but I agree that we could be more structured in the way or the requirements for engagement and keeping up to date with, keeping the family and the next of kin up to date with the progress of the inquiry.
Thank you. If I can take you now, please, to the July 2023 update, that being IGD.0016.0001.0011, 0016.0001.0011. That's the July 2023 update to CDF. And whilst that is being brought up, let me ask this question. Are you able to provide an update now on the status of the report that is being prepared in respect of the partner of witness MB2? Is that still being finalised, or where might that be at?
Yes, I can speak to that. So there is a mature draft. We have team members working on it, and it's a very high priority to fix. Having read the statement, I'm very sorry for the distress that it's caused the family in this case, not only the delay in the report, but also the lack of regularity in updates to the family and the next of kin. And the progress is that it's a mature draft, but these reports, as I said, do go through the clearance processes, and that's where it's at the moment.
Thank you. We now have the document. If I could ask you, please, I'll just give you an opportunity to note its title there. And operator, if I could ask you, please, to go to paragraph 6 and 7 of that document, which I think you'll find on the next page. I'll provide you with an opportunity, each of you, to read that.
Yes, I read that.
Thank you. And now, in relation to this, is it correct that this reference to an awareness of a lack of routine updates, does that relate to the evidence of the witness or the witness to whom I just spoke, or does that relate to a number of individual cases? Do you know?
I think this relates, as it's reflected in that paragraph 6, to advising families post-inquiry finalisation, which is different to the case that you've raised.
I see, because it's concerned they're advising families of IGADF inquiry outcomes.
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you'll see that what is referred to there is the implementation of certain interim arrangements, and those interim arrangements are described there. Are you able to provide the Commissioners with an update on what the current position is in respect of those arrangements? And whether
Sorry, I'm just rereading paragraph 7 before I answer. So, yes, look, the update is that the Deputy IGADF has been appointed to lead a task force to conduct an internal review of select incident review processes. So that appointment has been effected, and she's undertaking that review with a view to a future-focused operating model. She has also provided significant assistance to the Directorate in providing families with notifications of outcomes that should have been made and that haven't.
Thank you. And tell me, what was it that led to the concern ultimately that has resulted in the initiation of this directive? How did it come about?
Look, it arose out of a meeting a monthly meeting that I had with the IGADF shortly after I became the acting director, where out of that meeting he became aware that, as it indicates there, we weren't routinely advising families of the outcomes, and that is what's precipitated in my understanding, the appointment and the interim arrangements.
I say thank you. I might take you now to the directive that you mentioned.
Yes.
And if that could be shown, please, operator, it's RGD.0018.0001.001.001. IGD.0018.0001.001. Thank you. Thank you, Operator. I'll give you an opportunity, each of you, to read that.
Could we have it enlarged, please?
Yes, certainly it does need to be enlarged. Thank you. And do you need that moved up now?
Yes.
Yes, please. Thank you, Operator. And if at any time you need to move along, you just let me know and I can get the document moved. So if they can continue reading the document for the execution section, please.
Yes, I've read that.
Thank you. And it would seem that in respect of this document and the reference to the execution, it's really 4A that is relevant to your directorate and to the
Yes, the other
matters under
measures are
discussion.
enabling factors.
Yes, thank you. So in relation to this, it would seem to us that you'll see that the intent there is that the directive sets out the arrangements necessary to review the work of the directorate, your directorate, and prepare a future-focused operating model. And we have there proposed the appointment of Commodore Sneath to head the internal task force reviewing the work of DSIR. This does seem to us to be a slightly broader remit, if I can put it that way, than what was contemplated in the July 2023 update from IGADF to CDF. Are you able to comment on that, on whether there was subsequently determined to enlarge the scope of the review?
Look, I'm sorry, I can't comment on the potential inconsistency between the appointment document and the CDF update. I only saw the CDF update for the first time a few days or a week ago, so I wasn't aware of any inconsistency then. But from my perspective, the Deputy IGADF, as I said, has been appointed and she is working collaboratively with the Directorate to, as it's indicated there, or it's indicated somewhere in the document just above it, to prepare a future focused operating model.
Yeah, so putting to one side the inconsistencies for the reasons you've indicated, what do you understand is involved in the preparation of that operating model? Do you yet know what the scope of the review is? And if so, could you inform the Commission, please?
The scope of the review is, I think, as indicated in the document. So we've had initial discussions relating to the process map. So I've given evidence earlier about the process map. So we've had initial discussions about how that's operating and ways to improve it. She has, as I said, also provided some significant assistance in making contact with families who should have been notified of outcomes and hadn't been, and now, as I said, that's heading in the right direction.
Thank you. Just excuse me for a minute. So is it only to look at the communications with family members and next of kin, or is it a broader review of the whole of DSIR?
Oh, I see. No, it's not confined to just the notification aspect. I think that was the highest priority, but it is intended to be a broader remit, as that document suggests, to prepare a future focused operating model.
And what that might look like is still under development and consideration.
That's correct. It's still being developed.
Thank you. And are there any timeframes that attend this? When might we expect this to be developed?
I can't recall any specific timeframes being mentioned to me.
No, I can't recall a timeframe that Commodore Sneath's mentioned.
Thank you. There are three discrete topics that remain to be addressed, and they ought not take too long. On the question of engagement with families, if we can return to that and next of kin, it is our understanding, and it's provided for in the guide IGD.0007.002.001 at 0011. That in certain circumstances that there will be a non-disclosure restriction in relation to the publication of certain matters contained in reports pursuant to Section 21 of the Inspector General of the ADF Regulation 2016. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's brought up there, and I'll refer you, Operator, please, to paragraph 39. You can just focus on that. Now, just in having regard to that wording, you'll see there that the last paragraph, the IGADF, or under an authorisation, will issue directions to the next of kin and the Defence Counsel Service legal officer, or other lawyer acting for the next of kin, restricting the disclosure, and then the potential consideration of any submissions made in respect of that. Is that it's a case then that all reports will be subject, as a matter of course, to such a restriction?
That's a standard procedure.
And those when I say all reports, they're reports in draft.
So it's not only the reports in draft; it will be privacy redacted reports that are provided subsequent to the finalisation of the report as well.
I see, and to the extent that we have the non-disclosure obligation that comes from Regulation 21 of the regulations, it's a case that obligation of non-disclosure persists, does it?
Yes, that's correct.
And if that be the case, do you have any view as to whether the fact of that non-disclosure, does that apply to the whole of the information contained in the report, or only aspects of it that might be regarded by Defence as being operationally sensitive?
No, it's not just operational security related issues. It's all of the information contained in the report,
including information that may have been provided to you by the family member or other people. Is that correct?
It's really directed at ensuring that identity of witnesses, findings, recommendations, and the content of the report is kept confidential.
Yes. Might I suggest to you that there ought to be some refinement in that process, because it could well restrict family members restrict them unreasonably from discussing matters that are not in fact confidential, and that might impose an additional layer of distress in the circumstances.
Yes, look, I agree. Our Section 21 notices, we try our best to capture all members of the family unit in the notice, but I accept that in some cases we have not been able to include all family members. The trade-off is that we're trying to preserve the confidentiality and the privacy of people mentioned in the report, who are entitled, obviously, to privacy rights, but also it's important for the IGADF's function to exercise his functions properly, that the reports be kept confidential. So, in answer to your question, I accept that there can be some refinements along the lines of what you indicated.
Thank you. Just one moment, please. But it's not, of course, going to simply pertain to the matters that you have raised. It will also restrict the family member from discussing any information that they have in fact provided themselves and been picked up and placed in report with others, for example, with a psychologist, a support worker or the like.
Look, it's an interesting question which I haven't been asked before, but I accept that if it's information that the family have provided, it's difficult to have that encompassed as part of the Section 21 notice. But the intention of the Section 21 notice, as I said, is to make sure that people's rights to privacy are preserved, but also the report is kept confidential so that the IGADF can perform his role effectively.
Thank you, I understand. If I can just address two final matters, and that is, they are these. Do you consider that the work of your directorate has a role to be played in suicide prevention, or is it more just a question of gathering factual material together, providing a report so that another aspect of the defence enterprise might address that topic?
So from my perspective, I think it's got an essential role in suicide prevention, and it's affected through the means that you just mentioned. So the way I see it as the Deputy Director is that we perform an essential role in providing the information to the Chief of Defence Force and their staff to ensure that they are aware of things such as systemic factors and the other matters that are mentioned in our recommendations, so that CDF and his staff are able to take those recommendations and to act on them to prevent suicide risk factors.
Thank you. Now, it's the case, isn't it, that within your directorate you don't undertake any longitudinal analysis of or studies based on the matters identified in the reports?
That's correct. I'm not aware of any that we have conducted prior. Certainly none during my time, but I'm not aware of any prior to my time either.
And have you undertaken any other sorts of reviews or analyses of the reports, whether they be way of ascertaining key issues to keep in mind when undertaking the reporting process, or as a quality assurance process to check how the reports are being prepared?
So I think the way we approach that is pragmatically and within limited resources. So certainly since my time as the Deputy Director, myself and other team members have been able to pick up on trends that we're seeing in the reports that come across our desk, and it's in that regard where we see certain things recurring from reports that are already on our desk, that we will cross-reference those in the inquiry reports that go out.
Thank you. Now, you'll recall the Assurance Check Report 2022-04, to which I took you earlier. In that report, and I'll bring it up, DF.1063.001.023, and I'll take you to page 0039 and paragraph 43F. There. That is a recommendation that comes out of, there are a number of recommendations at the end of that assurance check report. When it's brought up, you'll see, I'll indicate what it is to you now, that it is recommended that if there are any common data sets that CDF would like IGADF to include, so for example, CIRCAT, relationship status, military justice history, or the like, it's recommended that CDF request the IGADF to specifically address these in future reports. Tell me, have you received any requests of that nature from CDF as to what sort of information ought to be included in the reports?
So last year, I was sent a copy of this report simply for information.
Yes.
I'm not aware of any executive action within IGADF that has been taken in response to the report. However, what I would say that in relation to those or that recommendation in the report relating to IGADF providing information such as service categories, the place of death, the members' unit, their sub-unit, all that information is already included in our reports, and it might be because of how the detail of our reports has matured, at least since I've been at the Directorate, but I'm confident that in most, if not all cases, that information is already included in the reports, and it's early in the report where we'll cover off on a person's service history, but certainly also usually in the first page or two, or sorry, I would probably say in the first page, it's always mentioned where the place of death is in inquiry reports that have been produced since I've been at the Directorate.
Yes, thank you. So insofar as there are questions are raised about the adequacy of consistency, saying that the representation of demographic information, it might be more that it's in the presentation of that information to make it easily accessible and identified,
Yes.
that the reports could be developed.
Yes, look, we could always consider that. As I said, I'm confident the reports already contain that information. It just needs to be extracted. But I do think the point is well made about the consistency of the format of the reports to assist ADFHQ with its function in conducting its own reviews. So we've worked hard since I've been at the Directorate to refine the structure of the report, and I think that's going to set the conditions to allow for that information to be much easier to read and to be much more accessible to people at ADFHQ.
Thank you. And one last question, just going back to my earlier question. Has CDF, in fact, made any request to you or any indication to you as to which particular data sets he would like to see included in the reports, even if they're already there?
Not that I'm aware of it at my level.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Rigotti. I'll just have a couple of quick ones and then I'll hand over to my colleagues. Just in relation to the Section 21 directions, is it your understanding that they can be issued or are issued to family members perhaps who have never served in the military and had nothing to do with the ADF?
Yes, that's correct, Commissioner. So it does apply to people outside the military. Mm-hmm. And that's, as I said, it's part of our standard process.
Are you familiar with the private POT matter? Papa Oscar Alpha Tango Echo.
Sorry, Commissioner, I have heard of it, but I'm not familiar with it.
The father of the deceased wrote a book called Failure of Command. I highly commend it as mandatory reading for everyone in your unit in relation to the impact that these Section 21 directions have on the families of someone they've just lost. Just a couple of other questions, if I may. I accept that you've changed a lot of things, hopefully for the better, since you come in, and you didn't invent this system, you've inherited it. But the issue of not tracking the number of days of an investigation, would you accept from me that across the Western world, certainly in law enforcement and similar operations, that is the only way you can work out whether something's behind or not? I mean, I just can't see how the ADF would not see that as something that it's crucial, and I think other parts of the Inspector General's office do that. I'm hoping it's something you will look at. In relation to MOUs, if you can just help me understand, how does working out an arrangement with coroner's officers about who will get what when, how does that impact on the integrity or efficiency of the Inspector General's office? If you don't have an agreement, it's pretty fluid, isn't it?
Look, I'll agree that it's fluid, but as I think I might have indicated, it seems to be working well. The coroner's officers have become more aware of the work of the IGADF. They are as responsive as they can be within their resources to our Section 23 notices. So from that perspective, I haven't experienced barriers, so to speak,
But how did you envisage that would impact on the integrity of the office or the independence of the office, which is, I think, what you said earlier?
I think it's more the independence and the impartiality of the office, and that is if you start entering into arrangements with various organisations, I think the perception, at least from within the IGADF, has been that will have potential to lock us into acting in certain ways in the future.
I think it's called accountability, having to provide things by certain dates after an event. Anyway, we could debate this all day. I don't think we are.
I accept that, Commissioner.
Thank you. Just in relation to, again, I'm grateful to you for an issue you've identified and you're trying to fix, of people not having been advised of the final outcomes of investigation.
Yes.
So how long ago was that recognised and hopefully being attended to now, fixed?
So, Commissioner, it is something that we have been aware of, certainly throughout my tenure. I think it's been related to capacity issues that we have not been able to get as far as we wanted to in setting up the structure and processes. Myself and the previous director had started scoping the issue late last year to try and progress that aspect as soon as we could. Unfortunately, we haven't done a good job in that area, and we have to fix it, which is why we're very grateful for the assistance that the Deputy IGADF has given us to assist with notifying families that should have been notified, and in some cases long ago.
As you can appreciate, it'd be pretty horrible for families that have been waiting and never actually heard back about the report into the causes of their son's death or daughter's death or loved one's death. I'm obviously happy that you're fixing it, but and I would hope the Royal Commission the existence of the Royal Commission, I would hope people would take note and these things will be attended to quicker than that. That's it from me. Commissioner Brown?
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to the issue Commissioner Caldas was talking about in terms of the not reporting the average time taken.
Yes.
You said if you were going to do that, you would like to see it done with the resources, issue kind of as well. So if you're going to report the time taken, report the level of resources you've got or the lack of resources perhaps. And perhaps in addition to the open cases, what would it take to actually be able to do that? Because on the one hand, again, simplistic, it doesn't look like it would actually be that difficult.
I accept that. I accept that perception, but having been at the Directorate for 18 months, I think what has, this is purely from my perspective as the Deputy Director, but it's the backlog when I arrived at the Directorate that has held us back. It has been having to clear the backlog at the same time as clearing, I guess what you could say is the normal workflow that comes through at the same time as having to set up structure and process almost from scratch. Because when I arrived at the Directorate, there was very little, as far as I could see, as far as structure and process went. So I appreciate that it might look just from case numbers like it's easy to clear. However...
Sorry, that wasn't my question. I appreciate that you've been tackling a whole heap of issues.
Yes.
My question is really just a more simple one, hopefully. If you were to be reporting the average time taken, average time taken plus the resources or the resource deficit plus the open cases, would that actually be very challenging to set that system up?
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
And that probably emerged from a remark I made, Commissioner, which is what I was trying to articulate was if we set a number of days, which as a benchmark, I think that needs to be a product of the process which is underway now to determine what the future fit for purpose process is, because at the moment I think there's been an acceptance is perhaps not the right word, but we haven't been working to a fixed number of days or an expected number of days, and the work to determine if we're going to reduce that, and I accept that we should. If we're going to reduce that number of days, we also need to do the analysis and the resourcing of fixing that problem.
But as far as setting up the tools to be able to report on those data sets, I'd agree now that, sorry I misunderstood your question, but yes, I think that could be easily set up.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask the question about vicarious trauma, just simply because it came up that the training is done, and I accept that's actually a very real risk in the work that you're doing for your staff. And of course, one of the outcomes of someone experiencing that is the risk of desensitisation and compassion fatigue, which of course is the last thing that you want, because it may play out in their dealings then with the various stakeholders to whom they're engaging. How do you assess whether your staff may be experiencing vicarious trauma? And my second question is, what level of supervision or other process do you have in place to safeguard against that, apart from the welfare officer that you mentioned, which I assume they can kind of go to if they need assistance?
I think the welfare officer is the primary mechanism. I think also just being able to manage and keep an eye on your people, stay engaged with them, and be very cognizant of discussions you have with them, and if you see any evidence of that, those sorts of aspects creeping in.
Commissioner, in addition to the supervisory and welfare responsibilities which sit with the director, one of the benefits of the assistant IGADF appointment is that we have the opportunity to work with one another, and so the opportunity to keep an eye on, to support one another, to participate and discuss the issues is also there. So it's not just the formal structural process, there's also a network which I think actually does lead to assist the resilience of the team.
Right, thank you. I wanted to move then to quality assurance processes. We saw the assurance report done external to IGADF about the reviews, but I just want to understand, do you have any quality assurance processes internal? So, for example, you say you want trauma-informed care. How do you know whether the staff are delivering that? There's a process that you've gone through to work out, I guess, that you haven't been engaging with next of kin, but I don't know whether that was a finding from a routine process or it was a finding from just that you just happened to come across. So what are your internal quality assurance processes?
So I'm aware of one study which the IGADF commissioned to talk to people who had participated in inquiries. I can't recall, I'm sorry, Commissioner, if that related specifically to select incident reviews. So I'm aware of some work that the IGADF has undertaken to try and get that assurance, but I'm not familiar, I'm sorry, with any formal quality assurance for the outcomes that we get for the people we're engaging.
So my awareness is similar. I'm aware of, I've heard of something mentioned in the background. I just don't have the detail of it, and it's only recently that I've heard of it. So I apologise, Commissioner, I'm not able to give you more information, and perhaps the IGADF would be able to speak to it.
Okay, well, we'll have the opportunity, I think, next week to pursue that. Likewise, I guess, Council was asking you about the recommendations, and there was discussion about you don't necessarily know whether they've been implemented or not. But do you have any process to know how many times you're making the same recommendation? Arising obviously out of different cases, but kind of indicating that there's a common problem that perhaps isn't.
We don't have a structured or methodical approach. It's something which I think as our structure and process improves, it's something we could incorporate. But at the moment, it's limited to the corporate knowledge of the people within the directorate who have would have an awareness. So, for example, I've been there for 18 months. I would have an awareness of recommendations that might be recurring for the last 18 months. But that's the weakness, obviously, in relying only on corporate knowledge, especially one that's only 18 months. So, no, we don't really have a structured or methodical way of doing what you just indicated.
And I'm not sure whether you answered this earlier or not, but has your area ever actually asked families about the frequency with which they would like to be updated? Even in setting your 4-month kind of target.
So as I indicated earlier, we do invest our inquiry teams with a high degree of discretion. So it is left at the moment to the discretion of the inquiry team. I accept that has its weaknesses.
It's also from the perspective of the inquiry team, not necessarily the family.
Yes. No, we don't, as I said, have a structure or SOPs in place to mandate that. And as I said, it's discretionary.
And I'm quite happy for it. Well, I can accept that it can be discretionary because it may need to differ or vary depending on the circumstances. My question really is, have you ever asked the families about what would work for them? Because, I can sit here and say, well, you should do it monthly, but the families might, families may say, no, that's too frequent, it's too infrequent. Have you ever asked the question?
I have not, Commissioner. I can see that there would be some benefit in doing that.
Okay, thank you. My next question is, you said to me earlier there'd been lapses in relation to the legal officers. Was that what about contact with families, where you talked about the lapses? I think I brought it up in the context.
There's certainly been lapses in notifications to families, which, as I said, we're working on with the Deputy IGADF's assistance. I don't remember saying that there were lapses with legal officers.
It was just the one case that was in my head. Okay, well, I won't ask that next question. Can I just go to the non-disclosure requirement? Yes. And you said there is a requirement for the IGADF to maintain confidentiality about their inquiries. I guess the other side of that coin is that it could be interpreted as defence protecting itself because families are not able to talk about what was found and where there may have been failings. Do you have any comment in response to
I accept that there could be that perception. I can see how there would be that perception. We try to manage that by communication with them about the purpose behind Section 21, and we also try to allow them to, for example, if we conduct a supervised reading which will allow the family and the next of kin to read an unredacted copy of the report, we will also make the offer that if they wanted to read it again, or if there were others, for example, if there were children when they became of age and wanted to read the report, that we would offer them to be able to do that at a later date. That's the way we're currently managing it. But now that you've raised with me things such as the Pote inquiry and other considerations which I wasn't previously alive to, that is something for consideration.
It does seem, and again, I don't profess to have an extensive knowledge of this, but from the discussions I have had with families who've been subject to these, it feels incredibly constraining, and it certainly doesn't seem to be of any benefit to them, and quite the opposite. And you got to kind of wonder, I mean, I know the IGADF is largely there to assist the CDF in the running of the Defence Force, but when you've got a family who has lost a family member and they feel bound up by something that is all about confidentiality of the Defence Force, it just kind of feels unbalanced.
So we have had one family recently question the Section 21, and I accept what you're saying about it being potentially confronting. That was an issue I haven't been previously tracking until the family recently that raised issue with it. I had not been aware of it as an issue, but I accept that the framework around the Section 21 could be potentially confronting and be causing additional distress, which of course we don't want. So I think it is something which, as part of the Deputy IGADF's review, it's something we can definitely look at.
Sorry, go ahead.
Beg your pardon, Commissioner. You go ahead.
No, please.
I was going to add that I can accept that it's a constraint on the family. I can accept that some people might see that as the organisation protecting itself. My experience of talking to witnesses is we tell them on the way in, we will respect your privacy and confidentiality as far as practicable. They then tell us things which they might not otherwise tell us. Now, if they were coming into the interview with a view that whatever they say is likely to be published or more freely available, I suspect we might undermine our ability to actually conduct our inquiries as effectively as we do. So there is a tension there, I accept. But I think that does actually help us to achieve the outcome we're seeking, which is people will tell us what happened, what were the circumstances in a free way that they otherwise wouldn't.
Look, I appreciate that. I come from the health system and we have incident reviews all the time, and there's always issues about how much, people will offer up and protections, etc. I'm not unaware of the issues that you're raising. But, and again, I guess the accounts I've heard, and they're not large in number, so I accept that. But, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's like I can only access this report in certain circumstances with certain people present. I can't have a copy of it. I can see it again, but I might have to go and travel to a place. It just feels, from the accounts I've heard, as though it doesn't really take account of how that's experienced by the families.
I'd absolutely accept that, Commissioner.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Is there any appeal mechanism for families that get served with Section 21, apart from going to court? Is there any review process?
Certainly nothing formal internally, Commissioner, that I'm aware of.
I thought that was the case. I'm just clarifying. Thank you. Commissioner Douglas?
I simply want to ask you about that answer, about what I interpreted as potential legal problems to cooperation with coroners' courts, between you and coroners' courts in...
No, I don't think there's an issue with potential legal...
I just read one of the responses as suggesting that somebody feared you might be unlawfully fettering discretions you had under your legislation.
I don't think it's a case of unlawfully fettering discretions, but as I said, the way it's been articulated to me within the office has been that it preserves our impartiality and independence.
I see. Right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the Commonwealth?
No, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Ms Rubagotti, any matters arising?
Nothing arising, Commissioner.
Okay. So the witnesses to be excused from their summons. Okay, you're excused from your summons to appear. We do appreciate the effort you've put into the preparation and the evidence you've given today. None of what we're saying is a criticism of you personally, but there are obviously huge failings systemically that this Royal Commission must examine and comment on, and we've got a lot out of the evidence you've given today. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no other matters from anyone, we'll adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All rise. The Royal Commission into Defence and Veteran Suicide will adjourn to 9:30 a.m. Friday, 1st of September.